Mm. Hey, my peoples, what's up? I have a little bit of free time, so I figured I'd let you see my big face. I got so chubby. I got so chubby. I've missed you guys. I'm holding a baby. Yeah, I've turned into a slave. Mm. I have this little baby here, child. He won't let me be. I can't put him down. I have to hold him. I was like, okay, let me try to see if I can come outside today real quick. Let me come outside. Hey, Ken. What's up, bro? I was watching this. Hey, Lacey. I've got so chubby. I'm so rotund. Lord. I need to lose weight. I must lose some. Hey, Janet. I need to lose some weight. You guys, it's getting lit. It's getting real outside. Hey, Bexy. Hi, everybody. Hey, Nessa. What's up, everyone? It's getting so real, you guys. I've been consuming so much content on politics. It is hilarious. It is hilarious. Joe Biden, Donald Trump. It is hilarious. It is so hilarious. Hey, for me, it is too funny. It is too funny. It's just too funny. America is a funny place. America is a funny place, right? Remember, I was telling you guys Joe Biden was senile. I was telling y'all Joe Biden is not doing well. This is really irresponsible what they're doing to this man, right? He's right here, Mark. He is outside. Because I can't, if I put him down, he wakes up. Look at this human being. Ooh, yes, okay. Okay, so he is stuck to me. I can't put him down. That's why it's like it's hard for me. I can't do anything. I'm like, my gosh, right? But it's so funny. Anyways, what was I telling y'all? I told y'all Joe Biden wasn't gonna make it. And honestly, this man could really die. He could die before November. Okay, he could really die before November. Hey, Sana, right? He could really die before November. It's not a joke. Now, you guys know this. I'm not going to lie to you because I'm not fake. Okay. You know, I am not fake. I am very honest, right? Me, Trump is my guy. I am Team Trump. You guys, you should know this. Okay. I am Team Trump. I am Team Gemini. Like when I tell you Trump is my dude. I love Trump. I really do love Trump. Now, some of y'all might be triggered, but hey, I'm being honest, okay? I don't like it. I really do not like it when people have certain positions, but they're too afraid to say it or they're being fake. Like, oh, I don't like Biden, but I'm still going to vote for him. Charlemagne. Or who else? Stephen A. Smith. Oh, I have issues with Biden, but I'm still going to vote for him. That makes no sense. You don't like someone, but you're going to vote for the person. Like, go sit down somewhere, okay? In life, you got to be brave. Okay. People might not like your choices. People might not understand your choices. People might dislike you because of your choices, but at least, hey, Kevin. Oh, Kevin, I've missed you. I was thinking about you so hard, Kevin. Then boom, you message me. Telepathy. Okay. Hey, Larry said cuckoo, right? So for me, it's like, you got to stand on business. You understand? And a lot of people, the daddy Gemini is here. Y'all, Geminis have been Geminiing. Right? And a lot of people might not like you because of your position. And that is just fine. People have the right not to like you, but you don't have the right to deceive people. And I think right now, when you look at American politics, when you look at Black American politics, right, a lot of Black America is being fake. They're being deceitful. Because if you guys know this, I think I think Biden has I think he has about $500 million, okay, that he's going to be spending until the elections to make sure people vote for him. So a lot of your favorite celebrities are going to turn into influencers because they need that money. Okay, they need the money. You understand me? So you'll hear all kinds of foolishness. Oh, I don't like Biden, but I'm still gonna vote for him. Oh, I don't really care for Biden, but I'm gonna vote for him. That makes no sense. Okay, voting is a serious matter. It's a serious matter. Okay, so if you're truly not convinced, if you don't believe in a candidate, you don't like a candidate, then why would you vote for him? Why would you vote for him? Why? Hey, Lily, what's up, my love? Why would you tell anybody to go vote for someone you don't like? That makes no sense. Oh, I don't like you, but I'm still gonna vote for you. Like what? You're a coward. You want to take him?
No, your wife is right.
Oh,
I was coming to tell you that.
Oh, like you won't please take him from me. I haven't seen my friends in a long time. I need to be outside.
I'm going outside for a minute, and I'll come back inside and take him.
Okay, because I've mixed my friends. Okay, so to me, that's cowardly. You want to say it? Like, I'm like, that makes no sense. It makes no sense. You have Joy Reid over there. That Joy Reid lady, you guys, I really had to look her up. Because I said, hell, there's no way. There is no way Joy Reid is really African American. Because there's no way she's up there saying the stuff that she does. Right? So I looked her up. Of course she's not. She's Congolese. I said, it makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense, right? So then I had to hit up my sister because I'm outside. Y'all know, like, I'm a Pan African, so I'm outside. Y'all, I didn't tell you this. Let me tell you what I got into. I went viral. I went absolutely viral on Nigerian Twitter. You guys, it was so funny. You guys, I swear, I had a whole Nigerian palette. I did not go viral. Okay, then for some gossip, I go viral. So I went viral like 2 weeks ago. I went super viral on Nigerian Twitter. I woke up to almost 10,000 followers on Instagram. Okay. They have this famous, very pretty Nigerian actress. The name is Sharon. She got married to, I think he a scammer. Okay. So I was just posting in my stories for my friends and stuff. Like, my Instagram is a hot mess, right? Yo, and I'll go to sleep, y'all. I go to sleep. I wake up. I'm famous. I do, okay, I went crazy viral on Nigerian Twitter. You guys, they took my posts, my screenshots. I mean, my stuff is all over the place. That to make me feel good. So, y'all, I've been like, I'm outside in Nigeria. I'm currently vacationing in Abuja. Okay, I am vacationing in Abuja. Nigeria is hilarious. It is my people. I've made so many friends from Nigeria. They don't cuss me out. They call me bitter leaf. So I guess it's like, it means you're a hater. You know how we say hater over here? Over there, instead of calling you a hater, they call you a bitter leaf. They call me a bitter leaf. They call me jealous. They cuss me out so much, y'all. It was too funny. They call me bad ballet. So bad ballet is like, you just a hater, you jealous, whatever, child. They cuss me out so much. It was too funny. Y'all know I'm with the shits. And I'm, because the funny thing is, I think a lot of people, especially when you're dealing with a woman, right? People expect that if they cuss you out, you're going to start crying. You're going to start being afraid. Me, Marlene, I am so damn stupid. I'm with the shits. I'm like, you really think cussing me out going to do something to me? You are stupid. Child, I laughed. It was too funny. Okay? It was too funny. I got dragged. I got cussed out, but I'm with the shits, okay? Like, social media, it's all about being social. And sometimes sociability means getting your ass cussed out. And to me, I'm cool with it. I think it's fucking funny. Like, it doesn't bother me. Okay, I'm not sensitive. It takes a lot to cuss me out. It takes a lot to make me cry. I'm stupid. Okay, because I'm like, when you're true to yourself, listen, it is what it is, right? But like bitter leaf, I'm like, what is a bitter leaf? Like, what is this? It was too funny. Then I got involved with Davido and Shioma and what's Gemini's name? Sophia, right? Oh, y'all, they don't cuss my ass out. They cuss me out so good. I said, it's so funny. I still get cussed out. Okay. But it's like, that's what it is. But my thing is, at least, I miss you. I missed you. Oh, say hi to your auntie. Auntie's here. Say hi to Auntie. Say hi to your auntie. Okay. Good job. She's seen you. All right. Good. Go back to sleep. Okay. But the thing, you guys, right? The thing is, I feel like real friendships, real relationships, they're not made or they're not built because the person always tells you what you want to hear. The person always has your side. No, you are a real friend with somebody because everybody can come as they are. You can say how you feel. And we're like, you know what? I respect it. I don't agree, but I respect it though, right? Let's be ourselves. Let's not. I feel like time is too short to be out here just lying to people. Okay, we gotta stop lying to each other. It's getting ridiculous. It really is getting ridiculous. Right. And I really think it's really sad for me personally, because it's been lit. Like, they had elections and I don't care. Child, Letty, I do not care. I'm like, what the heck? You think I care? I'm like, they are crazy. Because a lot of girls will start crying, because girls want to get cussed out. But me, I'm like, child, please. You're crazy. You guys are funny. I think it's funny. I think, one thing I've learned from Kanye, is that if you really want to make it, people need to have a reaction about you, right? If people are indifferent about you, you're not going to go places, okay? If you cause people to have a reaction, good or bad, you're doing something. Because think about it. How many times they say they're going to cancel Kanye, they're going to cancel Kanye, we're going to cancel you, Kanye, and they still have not canceled Kanye. Even I don't even think Kanye West could cancel himself, right? They haven't canceled him. You understand? Like, I remember like years ago, right? I used to be like really, because I'm someone, I believe you gotta speak your mind. Okay. But it was hard for me, especially when I was running a business, because when you say something people don't like, the first thing they want to do is drag your business into it. They want to hurt you, and they hurt you through your business because they're like, oh, I don't like what she said, so I'm gonna go drag her company. I'm gonna go drag her business, right? And one thing I'm really glad is that I don't have a business anymore. So because I don't have a business anymore, I am free. I am really free. Because how you gonna hurt me? Right? It's like if I say what I want to say, what you gonna do? Oh, I'm gonna go drag their lashes. It doesn't exist anymore. Okay. So that's like I am free to speak my mind. And honestly, I feel good. I feel empowered. I don't know how to explain it to y'all, but I do feel empowered to say how I feel. Like it's like people are so fake. Even hold on. Even with these Democrats, they are so fake, you guys. And I've told you guys this, right? I am Trump. I'm Trump 2024. I support Trump. Trump is a Gemini. I mess with those people. I mess with them hard. My husband's a Gemini. My son's a Gemini. Most of my best friends are Gemini. I mean, all my peoples are Geminis for the most part, right? I mess with Trump. But one of the reasons why I truly mess with Trump, right? I can't even lie to you guys. I really envy his courage. Because me, Marlene, if I was getting sued left and right like this, I don't think I could make it. You know what I mean? I'm like, this dude, he gets dragged. They cuss him out. They drag him to court, from court to court to court. They say all types of things about him, and he still shows up. They don't call Trump all kinds of racist. Oh, you a racist. And he might be a racist, right? But he pulled up. He pulled up in Atlanta. He pulled up in the Bronx. He pulls up. He's outside. Like, you'll be like, oh, he's a racist, and he gonna show up. Meanwhile, the people who claim not to be racist, they don't show up. Kamala's not in Atlanta. Joe Biden's not in Atlanta. Kamala did not go to the Bronx. She ain't going to Harlem, right? They want to bring the hip hop to them in D.C. where they feel safe. But how come you're not outside meeting the people? I thought y'all was a racist. I thought y'all was for the people. You understand? They try to give Trump a judgment for like $450 million. Since when has anybody had to pay a bond for almost $500 million? They've done things to that man I have never seen done in American politics. They have done things to him I have never seen. I'm like, seriously? Seriously? Oh, he's a convicted felon. Oh, he has 34 convictions. Child, the convictions are nothing but copy and paste. Y'all repeated the same charge 34 times. Go sit down somewhere. Go sit down somewhere. Oh, he paid hush money. Who has not paid hush money? Who has not paid hush money? I'm like, and this is why I can't take people seriously. You see me, Marlene? Like I told you, even with what's her name, Fannie Willis in Atlanta, right? I have no problem. I truly don't. See me, because I believe before God, you have to be somewhat type of honest, right? I have no problem if somebody has a valid case against Trump and you want to take Trump down. You understand me, right? But for you, Fannie Willis, you are sleeping with somebody's husband. You are sleeping with somebody's husband. You, Nathan Wade. You are forsaking the wife of your youth. Like the Bible talks about that. King Solomon said, do not forsake the wife of your youth. You married Miss Jocelyn. She was 19 years old. That lady gave you 26 years of her life. And you divorced this woman. And all you give her is $700 every 2 weeks, y'all. What is a grown woman supposed to do with $700 every 2 weeks? Before God, I'm like, there is God watching you. The Holy Spirit is watching you. The devil is watching you. You have angels watching you. You have your own shadow who is watching you, right? You're going to do all these evil things to your wife. 26 years. She gave to this marriage, the kids, your career. You're going to treat her like this? Seriously? And you wake up at night, 11 o'clock at night, you driving through Atlanta to go smash Fannie Willis. You got this woman's vagina saved in your phone as gorilla grip pussy, like whatever he calling her vagina. Okay? And you two heifers, you're mistreating this woman. You guys are going on vacation when she can barely pay the water bill. She can barely pay the power bill. Like, it's one thing to dislike Trump, right? But at the same time, you can still be a human being. And you think somehow you're going to go to Trump, you're going to go to court against this man where you swear on the Bible. And you think y'all going to win. Trump is wicked, but at least if you want to take this man to court, be some type of clean. Be some type of clean. You know what I mean? No, I'm serious. Like, you got to be some type of clean. I don't know. How can you call somebody a criminal when you yourself is a criminal? Okay, you, Fannie Willis, you are district attorney of Fulton County. A black man was eaten up by bed bugs in Fulton County. I told y'all this, right? I told y'all this. Hold on. Man eaten up by bed bugs. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. A black man was eaten up by bed bugs. You guys, I ain't never seen this in my life. I didn't even know that bed bugs, okay? I did not even know that bed bugs could eat a person. Okay? He was eaten alive by bed bugs. He was in there for 30 days. 30 days. Because the man had to make bail. Hey, T, he had to make bail. He couldn't make bail. I think it was like $300. He didn't have $300. So they held him until he could go to his trial date, right? In only 30 days. This black man was eaten. Kevin, you didn't know this, Kevin? The bed bugs ate the man. I will not lie to you, Kevin. I will not lie to you. Fulton County Jail is disgusting. It is disgusting. It is disgusting. It is utterly disgusting. It is nasty as hell. It is nasty as hell. You understand me? Like, my thing is, I don't know, maybe, hopefully you guys can understand me, right? Even if you hate Trump, you got to have a list of priorities in life. You understand? Like, one thing I cannot stand with Black America is this obsession with racism. Oh, Trump is racist. Oh, racism. Oh, white nationalism, right? But when you are Black, when you're Black American and you are put in positions of power, you completely neglect your fiduciary duty. You completely neglect to use the money that the taxpayers who are mostly Black, because Fulton County is mostly Black people. Like, if I have $700,000, you guys, let's be serious, because you need to fear God. You know, and that's the thing. And I'm going to tell y'all this, right? You can dislike Trump, but if you do things out of hatred for Trump, you're always going to lose. Ace, what's up, love? I missed you, right? Okay? Anytime you go after someone from a place of hatred, you are always going to fail. Because what? Revenge does not belong to us. It belongs to God. You understand? Me, Marlene, when I saw the story of this man, I said, how can bed bugs eat a person? This sounds like some crazy, scary movie from like Halloween night. Like, what the heck is this, right? The bed bugs ate the human being. The man was eaten by bed bugs. So I'm like, and they're still doing an investigation on this because it's not normal. I'm like, how can bed bugs eat him? Did he not have showers? Was he not taking showers? Did y'all not see what was going on? Or y'all just left him in there for 30 days without supervision? How can bed bugs eat a whole human being? Was eaten alive by bed bugs. What is going on? This is Fulton County. You understand? So my thing is, if you have $700,000, right? You have $700,000. The money that and first of all, you're a Black DA. You are a Black African-American DA. Your county is predominantly Black American. Your county is predominantly Black. The taxpayer money is coming from Black people. You can choose to run after a rich white billionaire who has so much money, okay? I don't know, okay? Or you can take the $700,000 and invest towards something that could make the life of your constituents a lot better. Me, Marlene, if I have $700,000, I'm cleaning up the jail. This is disgusting. It's embarrassing. And not just that, it's a crime against humanity. When people are remitted into the custody of the government, right? When you remit a criminal or somebody who's trying to go to trial, because he was not convicted yet. He just could not make bail. Okay, so he was remitted into the custody of the Fulton County jail people, right? But you have an obligation to provide safety for these people. Whether they're convicted or whether they're awaiting trial, you have a responsibility to keep them safe and to give them a decent housing. Okay, so for me, it's like if I'm district attorney and a man is getting eaten alive by bed bugs while he's in one of my prisons, guess what we're doing? We're gonna fix our prison, because right now Trump is not a priority for you. He really is not a priority for you. And that's the male side of Fulton County, right? There's the female side of Fulton County. On the female side of Fulton County, do you know how many of the people there are getting pregnant by the correctional officers? Do you know how many Black women on the Fulton County jail side, of the women's side, are getting impregnated by these correctional officers, right? You have a real problem on your hand. But instead, you want to use taxpayers' money to go after Trump so you can be in the media, so you can try to propel your career to the next level. You see, God saw right through you. That's why she was not successful. When you do stuff from an honest place. Do stuff from an honest place. Because like the Bible says, right, you can make a lot of plans, but only the plans of the Lord will come to pass. But to me, it's so shocking because the majority of people who go to Fulton County Jail are Black people. And most likely when Trump gets elected, her ass will be in Fulton County Jail. And what's his name? Nathan Wade, his ass will also be in Fulton County Jail. Then you'll say to yourself, wow, I should have spent money to make this place better. But what I've come to recognize from a lot of Black people sometimes when they go into power, they never think to themselves, you know what? One day I could find myself here too. So you neglect those places because you don't think that you could ever be in there or that your son could ever be in there or that your daughter could ever be in there, right? It takes people to be physically or directly impacted by something for them to actually start doing a thing about what needs to be done, right? I don't have an issue with Black people who commit crimes going to jail. That's fine. But my thing is, we also want people who go to jail to not become hardened criminals, okay? You don't want them to become hardened criminals. You want people to go to jail and take time while they're in jail reflecting on their actions. And like, yo, do you really want to keep being a criminal or do you want to fight to have a better life, to have a better testimony, and for people to remember you as somebody who turned his life around? Right? But when we incarcerate people and we allow people to be killed by bed bugs within 30 days, we are also part of the problem. We are part of the problem. So that's why I couldn't take this lady seriously. I really could not take her seriously. I really could not take her seriously. Like you people, you're not serious people. You're only going after Trump for your political aspirations, not because you truly believe that this is the right thing to do. Because if you believe that it's the right thing to do to not break the law and not do this, you yourself, you will be very careful in your private life how you treat people who cannot defend themselves. You'll be very careful. Fannie Willis, you're a Black woman. Jocelyn, she's a Black woman. Fannie Willis, you've been divorced. She's going through a divorce. You're a mother. She's a mother. Do you find it acceptable that after giving 26 years to a man, all she gets is $700 a month every 2 weeks? While you guys are out here on the most luxurious vacations? And not just that, even though he gives her $700 every 2 weeks, he allows some of his personal bills because he has auto draft. He has like bills that go through the account. So the majority of the time, even though the $700 hits the account, the majority of the time, the account is overdrawn. And he lets the account be overdrawn. So it just piles up. It just piles up all kinds of overdraft charges. And he does nothing about it. And I'm like, how are you a decent man? How are you a decent man? Right? You want to take Trump to court where you have to put your hand, you got to put your hands on the Bible, you got to swear on the Bible, and you think God's gonna let you get away with this? You think God's gonna let you get away with this? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. It is ridiculous, y'all. I'm surprised y'all didn't know. Let me play the video for y'all. Let me play the video. Like Marlene, how you doing? Oh, sorry.
No medical help
on anyone. A family says a man was found dead, covered in bugs inside his Fulton County jail cell. I'm Sean Gables.
And I'm Rick Fulbaum. And tonight, new at 6, his attorney argues he got no medical help leading up to his death. Just look at where LaShawn Thompson was allegedly sleeping. This deteriorating cell in the jail's psychiatric wing. And we're told that LaShawn Thompson suffered from mental health issues.
Atlanta News First reporter Zach Summers live at the Fulton County.
But you guys, like, do you not, like, seriously, you guys, all jokes aside, right? All jokes aside, do you not think that this is a crime against humanity? Do you not think that, like, how is this acceptable? You know, and it's not even like he was in there awaiting trial for murder. Because like I told you, the bail he had to pay, like his 10% would have been like $300. So maybe it's like a ticket. It's like some type of ticket. Like he probably had a bench warrant for like traffic violation, whatever. So he's not a murderer. He's not a killer. He's just, you know, he just be driving, being reckless. Okay. But I'm like, to house a person who's waiting to see the judge because he can't make bail in such accommodation, do you not think that this is a human right violation? So I'm like, this is the type of crap her office has These are the cases that are pending on their table. No, let's not go resolve this. Let's go after Trump, because that way we can get media exposure. You understand? I'm like, she is not a good person. Put the whole sleeping with a married man to the side, because she's definitely not a good person for that. But my thing is, right, this is a black woman. Her father was a criminal law attorney, right? She also went to criminal law, right? She goes to these black churches, the blackity black, because we're black, we're coming, they're attacking us because we're black, because we're black. But these are the conditions, these are the accommodation that she has for black people. That's why I'm being so serious, right? If you can remove your emotions out of a lot of things out here in American politics as a black person, you will realize that black people are even more racist towards black people than white people. Okay? Black people are more abusive, they're more degrading, they're more insidious, they're more criminal towards other black people. Because seriously, from one black person to another black person, this is ridiculous. This is disgusting. It's disgusting. And you have $700,000 instead of using the money to create a better accommodation, at least make it clean. You know, I don't think that these people should be in like a 5-star resort type of housing, but at least the basic cleanliness, keep it clean. Keep it clean. Keep it sanitary. We just came out of COVID. How is this even a thing? How is this a thing? It makes no sense. And she has no problem with this, because guess what? If she cleans up the jailhouse, if she sanitizes the jailhouse, right? Oh, hey, brown sugar, right? If she cleans up the jailhouse, if she sanitizes the jailhouse, if she makes it more livable, right? She's not going to get pressed for that, right? She's not going to get pressed for that. If you actually do what you're supposed to do, it's not sexy, right? Is it sexy for a black DA in Fulton County, a predominantly black county, to make prison and jailhouses more livable for black people? Of course not, right? But when you have a black DA, a black woman DA that's a Democrat, acting like she's saving democracy, and so she's gonna go after Trump, the racist. Oh, now she's a hero. Now she's a hero, and that's exactly why I'm gonna take you out to the Bible, right? That's exactly what the book of Isaiah talks about. The book of Isaiah says, if your fasting is between you and God, nobody should know. Right? But it says if you decide to start fasting and you want to make a big deal out of it, you letting people know that you're fasting, then it says that you are looking for your reward in the eyes of men. So therefore, you're good. God don't have to do nothing for you. Think about this, right? She would have got no press, no glory. She wouldn't have been a hero had she elevated the living conditions of inmates inside of Fulton County. There's nothing sexy about a black person doing the right thing by black people. But if you do it in opposition of whiteness or white nationalism or white racism, now you're a hero, right? So I'm like, girl, shut up. And then I even looked at the numbers, because the thing that was so crazy about Fulton County, because I looked at the numbers, right? Because I think for that year, he won Georgia. Georgia was red, if I'm not mistaken. He won Georgia. I'm like, girl, bye. Okay. The votes out there in your little county were not even that significant. You're doing too much, because most likely Kamala Harris and the people, they don't hype her up. They hyped her up. And the sad thing about Fani Willis, because she fumbled the case, because she messed up their case, they will come after her ass. Because she messed it up for them. Because their thing was, because I'm like, now, I started thinking about it, right? I was like, yeah, they really thought all these court cases were going to stick on Donald Trump. Either Fulton County was going to stick, New York was going to stick. Like, they were banking on some of, especially Fulton County. They were really hoping to have charges against Trump for election interference, whatever they call it, right? I'm like, yeah, whatever, right? So that was their thing. And that's why they never had a plan B when it came to Joe Biden. Because otherwise, you guys, if we're being honest, for the past 2 years, Joe Biden has been acting funny. Okay, for the past 2 years, Joe Biden's been calling out dead people. He's been telling us that he's having conversation with dead people, dead presidents. He's had conferences where he's calling out for his dead. He had a secretary who passed away. He's been calling out for her name for so long. He's been acting weird. Okay, so they had to know that there was some cognitive degeneracy happening, right? But because these people manipulate the media, because they know how to scare the American people, they really thought these court cases were going to stick. Because if they didn't believe these court cases weren't going to stick 2 years ago, they would have, the DNC would have told Joe Biden, right? Finish your 4 years, do a great job, or do the best you can, right? But you will step down, and as you step down, you're going to endorse somebody else because you're getting old. You're getting old, right? And there's no way that you can successfully be a president at 85 years old. Being the president of the United States of America has to be one of the most demanding, stressful, exhausting job in the world. We have seen George Bush, how he went in. We saw how he came out. We saw Bill Clinton, how he went in, how he went out. We saw Barack Obama, how he went in, how he went out. There's something about that job that just drains you and it ages you. Okay? Nobody in their right mind could ever, even anybody with a good heart, and I don't even like Joe Biden, but anybody with a good heart, you would not want an 81-year-old man to have to go through so much stress. It is way too stressful to be the president of the United States. So 2 years ago, they all should have had a conversation with this man. They should have had a conversation with this man. Listen, we will let you finish your 4 years. We'll come up with a way. But as you step down, you're going to endorse the next person because you need at least a good 2 years to plan a good campaign. You cannot plan a campaign in 4 months. They're like, oh, Michelle Obama. Why? Why? Y'all think black people just out here to help y'all clean up your fuck ups? No, Michelle Obama is busy. She's writing books. She's directing movies for Netflix, okay? And she's making hundreds of millions of dollars. And she's not looking stressed. Leave her alone. Leave her alone, okay? Be some serious people. You've had 4 years to plan this. But you thought scheming was going to get your way. There is a God, y'all. Fear God. Fear God. Fear God. Right? But they've all known this. Even George Clooney, you knew something was weird with this man. And you still went out there and you bamboozled people to give Joe Biden $30 million. Now you want to sit your ass with the New York Times and write an entire article about why Joe Biden needs to step down and there's something wrong with him. Shut up, you're a scammer. You really are Ocean 12, huh? You truly are. Y'all make no sense. They make no sense. They really make no sense. That a serious people, a serious party, people who truly believe that democracy is on the line. Oh, we have to save democracy. We got to save democracy. If you really felt that, if you were so passionate about democracy, you would have had a plan A, a plan B, a plan C, a plan everything, right? Not just banking on these court cases to go the way you thought they were going to go, because that's crazy. And on top of that, y'all know damn well, Joe Biden, what's his name, Donald Trump, you know damn well he runs the Supreme Court. You know damn well he runs the Supreme Court. So whatever type of court cases y'all come up with and whatever type of verdict you come up with, he put the people in place to overturn that shit. Like, you got to think. He's a Gemini. Y'all got to think. This is the summer of Geminis. From Donald Trump to Kendrick Lamar. Okay? They ain't like us. Some like you're stupid. But 2 years ago, a serious party with a serious people that is ran by serious people who really care about the American people, okay, the American society, the U.S. dollar. 2 years ago, y'all would have had an agreement with this man that he was going to step down and he's going to endorse the next person because y'all need somebody young. You need somebody vigorous. You need someone that people can be excited about to go against Donald Trump, right? But you didn't plan for that because you were so arrogant. And you thought with the media in your pocket, the courthouses in the pocket, these goofy ass, Democratic ass DAs in your pocket, that it was a slam dunk. And somehow y'all was going to get rid of Trump and Joe Biden was going to walk into victory. And now everything you planned for Donald Trump is not becoming your portion. You cannot win. You cannot win when you play ugly. You cannot win. If you want a victory, do it the right way. You want to win against Trump? You want to defeat Trump? Do it the right way. The mere fact that these Democrats have to hide behind court cases and these goofy ass 34 convictions, right? As opposed to being able to be outside and tell people, hold on, y'all, are y'all typing? I hope you're okay. And tell people, right? This is what we've done. Over the past 4 years, this is what we've done. We did this for the economy. We did this for Black people. We did this for education, right? They cannot come out here and actually tell the people what they've done for 4 years. All they can tell you is, oh, Trump is a liar. Trump lies. Trump, shut up. Who doesn't lie? Okay? The very ethos of American culture, of the American dream, is to lie. Okay, America is built on a lie. Everybody out here who is successful lies. I'm like, Joe Biden he's been in politics for 50 years. Okay, he's been a senator for almost 30 years, vice president for 8 years, president for 4 years. You mean to tell me that a career-long politician, he never lied? Go somewhere with that. Okay, it's not gonna stick. Right? You need to be able to come out here, especially Kamala Harris. You need to be able to come out here and tell the people, this is what we've done. These are the results, and this is why you should vote for us. But no, all you want to do is scare people. All you want to do is scare people. You did the same thing with the COVID, did the same thing with the jab. You did this. It does not work. Fear mongering, always using fear to get people to vote for you, it's not working anymore. The world is changing. When it comes to the media, people have so many ways to get their information. It is no longer MSNBC and CNN and Fox 5. You can no longer control people through traditional media because people are out there getting information from all kinds of people. People are listening to different type of people who are making them think about things in a different way. Like, oh, I never considered that. I never saw this. I never saw this angle. You can no longer control the people. So the best thing you can do is to be honest with the people. Stop manipulating people. And stop telling people they need to be afraid of, oh, be so afraid of this man and be afraid of who? Be afraid of what? Right? Right now, the thing that most people fear is the economy. People are truly struggling. The economy is really bad. The economy is bad. But instead of telling people how you intend on fixing the economy, you want people to fear Trump. Like how? How? He gonna come to my house and do what to me? Absolutely nothing. But the thing that affects us all is the economy. If the gas prices don't come down, it's bad for everybody. If food prices are high, it's bad for everybody. The education system is bad. Like, people have real concern. And it's like, no, fuck your concern. Just be scared of Trump. Okay? Oh, you can't pay for gas. That's not a big deal. Be afraid of Trump. No. People are not idiots. They're not idiots. I hope you guys are still here, y'all. Make sure y'all still typing. Okay? Does that make sense, you guys? Fear no longer works. You can no longer use fear to get people to line up for a vaccine. You can no longer use fear to get people to vote for Joe Biden or to commit to Democrats. No. People are sick and tired of constantly being told to be afraid of this, afraid of that, afraid of this. No, and no, and no, and no. And for me, the way I live my life, according to 2 Timothy chapter 2, verse 3-4, for God did not give us a spirit of fear, but a spirit of sound mind and understanding. Okay? You are not called to live your life by fear. And anytime someone wants to evoke the spirit of fear to get you to commit an act, to go do something, the devil is behind it. There's no need to scare me. You can reason with me. Reason with me and tell me why you think this is the best course of action. Don't try to scare me, because I don't get scared. I don't get scared. Why would I be scared? Okay? Hey, forehead, why would I be scared? There's nothing to be scared of. And I'm telling y'all, anytime someone tries to use fear to motivate you, the devil is in it. The devil's in it. Okay? You don't have to scare me. I'm an intelligent person. Sometimes I might not get it right though, but you can reason with me and you can say, Marlene, this is why I think you should consider making this option, or this is why I think you should vote this way. No problem. You know, and I actually do appreciate the fact that you took the time out your day to come here and to reason with me, right? But the moment you try to scare me, I am out. I am out, because I don't do shit off of emotions. Okay. And anybody who wants to use the spirit of fear is trying to use the emotional side of you as opposed to the logos side of you, right? Because they see Black people as unintelligent. Okay. And I'm not unintelligent. I am very intelligent. And that's why I can reason with you. I've always said, for as much as I'm Team Trump, if you think you can take him down, do it. But my best advice to you is do it the right way. And also do it with integrity. Because I don't see how you can call somebody a criminal, but then you yourself are using criminal ways to go after a criminal. Then it's like, okay, then what's the difference? What's the difference? Right? And that's my problem. When I look at a district attorney, when I look at an officer of the court, I expect a higher level of integrity. Because you are an officer. You represent the right thing to do, the right way to behave, right? You are here to represent the law and what a civilized, organized, law-abiding society should look like. But when your DA is behaving like a criminal, the criminal is a criminal. It's like, but then who's like what the heck is this, right? It makes no sense to me. And from that point on, you've lost me because I don't mess with people who don't have integrity. Because everything out here in this life that you do, you got to ask yourself, if this was done unto me, how would that make me feel? Right? How would that make me feel? If you were Jocelyn Wade and your husband was creeping on you like this, how would that make you feel? If you were Jocelyn Wade and you gave your husband 26 years and this man leaves you without paying the mortgage, he leaves you just giving you $1,400 a month. Meanwhile, he just bought himself a $100,000 Audi. Okay? How would that make you feel? So it's okay for black people to abuse other black people, but white people can't do it. You don't have integrity. You simply don't have integrity. The same people scream, protect black women. Oh, they're attacking me because I'm a black woman, right? But you are helping this man to not just cheat on his wife, abuse his wife, smear her name, but also deny her the financial dues that she's owed. Okay? So how are you better than a racist person? How are you any better? And I wish a lot of black people would have honesty about themselves, about how much they themselves are hateful towards black people. But it's a cute thing. Everybody, oh no, white men are racist, white men are racist. But you yourself, do you even have love for black people? Do you truly have love for black people? When nobody's looking at you, right? When no one is looking, how exactly do you treat black people when no one is looking? And many black people, they treat black people worse. They treat them worse. That's why I want to work for a black person. No. Because many times you'll find that a white person could even be nicer to you than a black person because that makes no sense. You know, me, I'm a married woman. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I might get divorced one day. I might not. I don't know. Right? But I found it to be so repulsive that Fannie was having an affair with a married man to a black woman. To a black woman. And not just that, he's smashing another girl in Cobb County. She's also the DA in Cobb County. Her name is also Ashley, another black woman. So these are black women who are willingly sleeping with a married black man to a black woman, right? But they want to sit here and tell you about racism. You don't even have integrity. Bump racism. Racism that's out there, right? I'm like amongst ourselves, there is no love. Because you would say, listen, but my wife cheated. She cheated 10 years ago and you still have not filed for divorce. Okay? She cheated, but you stayed with her. Boy, bye. Boy, bye. Boy, bye. Right? Oh, but she had an affair 10 years ago. With who? And why did he stay? When have you ever seen a man get cheated on and he stays? Girl, bye. Girl, bye. Y'all want to believe what y'all want to believe because y'all want to do the sins that y'all want to do. That ain't right. And Fannie, you don't ruin your career behind this man. But she a Scorpio, so y'all already know, these water signs, honey, they be picking man, child, okay? I'm like, girl, make it make sense, right? She a Scorpio, he's a Libra. And the funny thing about Fannie Willis and Nathan Wade, they got the same zodiac makeup as Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. Because Joe Biden is Scorpio and Kamala is a Libra. I said, what's up with these Libras and Scorpios going after Gemini like this? This is kind of crazy. And I feel like saying, is Drake a Scorpio? I don't know. I have to check. Okay. So I was like, no, I can't support you. You have to move from a place of integrity. I want to see more people have integrity about their asses. Have some integrity. When people see you versus the quote unquote criminal, people should be able to see a stark difference. Like, wow, I can see a difference. You know what I'm saying? I wonder why your stance is so strong about the married man cheating. He chose to cheat. What has Fannie and the other woman have to do with his decision? Please don't hate me. But they have everything to do with his decision, boo-boo, right? Because it's like you said, the man can be a cheater. But does that mean that you as a woman, right? That you as a woman, you as a black woman, you as a black mother, do you welcome that energy into your life? Right? And I've said this to y'all because I don't think y'all really understand this situation here. Because as we look at the situation, right, Fannie is his boss. This man could turn around tomorrow and file a lawsuit against this woman. I hope y'all realize this. I hope y'all realize this, right? So when it's all said and done, and she laid up with this cheating ass fool, what did she get out of it? What did she get out of it? And that's why you don't welcome people into your life who have made up their mind to ruin their lives, right? And especially for her, as much as she likes to go to the church and the church and the church and talk about racism, but what does the church say about divorce? What does the Bible say about divorce? And what does the Bible say about a woman who sleeps with a married man? These are the type of things that attract curses. You understand me, right? So it's like the man can be a cheater, that's on him. But do you have to welcome him into your life? Do you have to welcome this man into your bedroom? Right? Especially as a woman, but not just that, as a mother to girls. She has daughters too. She has daughters. All right? You are 50-something plus. You've achieved so much in your career. If you really think about it, Fannie Willis is more successful than Nathan Wade. He's from traffic court. He does like traffic tickets. She does criminal law. Right? Not only that, she's the district attorney of Fulton County. So not only is she more successful, she has more, I guess, like she has more belief in herself than he does, right? Because she had to hire him for him to, he's never seen this kind of money. You understand? Right? So I'm like, what did she gain out of it? What, like, what you, like, why? Why? Like, why would you do this to yourself? You are 50-something years old. You take care of yourself. You take care of your daughter. You are the district. You are the what's it called, Fulton County District Attorney. Right? You can do more for this man than he can do for you. You understand? And now your law license, your credibility, your sex life. The man had this woman. Santa, did you see how he saved her name in her phone? He had a gorilla, like an actual gorilla. Like the way he saved her number in his phone. He put a gorilla first. And then he called her gorilla grab pussy. I said, what? He's referring to her as a gorilla. Like, do you hear what I'm trying to say? No respect for her. He leaves his house. He leaves his matrimonial home at 11 o'clock because they were tagging his phone with the cell towers. He leaves his house at 11 o'clock at night. He comes to the district attorney to have a booty call. This is a highly successful woman. And he's treating her as a booty call. Like, y'all, I don't understand. Do you understand? Oh, shoot. Do y'all understand what I'm saying here? You've come this far. And on top of that, she used to be married too. She used to be married and she divorced after 10 years, right? But I'm like, Fannie Willis, all jokes aside, I'm not a fan of her, but all jokes aside, she's not just anybody. She's not some random ass, goofy ass broad that you met down the street. Okay? And this man, she allowed this man to turn her big behind into a booty call so that he has sex with her. And usually around like 3 o'clock in the morning, he leaves her and he goes back to his house. Right? So I'm like, why would you welcome that? In Cobb County, he also slept with a district attorney there. Her name is Ashley because she also gave him a job. That's what he does. He's a gigolo. He sleeps with these powerful women so they can give him a job. Because with Ashley, he was getting paid $500 per hour. You understand? He goes around Atlanta and he smashes these highly educated, highly decorated Black women. Do you understand me? And they all give him money. So with Ashley, he was making $500 an hour. He was supposed to write a report for her on all the deaths that are occurring in Cobb County Jail over there. He still has not given her the report, but he's taken her money. Then he leaves Cobb County. He comes to Fulton County. Okay? He comes to Fulton County, starts smashing, what's her face? Fannie Willis. Turns this woman into a booty call. Okay? She said, but what kind of curses would Fannie attract if the man, do you not see what happened to her career, boo-boo? Come on now, Santa. You can answer the question yourself. Do you not see what happens to her career? That in itself right there is a curse. These are curses. This woman had to go on the stand, talk about her sex life for the world to see. This woman had to bring her daddy on the stand to defend her foolishness. And she's not done. She's being subpoenaed by the Senate of Georgia Senate. This lady, she will lose her law license. And the thing is, Joe Biden is not, you guys, I'm not trying to be funny, I'm not trying to be like whatever, but Joe Biden is not going to win. So whatever protection she thinks she was going to get from the White House, it's over. And even now, I promise you, Kamala Harris is not picking up her phone calls because she fumbled the case. See, the thing about politics, right? When they need you, they're very, very nice to you. When bad things start to happen to you, nobody picks up your calls anymore. You're done. It's like you never existed to these people. She's on her own. She's on her own. She truly is on her own. Oh, he's not going to win. He's not going to win. You understand me? No. No, Sana. This no. And then most African men, Sana, if you're also being honest, most African men also are cursed. Most African men are cursed. With all this infidelity, okay? With all this infidelity, most African men are cursed. Look how their kids end up. Look at their careers. Look at their lives. Look at their finances. It is real. It is very real. And the person who will suffer more from this affair is Fannie Willis. It is her. It's always the woman. Okay? It's always the woman. Because people always have more moral expectation from women than they do a man. Because people expect a man to be a dog. But you as a woman, people expect you to have more decency. But it's embarrassing. Her career is embarrassing. Like all this is embarrassing. It is so embarrassing. The text messages that came out, her career being out there, people exposing her, going in an apartment and you getting smashed by this dude. Then you sit up there and then you tell us he only has one testicle. So you went through all of this for a man who only has one testicle. She gave this man over $700,000 and yet she still has liens on her property. So after you gave this man all this money, he could come back and pay your bills. Like, what did you really get out of this? What did you get out of this? He got to walk away and he kept the money. All that money, he kept that money. The fancy car he bought for himself, right? Did he even buy her a car? I doubt it. Okay? And on top of that, he can still turn around and file a sexual harassment lawsuit because she was his boss. He can say he felt like he had to sleep with her because if he didn't, he wouldn't have got the position. Like, y'all got to think. You got to think. Right? Then that's why whether you're a man or a woman, you don't sleep with your subordinates, you don't sleep with your employees. Because these people can be, oh yeah, I'm okay with it. But tomorrow, Nathan Wade, if he also loses his license and he has no way of making money, he could sue her and he could sue Fulton County. Because he could say he felt like he was pressured to sleep with her because if he didn't sleep with her, he wouldn't have had the job or she could have taken his job away from him. So he could hit her back with a sexual harassment lawsuit. And all of that, your daughters are watching this every single day. You go tell this man that your daughter flunked out of FAMU. And now he tells his coworker that your daughter failed out of FAMU. And now then the man, I forgot his name, the partner, the law partner, he sat up there. He was like, yeah, her daughter failed out of FAMU. I said, girl, so all your business, you tell this man. Then he goes and he tells his coworker. Now the co-workers understand talking about your daughters and how they have horrible GPAs and they getting kicked out of universities. Girl, what? You're crazy. You are crazy. You are seriously crazy. That is some shameful shit. I mean, like it's some shameful shit over a man that's not even your husband. Like you did all this to yourself for a man that's not even your husband. You have DAs in the office. She has assistant DAs in the office. The same people who are going after Young Thug, like DA, assistant DA, Love, whatever. You have DAs in the office. Let the people in the office go after Trump. There was no reason for her to bring Nathan Wade on this case. There was no reason. She had no reason at all to do this to herself, to bring this man on this case. Had she let people in her office go after Trump, we would not be here. Okay? So I'm like, yes, that's a curse you attract to yourself. You had a stellar career. You never had issues. Now, all of a sudden, here you are. Anytime people type your name, you will show up with Nathan Wade, that you slept with your employee. Make it make sense. And that in itself is embarrassing. And then you drag your daddy up there on the stage. That old man had to lie for you. Ridiculous. You see? And this is why you don't engage in foolishness. This is why you don't sleep with married people. This is why you don't sleep with people who are not your husband. You are 50 years old. What do you look like being a booty call? At 50, when you're 50, you have your own career, you make your own money, you pay your bills, you are self-sufficient. Any man who wants to mess with you, he better come correct. Because I cannot see me. I don't see myself being 50 years old and having all the accolades that she has and being a booty call at 50. You got me fucked up. Okay? You got me all the way fucked up. Go find somebody else to play with that. Okay? You are too grown. You are too successful. You are too educated. You are way too decorated to be entangled in whatever this crap is. Go back to your wife. And every night after he sleeps with you, he indeed goes back to his wife. He's not serious. He's not serious. Your wife cheats on you for the past 10 years. You don't leave. But when I show up, you say, oh, but Marlene, I'm going to file for divorce. I should not be the reason why you file for divorce, right? If she cheated and you felt like you couldn't do it, you should have filed for divorce then. It don't take 10 years to divorce somebody, okay? But you wait until, what's her face? What's her name? Fannie Willis. You wait until after she gives you the job, you sign the contract, there's an office with your name on it, right? The door has your name on it. Then the next day you go and you file for it. The next day you file for divorce. It lets you know this dude right here, not only is he a gigolo, but I really think that, what's her name? Fannie Willis, I truly believe that she was a victim of a love scam. Because I've been doing lots of research on love scams lately, and I really think she was a victim of a love scam. I think this man love bombed this woman like crazy. He made her lose her mind. Because this is not, it doesn't add up for me. I'm like, it's giving somebody did roots on you. Like, what is going on? What is going on? Why would a woman that has so much to lose entangle herself with such a loser? He is a loser. He is like career-wise, he is not close to her. He is not close to her. She is way above him, way above him. And when it's all said and done, you say, okay, what did he bring into her life? What did he add to her life? How did he make her better? What did he do for her? Absolutely nothing. He was nothing more than a liability with one testicle. Make it make sense, right? Make it make sense. And that's why you don't get involved with people who have not settled their affairs. If you feel like your wife has shit on you, hey, divorce her, don't divorce her, it's on you. But don't tell me that now that I'm in your life, you want to divorce me. You're going to divorce her because of me. No, thank you. No, thank you. Nobody waits 10 years to say, oh, you know what? Now I think I want to divorce. I want to file for divorce after 10 years, after the fact. No, go somewhere. Go somewhere. You are crazy. But anyways, let me finish playing this video for y'all. Sorry, y'all. My bad.
Mental health issues.
Wish it on anyone. A family says a man was found dead, covered in bugs inside his Fulton County jail cell. I'm Sean Gables.
And I'm Rick Fulbaum. And tonight, new at 6, his attorney argues he got no medical help leading up to his death. Just look at where LaShawn Thompson was allegedly sleeping. This deteriorating cell in the jail's psychiatric wing. And we're told that LaShawn Thompson suffered from mental health issues.
Atlanta News First reporter Zach Summers live at the Fulton County. There, Zach, you just learned from Thompson's attorney. Those images are disturbing.
Yeah, the lawyer representing the family of LaShawn Thompson tells me this is one of the most inhumane inmate deaths he has ever encountered. The family wants the public to see the poor conditions they say their loved one endured while here at the Fulton County Jail, but we must warn you, some of the images are graphic.
It's just unbelievable.
The image is hard to look at. 35-year-old LaShawn Thompson unresponsive in a Fulton County jail cell covered in what his family's attorney says are insect and bedbug bites.
The scene was so horrific that the detention officer said she would not even administer CPR when they found him because she was freaked out. In her words, freaked out by the scene.
Thompson was arrested for misdemeanor battery in June of 2022. Attorney Michael Harper says the inmate was placed in the psychiatric wing of the jail where he remained for 3 months.
No one really checked on him. We have some records from the jail showing that they saw he was deteriorating. From the medical staff and from detention officers.
Thompson was found dead inside his cell on September 13th, 2022. An autopsy showed no signs of trauma. While his death is listed as undetermined, the medical examiner noted a severe bed bug infestation.
It looks like it had been there for months, and no one cared. No one cleaned it up. No one did anything, apparently.
Pictures from inside Thompson's cell show deplorable conditions. The room covered in filth, Harper says, unfit for even a dog.
No one should live in those conditions, whether you're charged with a crime or not.
Thompson's family now calling for accountability. They want the jail shut down and replaced, and a full criminal investigation into their loved one's death.
It's a big ask. We understand that. But you have to make the conditions better to avoid this from happening to someone else.
And we reached out to the Fulton County Sheriff's Office for comment. We are still waiting on a response. Thompson's family planning a press conference tomorrow at 2 at the Fulton County Courthouse. We, of course, will be there. Live in Atlanta, Zach Summers, Atlanta News First.
My new book, Keyboard
I'm
Rich, How Anyone Can Earn.
I'm really surprised that y'all didn't know about this. Oh, hold on. Where am I? I'm really surprised that y'all didn't know about this. Because I'm like, girl, you got bigger things. Like you got bigger problems that you got bigger problems in Fulton County than to pursue Trump and waste all this. She's wasted so much money. She has wasted so much money. And I remember, I forgot who I told. I think it was like on a podcast. It was on some live on TikTok with all these black women. And I was like, wouldn't it be prudent for her? Wouldn't it be like a better investment for her to take that 700,000 or $1 million plus that she wasted going after Trump to ultimately get nowhere? Wouldn't it have been a better investment for her to put that towards cleaning up Fulton County? Okay, the jailhouses, hiring better staff, because a lot of her staff, they sexually assault the inmates, right? Like you have real problems. Make Fulton County great again, okay? Make Fulton County better. But no, you want to take money from Fulton County people to go after Donald Trump. And Donald Trump doesn't even pay for his legal fees. All he has to do is put a t-shirt up on Twitter and his crazy fans give him all kinds of money. Your money comes from tax people. His money comes from private donors. So I'm like, think about this. Think about this, right? Like, think for a second, right? And now you wasted all this money and you have zero results. When you could have taken the money, gone, I guess, a less glamorous route, and you could have cleaned up these prisons because it's so disgusting, you guys. It is disgusting. And the majority of inmates, the majority of people who are being detained in Fulton County Jail, from the women's side, the male side, are Black people. But these are the same Black people, the Black elites who tell you, oh, they care about Black people, they're going to fight racism. But you see, the majority of Black elites, if people are really being honest in America, the majority of Black elites do not like Black people themselves. They don't care about Black people. They use Black people to get elected, but they themselves identify as white on the low. But that's a conversation for another day. I was like, y'all crazy. Y'all really crazy. And then the stuff they did in New York City, I'm like, you see, y'all did all this in New York City only for the Supreme Court to say, oh, well, you know, you can't prosecute this man. He has immunity, right? And even for the Democrat, all jokes aside, for the Democrats to think that there is some way possible where in America, a former president can be convicted and locked up is insane. That shit was never going to fly in the first place. Number one, when you are a U.S. president, a former U.S. president, you are guaranteed Secret Service for the rest of your life. So let's say y'all want to lock Trump up. You want to send Trump to prison. You're going to send, what's it called? What people called? You're going to send the security people with him to the prison? It is not possible. It is not possible. And I'm like, you really think on the world stage, all jokes aside, from the Democrats to the Republicans, anybody is going to be, I'm like, if he goes to prison, let's say he has to go to a maximum security prison, you're going to send Secret Service in there. Let's say he has to be there for 10 years. So he's going to be in a maximum security prison with Secret Service at his beck and call. Like, how? Explain that to me. It does not work. You cannot make this happen. Number two, you really think a country as big as America is going to allow a former president to go to prison in front of the world to see? It is never going to happen. Stop with the clown shit and stop wasting taxpayer money on these goofy ass trials. It is not going to happen. Number three, the majority of U.S. presidents are corrupt. You start locking Trump up, all of them are going to start getting locked up. You think Bill Clinton is clean? You think Obama is clean? Okay? And any president that is to come. Like, seriously? You don't want to open that door. So from Democrats to Republicans, even they themselves do not want to open that door. They can sit here and blame it on the Supreme Court all they want. But honestly, nobody who's a politician wants to go to prison. No former president wants to be called before any type of trial, any type of jury, and be convicted of a crime. It is never going to happen. You will never see any American president. You will never see any former American president in prison. It will never, ever happen. It's not going to happen. The most they can do is like destroy his name and like mess him up in the media and things like that, right? But they're not about to put no U.S. president in prison. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? America is one of the most powerful countries in the world. Like you really think this is not Congo, okay? This is not Cameroon. This is not Botswana, okay? You truly think you're going to live in an age and see a white American president behind bars? What do you think this is? Oh, please. Like, please stop. Please stop. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of money. Exactly. It will never happen because all of them are dirty. This, like being a president in any country, in any nation, right? When you're a president, you have to make some tough choices. And sometimes these choices is giving crime against humanity. Okay? A lot of the choices that a lot of presidents have to make, not just in America, it really is like, you're like, this is crime against humanity. This is your foot. Okay? Like, seriously, this is a dangerous precedent to set. Because at this point, retroactively, we can just start calling people up to be arrested. If next time a Republican is president, he can weaponize the DOJ and have Obama arrested for what he did in Libya. Okay? It's not happening. It will never happen. You think they would, George W. Bush Jr.? He could also be brought up for crimes in Iraq. He killed 1 million Iraqis. Like, be so for real. Like, be so for real. So I'm like, what the heck? He paid a prostitute and he didn't put it properly in his what's it called, in his books, like his account books. Oh, whoop de whoop whoop. Okay, whoop de whoop whoop. Trump is an adult. That lady was an adult. She chose to get smashed. The man paid her money. He didn't itemize it correctly. Oh my Lord. Okay, George W. Bush had 1 million people killed in Iraq. He had 1 million people killed in Iraq. Not a single charge was brought against George W. Bush. Okay, the carnage that Obama did in Libya, in Benghazi, with Hillary Clinton. We want to talk about those things? Like, go sit down somewhere. Go sit down somewhere. I'm like, let's be so for real. How exactly did Monica Lewinsky afford a life of luxury in England? Let's talk about that part. Let's talk about that part. All these presidents are dirty. Okay, you start locking one up, you're gonna have to lock all of them up. Nobody wants to start that precedent. So it was never going to go anywhere. It was just a whole media circus to get people not to like Trump, right? But honestly, was Trump ever going to see a day in jail? Absolutely the F not. He is not. He was not. He was never. Okay? Because between what Trump did and what Bill Clinton and his wife did with Monica Lewinsky, somebody please tell me what's the difference. What is the difference? Right? It's just that, and one thing I have learned from this whole Trump thing, right, is that when people don't like you, they will criminalize your actions. When they like you, they overlook your actions. Because we all know that Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton paid a whole lot of money for Monica to shut the hell up. They paid millions of dollars for Monica to relocate to London. She lives in like Chelsea or Knightsbridge, like some very expensive ass neighborhood. This girl was nothing but an aide at the White House. How does she afford a multi-million-dollar lifestyle in England? She lives in Chelsea. Like, she lives like these very expensive townhouses in London. Knightsbridge, if it's not Knightsbridge, it's Chelsea, right? Have you heard from her? Okay, so how exactly does she afford this life? It was Bill and his wife. And how was it funded? Because when they get out the White House, they're completely broke. So they start off the Clinton Global Foundation. The Clinton Global Foundation is nothing more than money laundering. Okay, it is their personal piggy bank to go out here and just deal and clean up their nasty ass mess. Okay, we are not stupid. We are not stupid. So between Stormy Daniels and Monica Lewinsky, what's the difference? What is the difference? Right? But because you like Bill Clinton, you don't criminalize what he did. But you don't like Trump, so now you make a 34 count felony. Go sit down somewhere. The majority of these people, the majority of politicians, they're all dirty ass people. No, I don't fall for that. Because I'm like, there's no difference. For me, I'm like, between Monica Lewinsky and how this woman ends up in England living a life of luxury when she had no money. She was nothing but an aide at the White House. Okay, she relocated. She kept her mouth shut. She don't do no interviews. She's somewhere out there like she never existed. It's giving an episode of Scandal, right? Who paid for this? Who paid for this? And when the Clintons paid for this, did they ever mark it in their taxes? Does the IRS know about it? No. Y'all choose to overlook what you want to overlook based on who it is. If you like the person, you overlook their transgression. When you don't like someone and they do the same thing as your loved one, you're like, oh, but this is a problem. This is a problem. No, all y'all bunch of sinners. Go sit down somewhere. So for me, the way I see it, honestly, I really don't see how the Democrats can win this election unless they do what they do best. Okay? Is what it is, right? I don't see how. No, I'm like, they do the same thing. They all do the same thing. You cannot be a politician. What politician you know is clean? I'm so confused, right? But I find it really hard. I really do find it very hard that people want to act as if Joe Biden, who's been in politics, oh, hey, Val, I find it very hard that people want to act so fugazi like, oh, Joe Biden has been doing politics for 50 years. 50 years of documented politics, right? From the Senate to the White House, right? 50 years. But you want me to believe that he never lied? You want me to believe that he never broke any rules? He never broke any laws? He never had classified documents at his house, in his garage, maybe, right? No, for 50 years of politics, he's so clean. He is so pristine. He has no marks, really, really. But the one with the most corrupt one is Trump. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. This man was able to secure 50 years of power. Even right now, they're asking Joe Biden, for the sake of democracy, since democracy is on the line, right? For the sake of the party, step down. Let somebody else do it. He don't want to do it. He don't want to do it. But yet, somehow, Trump is the one that is so obsessed with power. Why don't he let it go? 50 years of power? And he never committed a single crime? Right? 50 years in Senate on special committees, all that money sent to Ukraine, and his son being on the board of the gas company in Ukraine when he's never been to Ukraine, he's never been to a single meeting, right? That's not a crime. He never committed no crime. 50 years in politics, 50 years in Washington. And we're really supposed to sit here and believe that, oh no, Joe Biden has no crime whatsoever. Everything is Trump. Everything is Trump. You see, you cannot win with this level of dishonesty. Because what do you take people for? Bunch of idiots? You really think people are that idiotic? It makes no sense. It truly makes no sense, right? And I'm like, child. Anyways, that's my thing, right? So I was like, no, I personally do not see how Biden can win unless they cheat. Because I even looked at the numbers. I don't know if you guys ever did, but I looked at the numbers too. I looked at the numbers, and I can see why. All jokes aside, because I don't understand why Trump keeps saying they cheated, right? And I understand why he might feel that way. Because when I looked at the numbers between, especially in the popular vote, right? In California especially, I think there was some cheating going on in California. Because when you look at the numbers, if I can find them, but hold on. I should have saved it, huh? Forgot where I saw this document. But they do show you the numbers. Like if you look at the map of the numbers, what year is this one? 2020, right? Okay. If you look at the numbers, if you look at the numbers with California's, for example, right? Okay, maybe I could share this tab, right? Boop, 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 boop. Let me show you something. Okay, so you see how it says, like, for California, Biden had 11 million votes, right? And Trump had 6 million votes. Now, that's during COVID. Mind you, this is during COVID, right? Let's do, what do they call it here? Presidential what? (2016). Let me see if I can show y'all what I mean. Because it's like you see like the Can you click on California and see what happened? Hold on, you guys. Hold on. I want to do the whole California, though. I should have saved this thing. Okay, let me see. I think this is it. Okay, hold on. All right. Y'all gonna have to try to memorize these numbers, okay? So this was, I need to close this out. No, I'm not. I'm really not, because I looked at the numbers. I was like, why does he keep saying this stuff, right? So look at these numbers, right? So I feel like, so this is 2016 California. So 8.7 for Hillary and then 4.4 for Donald, right? That's how it went. So that's before COVID. That's before COVID, right? So it's like, okay, cool, whatever. Then you look at these numbers. You look at numbers post COVID, or like we're still in lockdown, right? We are still in lockdown. And I'm like, how is it that, but prior to lockdown, they had 8 million people coming out to, so altogether it's like what, almost like 13 million people voted, right? So 8.7, 4.5, yeah. So it's like 13 million people voted in California, right? You understand me, right? But that's before the pandemic. Like, the world knows nothing about the pandemic, right? Look at the numbers. Look at these numbers. Now, you're talking in the middle of the pandemic in 2020. We were going through the pandemic in 2020. So somehow 17 million people voted. How did they vote? I'm not trying to be funny, but like, think about this, right? Because you would think, because of COVID, the restrictions, the 6 feet apart, social distancing and things like that, right? You would think that you would have a lower turnout for the elections in California, especially in 2020. But instead, in the middle of quarantine, in the middle of a global pandemic, in the middle of 6 feet distancing and social distancing, you have almost like 17 million people who came out to vote, and 11 million people voted for Biden. Yeah, right. To me, these numbers look hella suspicious. They look very, very suspicious. That's my personal belief. They look very suspicious. How this jumped to 3 million right here, it is a very bizarre. It is so bizarre. These numbers are very bizarre. They are very bizarre. So I can see why he could feel like them people cheated a little bit, because that is a crazy spike. It is a crazy turnout in the middle of, maybe you could say that. Maybe you could say that, right? But then I was listening to Patrick Bet-David, because I'm outside. I am really outside. And it surprised me that in many states in America, you can vote without having an ID. Okay? Let me show you. I didn't even know this. To vote in a federal election, okay, without ID. I did not know this. Okay, so this is what we have here in the States. I didn't even know if this was real. But okay, so we have 16 states that do not require voters to present identification in order to vote. Like, what? I thought it was, I didn't know it was a thing, right? I did not know it was a thing. I felt like in America, anybody who wanted to vote, when you went to vote, you had to bring your ID, right? No, you don't. No, you don't. There are many states where you can go and you can vote and you don't have to bring ID. So they say 16 states, right? So I guess it'd be like, what, 4, 8, 12, 13. Okay. Hold on. Why is it doing this? Okay, can y'all see this? Let me make it bigger for y'all. I didn't know this. Okay, do y'all see this? So as of April 2024, 35 states, so we have 50 states, right? 35 states require voters to present identification in order to vote at the polls on election day. But what type of identification though? Okay, of these states, 24 require voters to present identification containing a photograph. Only 24. You got to have one that has a picture. 11 accepted other forms of identification. So how do you know that that's the person voting? Okay, the remaining 16 states did not require voters to present identification in order to vote at the polls on election day. I didn't even know this, because I thought it was like, I thought it was a thing because I'm like, most countries you cannot vote without having a picture ID. And I mean, like your driver's license, but you need to have a state ID with your picture, right? You know what I'm trying to say? So they're like valid forms of identification differ by states. Look at that. In certain states that require voters to provide identification, there may be exceptions that allow some voters to cast a ballot without providing an ID. You guys, is this a joke? Right? Okay. And then when people say that Democrats are allowing all these illegal immigrants to come here to go vote, oh no, you're crazy. Oh, you're making this up. No, no. People are actually onto something. Okay. There are many states here. You can go vote for a president without having an ID. Just show up. They'll let you cast a vote. That is crazy to me. That is crazy to me. Okay. Hold on. Look at this crap. Okay. To see more about these exceptions, see details by state. Commonly accepted forms of ID includes driver's license, state-issued identification card, or your military ID. Okay? Oh, my goodness. So you see, look at California. Look at California. That's why I'm like, I can see why he feels like people cheated. So California is a state that does not require ID. That's what I'm saying. Like you like sometimes people think this man is crazy, but one thing I've learned when a Gemini says something, you might want to go check it out because they usually onto something, right? But I'm like, California is a state that does not require ID, and I don't even know how many electoral votes California has. Let me see. You see, California has 55. Okay, California has 55 electoral votes. This is not a joke, you guys. And you see, and this is why, for the most part, if you ever notice carefully, they never really want Black people to talk about politics. Oh, politics is divisive. There's nothing divisive out here. Okay, the truth is the truth. Okay, how can the truth divide people? Grow up. Okay, grow the hell up. Okay, but if you notice, they never want everyday people discussing politics because they don't want people to be politically savvy. So they want you to relegate the conversation about politics to people who went to law school, people who are senators. No, everybody who's a citizen should have a decent understanding of the political system and how our elections are ran, especially on a big day like November 4th, right? But when a state like California has 55 electoral votes, because how many electoral votes do you have in total? Hold on. How many electoral votes in total? Because I don't remember. But how many do you need to win, though? Hold on. Yeah. Okay. So let's listen to this, right? So 270. Okay, cool. Oh, well, Don told you. Look at that. Thank you, boo. Okay, so to become president, you got to have 270 electoral votes. California has 55, homie. California got 55. Right? And at the same time, California is a state that does not require ID to vote. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, you start thinking about it. It's like, is the man really that crazy? Like, you can't hate the man so much that you are oblivious to the realities out here, right? Electoral fraud is real, and it's a real concern. So California has no ID requirements. You don't have to bring a military ID. You don't have to bring a driver license ID. You don't even have to bring a state-issued ID. You could just show up on election day and start voting, which is why I told y'all to go from like 12 million people to all of a sudden in 2020 during COVID, you have 17 million people. Where did these 5 extra million people come from? Right? But you see, that's the thing about the media. They like, oh my gosh, this media machine is so good at keeping your eye focused on one thing. Trump so bad, Trump so evil, Trump so demonic, Trump so racist, right? That you fail to look at other things too. Because it's all optical illusion, okay? Nothing more than distraction. But I was like, why does Trump keep saying these people cheated? 'Cause at first I also thought he was a little bit crazy. You know, he's a Gemini, so I thought he was a little crazy. But I was like, Marlene, what if this man is onto something? So I went to look at the numbers. I had a better graph than this, but this is what I can find. And I was like, it's so crazy how the participation, the voter participation in 2020 is so much greater than the one in 2016. Meanwhile, in 2020, you have the quarantine, social distancing, you have the COVID, okay? And that many people came out. There's an extra 5 million. There's an extra 5 million. There's an extra 6 million voter. It's suspicious, right? So I was like, okay, sure. I think he might be onto something. Then I was watching this one podcast with Patrick Bet-David, and he was talking with Andrew Cuomo, that bitch ass. He was talking to Andrew Cuomo about how voting works in America and how many states do not require ID. And I was flabbergasted because for me, I felt as though in order to vote at any polling station across the country, no matter the state, no matter the county, you had to have ID. No, you don't. No, you don't. Uh-oh. Daddy said you're not happy. Yeah, you're upset. There's voter fraud. Yes, boo-boo. Well, of course. No, of course. Nobody wants voter fraud. You see, even the baby's not happy about that. You know what I'm saying? But I was like, that's a crazy jump. That's a crazy jump. That's a crazy jump. Right? But as long as you can make people think that Biden, Trump is crazy. Hold on, you guys. Hold on, my bad. I have a little baby, y'all. Sorry. As long as you can make people feel that, Trump is crazy, Trump is lying, Trump is trying to steal the election, right? Nobody's going to go in there and actually check. But I'm like, this is really crazy. Who else does not require ID? Nevada also does not require ID. Let me show y'all this. Hold on. Oh, baby. What you doing? He's eating in his sleep, so it's a little challenging, right? Let's go right here, right? Okay. So Washington State does not require an ID. Oregon does not require ID. Nevada, no ID. California, no ID. New Mexico, no ID. Minnesota, no ID. And Minnesota is that girl, Ilhan Omar, she's from Minnesota, right? Minnesota is full of Somalians. There's a huge Somalian population in Minnesota. Oh, okay. So no ID there too, huh? Okay. Illinois. Oh, Chicago. Oh, you guys, these things are starting to make sense now. No, man, you're going to have to keep this thing in your mouth, okay? Mommy has to work. Okay. Chicago, you see, this is not, he is. That's what he does. This is not a coincidence, you guys. You see where all these illegals are going? It is not a coincidence. So Illinois, Chicago, we have the whole illegal immigrant crisis in Chicago. There is no ID requirements. Pennsylvania has no ID. That's your boy's home state, Biden. Okay, Pennsylvania has no ID requirement. But all first-time voters required to show ID. Then after that, you don't have to show ID. Okay. New York has no ID requirements. Let me see. Alabama, you guys are here somewhere. Alabama, you got to bring a photo ID. But you see, where do we usually have the migrant crisis? We have a migrant crisis in Illinois, Chicago. You ain't got to bring, you ain't got to have no ID. New York, no ID. Vermont, no ID required. First-time voters who register by mail required to show ID. Okay. Massachusetts, no ID required. First-time voter in federal election required to show ID. Okay. Maine, no ID requirement. New Jersey, also no ID. In Virginia, you don't have to have a photo ID. But if you don't have a photo ID, then what the heck is going on here? Virginia, you ain't got to have no photo ID? Okay, so hold on, you guys. Let's keep a tally, you guys. Okay, let's do this, you guys. Let's see. Let's do this, you guys. I need y'all to type this for me. We're going to add it up. So you need 270 electoral votes to win, right? We need to add this up. because this is scandalous. Okay, so Cali has what, 55? Cali has 55, right? Okay, let's see how many. Nevada, Oregon, Washington. Okay. Oh, baby, hold on. Let me gotta type this up. Okay, good job. Okay, Nevada has how many? Oh, here you go. We have them all here. Okay. Let's look at this. What are you doing? How can you might want to open your eyes and see what you're doing? No, you don't think so? Okay. So New York has 28. New Jersey has 14. So how much is that already? 42? Oh, crap. Y'all, forgive me. I gotta take care of this little baby. Okay, so write this down, y'all. New York has 28. New Jersey has 14. So that gives us how many? Don't tell you, can you write this so we can know? Hold on. So that's 55. California has 55. New York has 28. New Jersey has 14, right? Nevada has 6. Okay. So that's 20, 28. We're 48. 48 plus 55. We already have 100. Montana has 4. Minnesota has 10. Child, this baby. So we have 55, 28, 14, 6, 10, right? Is New Hampshire in there? I don't know. New Hampshire, Vermont, and Maine. Okay. Vermont has 3. Maine has how many? Where's Maine? Maine has 4. Don't hold. Can you do the math for me, child? This little baby won't let me be great. Okay. Maine has 4. Maine has 4. Well, how many is that so far? 20, 30, 85, 89, 109, 117. Okay. Yo, I've been turned into a human pacifier, electoral college map. Okay. All right. Are we seeing this? Okay. I can pull up a simulator. So what do? I just select the states or whatever? Hold on. What happened? What? Hold on. Reset the map. Okay. How does map work? It will take 270 electoral votes to win. Click on the interactive map to create your own 224 election forecast. So what do I do? I go like this, 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 this. New Mexico, Illinois, Minnesota, Pennsylvania, New York. I'm not seeing how it's working. Hold on. I'm like getting lost. I'm going to do the math on this later. Because Washington, Oregon, did I pick Washington? Hold on. I did. I picked this. I picked this. Minnesota, right? I picked Minnesota too, right? Pick Illinois. I put Virginia in there. I put Maine. I will get this done. But yes, click on the states. Hold on. Oh my gosh. Reset. But why does it look like this though? I'm so confused. So like right now, are they telling us that, okay, hold on, because it says Democrats 226, Republicans 251. Is that currently as it stands? They're telling us like where the electoral colleges are, the votes are. Republicans already have 251. Like this number here, what does that mean? Like that's for right now, like as of today in real time, Republicans have 251 electoral college votes. Is that what they're saying? Is that what it is? But I'm like, it's really crazy how, so these three states right here, no ID. New Mexico, no ID. Nevada, no ID. Minnesota, no ID. Illinois, no ID. Pennsylvania, New York, right? No ID. New Jersey, no ID. Maine also has no ID. Massachusetts also has no ID. Virginia, you don't need a picture ID. But I'm like, if somebody shows up with a non-picture, how do you know that's the person? Like, that is just so crazy to me. Like, look at this. California, no ID required. According to the Office of the California Secretary of State, in most cases, California voters are not required to show identification at their polling place. A voter may be asked to provide identification at the polls if it's his or her first time voting. This requirement applies if the individual registered by mail without providing a driver's license number or a state ID number or the last 4 digits of a social security number. Acceptable forms include driver's license, utility bill. But utility bill, does that have your picture on there? Or any documents sent by a government agency? Utility bills are not sent by a government agency. Like, what is going on? You know, but I'm like, I don't think like a lot of people don't know this. I didn't know this. You know, I did not know this. I really thought that to vote, like you had to have a driver's license, like plus, I guess, like a U.S. passport or something to prove that you're a U.S. citizen, that you can vote. But that's the link for you guys if y'all want to look it up later. This is crazy. Little baby. How are we supposed to do the show? Oh my goodness. You cannot eat while you sleep. Are you okay? Okay, we're gonna move on to the next topic because we can't do this. You're too much. You are really, really too much. Okay, y'all. Let's move on to the next topic. Let's talk about this lady right here. Hold on.
Always been like this?
Yeah. Well, I didn't grow up in the church. When I was about 12, I started going to a youth group.
I don't think I haven't heard you speak, but you seem you're a very spiritual person.
Yeah.
When did this come about? Have you always been like this?
Yeah. Well, I didn't grow up in the church. When I was about 12, I started going to a youth group that my acting coach, shout out to Carnetta Jones, was my acting coach from age 11 to 26. And she was a youth group leader.
Okay.
And it was called God's Gang, which is now the name of my production company. And I had some friends, there were 2 girls in school especially who looked out for me when people would try to bully me. And those 2 girls and one of their older sister and a 5-year-old girl they were babysitting and another friend of theirs left a youth group that night and got into a car accident. And their friend passed away. The little girl who's about to turn 6 passed away. One of the girl's older sister, she passed away too, that's right. And then the girl whose younger sister it was that used to look out for me, she got severe brain damage. And the other girl who used to look out for me had to get reconstructive surgery and all this stuff. But we went to this, I forget what it's called, but you kind of like go out into the, woods and you camp and stuff and you pray, blah, blah. Right. And I remember that night, her like calling out to God and crying and saying, why? And then she got saved that night. And so I was just like, well, how do you go to God instead of away from God when something like that happens.
Right.
And it just made me curious. And because I had so much respect for her and because she had looked out for me the way that she had, shout out to Alicia, wherever you are in the world, love you. It kind of put me on my path. Her example did. And so after that, I became a Christian, and then I was like a Bible stomper and like super religious and very judgmental. I remember when my sister lost her virginity. I was 14, she was 16. I went to her, I was like, I just don't want you to go to hell. Like I was that kid. None of my friends told me when they lost their virginity. Everyone was like, don't tell Megan, you know. Of course, I was the last to lose my virginity at 19, and then at that time, I kind of, there's all these phases of getting to know God and maturing. My prayer used to be like, please let me look like one of the lead seekers from In Vogue. He actually answered that prayer. Shout out to In Vogue. But then, as you get older, your prayers mature, your relationship with God matures. You start to get perspective and learn. And so mine has always been a journey, and in these last 2 years has been especially a journey, but it's such an incredible journey that, the place that I'm in now, where I just have such a freedom in God and just such a trust that God knows my heart and knows who I am even better than I do. And so, yes, it's been a really beautiful place, a really beautiful journey.
Is the last 2 years where your faith has been tested the most?
For sure. Not this past year. This past year, I'm like, Lord, I know you're going to do what you do, and I trust you.
Mm-hmm.
And making sure that I was there to give that to Jonathan. Mm-hmm. That's what I felt that I was there to do. Yeah. My faith has never wavered in that, in that instance. But going through the divorce, that shook me to my core. I was just like, but Lord, you asked me to be celibate. I was. You told me who to marry. I married that person. I try to do everything to the best of my ability, and no, I didn't do everything perfect, but I don't know that I could have done anything different, if I'm being honest. And so I was just like, why is this happening? My greatest fear was for my husband to leave me after 10 years of marriage, the way that my dad and my mom separated. And that's exactly what happened. And it was just like, I don't understand this. And so it was a lot of prayer, a lot of evaluation, a lot of learning about myself even. It was a lot of realizing the place that we both were in. It was a lot of just like rediscovering God and realizing that sometimes the way that
trying to manage the baby and then do this, right? But this clip where she would say, like, God, you told me to marry and I did. You told me to be celibate. I mean, I guess the celibacy, I guess God tell you that part. But when she said God told her to marry, God specifically told you to marry Devon Franklin? I don't know about that part. Why didn't she have children? Maybe she cannot have children. Maybe she can't. Right? But I was watching and I was like, I don't think God told you specifically to marry Devon Franklin, because then why are you guys divorced? That makes no sense. Right? Like, no. I don't think so. Hold on.
We see or understand things. It's not that it's not true. It's just you do come into different seasons. And I had to accept that if this isn't something I've chosen, but it's something that God has allowed, then God has allowed it for a good reason. And I think that we both have grown from it tremendously. I think that now, I think that at the time I was so mad at Devon, but now I think what he did was very brave. And I think that it was a very scary thing to know that the church and all the people, everyone was going to be like, but this is not what a man of God or a woman of God does,
Yeah, I have to mute myself because when he eats, he makes these little noises. It's a lot, right? But I'm like, this makes no sense because the Bible is very clear. The sores, the blessings of the Lord, they're not followed by sorrow. God cannot tell you to marry somebody and then y'all go get divorced. That makes no sense, right? So I'm like, I don't think it was God. You did, Megan. Your second. Let's assume she's telling the truth, right? I can't say she's lying. But let's truly say that she first went to God when she had that experience with her friends, right? That's probably her first coming to God. Then maybe like her third coming back to God is like when she meets Devon, right? But it's like, I do feel like him being your lover and being your pastor at the same time, it created a lot of confusion. And this is why I tell you guys, I will never do Bible study with my husband. Like I tell you guys all the time, because I do think it's problematic when your husband is also your spiritual leader, right? I think it's problematic when your husband is the one who leads you to Christ, because why is he leading you to Christ? Is he leading you to Christ because he really wants you to be saved? Or he knows that you're secular, but then he can't help he loves the fact that you're secular, but then he wants to rebrand you as a Christian woman, knowing damn well that you're secular, right? For his own personal need, for his own personal interest. That's crazy to me. And if you guys remember, we watched the podcast, Dear Future Wifey, right? The Dear Future Wifey, that's exactly what that guy did. He meets this lady. Oh gosh, hold on, y'all. Me and my one hand. I only have one hand to work with. Hold on. Right? Because I sent a few people the video today. Okay. Y'all remember this couple right here, right? Remember these people right here? Right? Love at first sight, my black ass. Okay.
So what is ClickUp? ClickUp is an all-in-one productivity software where you can manage everything and anything related to your work.
If he gonna be like that, then I'm gonna be like that.
Right.
And preaches.
Said, what did I tell you?
Yeah.
And then how long were y'all working together before she said, you got go and fire me because this ain't working?
It wasn't long.
No.
It wasn't long.
Okay, sure. I don't feel like playing this today. Okay. But if you guys remember, we watched this stuff, right? So this guy right here, Jonathan, he's the son of a bishop, right? I guess now he has a church, whatever. I don't know what he's up to, but quote unquote, he's a man of God, right? He went to a Diddy party. No Diddy, but he went to a Diddy party. His wife was like a champagne bottle girl at the Diddy party, right? And he said as soon as he saw her, he was like, oh, that's my wife. That's my wife. I'm like, how do you know that's your wife? And my thing is, when you look at this woman from afar, especially this day and age, how you know she's not a trans woman? Like, I mean, this is crazy. But anyways, right? And then he gets her involved with the Bible. He gets her involved with Bible study. He's the one who baptized her. All kinds of weird stuff, right? Because he needed to transform her so that she would be suitable enough for his dad, for the church, and for the deacon board, right? So she's goofy. She goes along with it, right? She marries this idiot. She becomes a Christian because of this man, right? But then one day she gets pregnant. She has the baby. As she's having the baby, he looks at her and then he says to her, I don't want to be with you anymore. I don't care how good you look. I don't want us to be together. I'm like, what the heck? What is wrong with this man? Right? And this is why, hold on, you guys, hold on. And this is why I do not believe that your husband should be your pastor, that your husband should be your spiritual leader, that your husband should be the one who brings you to Christ. Because do you even know why you're following Christ? Are you trying to make this man happy? So now you're becoming a Christian? Or are you really following Christ because you really want to follow Christ because it's good to follow Christ? You understand? And that's the way I feel when it comes to Meagan Good and Devon Franklin, is that you came to Christ because you wanted to please this man. You didn't come to Christ for yourself. You know, let me go back to, where are they?
Something, and I'm like, what? You know, but I think that in order to grow to the place that we've grown, I think we absolutely were supposed to be married for that amount of time. And I think we got the best and the benefit out of it. And I think he taught me a lot and I taught him a lot, and we took a lot, we gave a lot, but we're still friends.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, as he said, the love is, you know, transitioned into something else, but it's still love.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't regret anything. And I'm super thankful for the time that we were married, and I'm super thankful for what I learned. And I think that I love now in a different capacity, because when your absolute worst fear happens, now there's nothing to be afraid of anymore.
In that situation, you like, I prayed for this. I was everything, God, everything you asked me to do, I did.
Yeah.
Did you feel at that moment that?
And once again, I'm like, did God really ask her? Because if we're being honest, right, she wasn't praying. She met Devon Franklin on the set of a movie. And I think he was the director and producer of the movie, right? So one could also argue, did he intentionally cast this woman because for the longest he had a crush on her? Right? Because I really think when it comes to Meagan Good and Devon Franklin, y'all, sorry, my video's not going to be that good today because I'm a little bit distracted. But try to hang with me, okay? Have mercy on my soul, right? But when it comes to Devon Franklin and the way he went about it with Meagan Good, I think he targeted her, right? I really think she's a victim of a love scam. I think he love scammed her. I think Devon Franklin is a narcissist, okay? I think he's a predator. I think he's a narcissist. I think he's a man who hides behind the Bible to go after women he can't afford. Y'all hang with me. You'll get what I'm trying to say, right? So he cast her in the movie, but I remember there was one time he talked about it and he was like, yeah, she was always like his forever crush, right? But we all know Not trying to be messy, not trying to be mean, but I'm like, we all know that Megan had a type. It's the rappers, it's the ballers, it's the shot callers. It definitely was not a pastor, right? Of all the men we've always known her to be with, it never gave pastor. Okay, it always gave rappers, especially rappers, right? She likes to be with celebrities. She likes to be with men that have money, that have fame, that have their name out there, etc., etc., etc. Right? That's what she was. You know what I mean? Megan Good has a reputation, right? And so I do feel like this dude, this pastor dude, right? He knows, like under normal circumstances, he cannot compete. He cannot compete. It's the same thing with the other guy. The other guy you just saw, Jonathan. Because when he goes to the Diddy party, he clearly said, oh, I waited for her outside the VIP. I said, why are you waiting for her outside the VIP? Why don't you go to the VIP section? Because he ain't got VIP money, right? He don't have VIP money. And one thing I have noticed with a lot of these guys too is that when they don't have the financial status, they don't have the political status, they don't have the community status, they don't have any prestige or status about themselves, right? They hit you with the Bible, right? They hit you with the Bible. They hit you with the, he's funny. He has a great personality, right? Because he cannot compete. He cannot compete. Hold on, baby. Let me do my show, okay? Mommy needs her money. I need my money, okay? He hit you with the Jesus talk. Let's do Bible study, right? The personality crap, because he cannot compete. So she gets casted by this man, which I think was intentionally. Okay, he cast her in his cheap ass, low budget ass movie. I have not even seen a movie yet. Okay, because she's into that kind of stuff. If you guys remember too, my hands are busy, but if y'all remember our podcast, like the one podcast we did, like we watched that one podcast from South Africa with the girl who also ended up dating a narcissist, and he had her mother killed. You remember he had the mother chopped up into pieces. Okay. But the man, he was looking at her because she was a beauty queen. She liked all this beauty queen, beauty pageant stuff. Then she had a hair company. So when he hit her up on Facebook, he said, oh, I want to be an investor in your business. We're going to fly out to China so we can meet your suppliers, right? So I think a lot of men, when they know that they're not really your type, like financially, he's not your type, because it's true. Because for most women, the type for most women, it's not really how a man looks or, oh, he's tall, he got muscle. Listen, the type is, does he have money? Okay. Most women, their type is financial. Okay. Does he have money? Can he give me the lifestyle that I want to have? Right. That's why most women will go for the ballers, the shot callers, the whatever type of baller, because they got the money. Okay. The pastors, they ain't got money. All right. So what this dude does, well, she's an actress, so she's very vain. Megan Good is vain. It's okay. It's okay. Not being mean. I do like her. Right. She's very vain. She wants to be famous. She's in Hollywood. She's looking for the next role that's going to make her career big. She's low-key, high-key. She might be a narcissist her damn self, right? So you target this girl, you book her, you have her on your set, so that way you can have access to her. But because you don't have money, you're going to hit her up with the personality. Do you know about God? Do you know about Jesus? Blah, 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 blah. That's how he got to her. But this dude was not on her radar. Had he not casted her for his little cheap ass movie, she never would have met this heifer, because he's not what she wants. He's not what she's into. Then he finally gets to meet her. And then one thing I have also noticed, let me clear my throat. That must be, I hope you don't mind. Okay. But let me clear my throat though. Another thing I have noticed about these dudes, y'all, before they hit you with how they feel about you and they love you, they try to get close to you and they want to know about your past. They want to know about your last relationship. Ooh, yes, Jesus. They want to know about what didn't work with your last relationship, right? They want to know, oh, what could the man have done better in the last relationship, right? So that way they can mold themselves to present themselves as like an answered prayer from God. No, girl, he studied you. Okay, because when Megan got involved with Devon Franklin, she had gone through a bad breakup. She was still healing from a bad breakup, right? So this man gonna hit her up with the, well, you see, you dated all these rappers, these shot callers, these ballers, right? And look, you always get the same outcome. Because she said, like, yeah, I always dated a certain kind of man, and I always had the certain outcome. So let me try something different. Let me try the pastor man. Let me try the man who prays, who does this, who does that, right? So she thought like maybe she has a problem with picking men. So let's try something different. And if you remember, for the longest time, Devon and Megan told us that they were celibate, that they never had sex, that they did this, they did that, and we believed that. But then slowly but surely, it's like, well, we were celibate, but we slept in the same bed. Oh, we were celibate, but sometime I would spend the night at her house. She would spend the night at my house. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Until eventually they ended up admitting that they did have sex before marriage. So all that celibacy bullshit, it was a lie to sell a book. Okay? It was lie to sell all kinds of books, right? But I'm like, this man, he had a plan to get at that girl. Okay? He had a plan. And he lured this woman into his plan. And that's why you gotta be very careful. You have to be very careful trying to marry a man who's I like a man who prays. I like a man who reads the Bible. Womp, 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 womp. Because a lot of times, a lot of these narcissists, these manipulators, these sociopaths, right? They will hide behind scriptures to present themselves as God answers to the men that you're looking for. Oh, look at him. He's a man after Christ. He believes in Christ. He has all these Bible verses memorized. Yeah, that don't mean nothing. Okay? Because all of that could be fake. I don't know if you want to start a family or not. Okay? I don't know about that part. Okay, but I do find it very suspicious that a man waits because, he divorced her at like 9 years and 363 days. Okay, so he made sure to divorce her right before he made sure to divorce this lady right before it would get to 10 years. Because I feel like after 10 years or like at the 10-year mark or past 10 years in California, he would have had to pay alimony. Okay, and if you guys remember too, he filed for divorce like a day or two before Christmas Eve, right? He filed for divorce a day or two or the day of Christmas Eve. It was something right before Christmas he filed for divorce. If you remember also, she did not know he was filing for divorce. She found out with like the rest of us on Instagram, okay? She found out he had served her divorce on Instagram with the rest of us. So where is the integrity of the pastor man? Okay, just like Jeezy over there. But Jeezy, he's a rapper though, so we don't expect much from him. Okay, we don't expect much from him. But my thing is, you're a pastor man and you want to divorce somebody and you don't even have the decency to let her know to her face that you're about to divorce her. She has to find out on Instagram like the rest of us. It's the same thing Cordell Stewart did to Portia. Portia was upstairs when the news came out that Cordell had filed for divorce because TMZ put it out on Instagram. Portia was upstairs, and Portia also found out, like the rest of us, that Cordell had divorced her ass. Okay? So that's the thing. But my thing is, Summer, whether she wants to stay in the world or not, the lady, Meagan Good, is a secular woman. Okay? She's always been secular. That's who she is. The problem is a lot of these men who grow up in the church, who are of the church, who want to be pastors, right? They never want to marry people of the church, right? They don't want to marry people of the church, just like Jonathan, right? If you know that you're a pastor's kid, if you know that your dad is the bishop, if you know that one day you're going to inherit the church, right? If you know that part of you receiving the stuff from your dad means that you have to marry a Christian woman, why not marry from the flock? Marry people who have your culture. Marry people who have your tradition. Marry people who understand what comes with your position. But no. These dudes do not want to marry the flock. They want to go outside. Get women who are secular. Just like King Solomon, right? Want to go get you a secular wife, and then somehow you're going to bamboozle her with the Bible, baptize her, and try to change her for you. You want a secular woman that you can dress in Christian clothing. No, it's so dishonest. It is so dishonest, right? People have the right to be secular. And you have the right also to love a secular woman. But you can't have both ways. You can't have both worlds, right? Because I'm like, for me, when it came to Devon Franklin, I felt like easily, hold on, you guys, hold on. This man's doing too much, right? I felt like when it came to Devon Franklin, he could have given up on the church. He could have simply been a motivational speaker. Why does he have to be a pastor? If you are in love with Megan and you know she's a secular woman and you know that she likes her sexy outfits with her slits, her cleavage showing, that's who she is. She's always been that person. Hey, Elaine, right? You give up on your ministry. Just become a motivational person. That's it. Why do you want to be a pastor and at the same time be married to a woman who likes the secular lifestyle? Why? Because you're a secular man yourself, but you don't want to give up on the tithes and the offerings because you know it's so easy to make money robbing poor, gullible, desperate Black people, you criminal. Okay? Because make it make sense. Make it make sense. You're a pastor, marry from the flock. You have all these pretty girls, all these single girls at your church. Marry one of them. She's into your lifestyle. She understands your lifestyle. She understands the ministry. She understands the sacrifices. She has no problem being a pastor's wife. But no. You want to go get a wife that you met at a Diddy party. You want to get another wife that likes to date rappers. What is wrong with these dudes? Right? And that's why when they came to this whole Devon Franklin and Megan, me, honestly, I didn't fault Megan because Megan has always been who she is. This is who she is. She is a secular, worldly woman, okay? And you know she's a secular actress. She will do whatever it takes for a role. There's one part, child, I don't know if you guys remember. She has a show with Amazon, right, called Harlem or something like that. And there's a scene in Harlem where she's eating the man's butt. Like her face is all up in the guy's booty. I would show it to y'all, but I don't want to get in trouble, right? But if you look it up, though, you can see the show. The episode is on Amazon, or you can see pictures, or I guess you can see videos on TikTok, right? But there is a scene where Megan Good has the guy's legs up in the air, and her face is right in there in his butt cheeks, okay? So that's what she gonna do. That's who she is. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's who she is. She's consistent. She's very consistent. But no, you want to change her. And then when you realize that you can't keep it up, you can't keep forcing her to be something that she's not, now you want to go file for divorce on this girl. That's not okay. You don't get to play with people like that. It's like she's a human being. You know what I mean? She's a human being. She's a human being. And I'm like, and the thing is, like, when it came to Devon also, you knew damn well the church was never going to accept Megan. You knew the church was not going to accept her. You knew they were going to criticize her and be mean to her. You knew that. And you threw that girl straight in there, right? So you could act like, oh, look at him. He's standing up for his wife. He's supporting his wife. No, he's being manipulative. Because if he loved her and he supported her, he never would have put her in that predicament. You would have walked away from the church and you would have just been a motivational speaker, an author, a producer and a writer, right? You don't have to be a pastor. You don't have to be. You don't even have to be a Christian. Go live your best life. Like, what in the world? Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
As the marriage is starting to dissolve, did you feel like a failure?
No, I don't think so. Because I feel like we had almost 10 successful years of marriage. I feel like I got so much from it that has made me better and has helped me grow. And I feel that he feels the same way. Right. So I don't feel like it was a failure by any means. I just didn't understand it. Because I was like, but this, you say forever, it means forever, right? You know, and that wasn't the case, you know. But I think that part is the part that I struggle with the most because I would have never gotten a divorce under any circumstances. And I don't know if that's always the right thing, you know. And it's not that anything bad was going on, nobody was cheating, nothing like, you know. And I won't get into why we divorced, but I don't.
Because for me, when I saw this, I really felt like she was trying to be very polite. Like maybe he paid her a settlement, so she's not trying to mess up his money. She ain't trying to mess up her money, right? But like she said, you know, if you come to me as a pastor and you tell me that marriage is forever, it's forever. Like, why are you filing for divorce? Which makes a lot of sense. So the dude is not consistent. He is not consistent. Okay? Because you would think if he's the pastor, if he's the real Christian and she's the baby Christian, right? She should have been the one to file for divorce, not him, right? And I'm like, she's like, oh, we had 10 wonderful years. I said, Megan, every year that y'all were married, Devon was releasing a brand new book. It's like he married you to study you so he could have content for his books, right? Because how many books does he have? Hold on. Oh, you guys, me and this baby child. Right? You see? The whole time he's married to her, all he does is write books. All he does is write books. And I'm like, hold on, y'all. They say I lost my thing. Hold on. Stop the share. Let me go back again. Hold on. Share my screen, right? But look at all his books, you guys. Look at all his books. So it's like, if you really think that the whole time he was married to her, he was writing all these books. And I'm like, how do you have time to be married and write all these books? I'm like, it takes a lot of energy to write a book. Unless he has a ghostwriter, I don't know, right? But their entire 10 years of marriage, I'm like, it felt like every year he had a new book, right? Look at this. 2015, 2017, 2019, 2021. Like, this dude was always writing a book. And I'm like, was she like your test subject? Like, were you studying this chick so you could write a book? Because do not be fooled, y'all. I don't trust these dudes. I don't trust not one of them. Okay, I don't trust them. Okay, do not be fooled. A lot of these guys are fully aware of how much Steve Harvey made with his book Think Like a Man. Okay, because remember, Steve Harvey writes the book How to Think Like a Man, right? Remember? And then the book is turned into a movie. Right. So that's how he ends up, like, the majority of his, you know how they say like Steve Harvey's worth like 150 million, whatever. The majority of that money comes from the book, the movie, the book being turned into a movie, the licensing of the book into a movie. Right. The money comes from that. Right. So when you look at people like Devon Franklin or Mike Hill with Cynthia Bailey. OK, because remember, Mike Hill was also working on a book. OK, remember? Oh, Lord, sorry, y'all. Ooh, Bubba, you cannot be doing this like him. You guys, I am so sorry. The baby's going to the bathroom on camera. Oh, my God. Yo, I'm sorry. He's a baby. Please forgive him. Now I gotta go change the diaper. You messing up my show, little man. You guys see, this is why I cannot come outside. Oh, gosh. He has a diaper on. Yo, forgive the nephew. He don't know. He don't know no better. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my God. The baby don't... I'm like, oh my gosh, what is he doing? Come in. I'm sure you feel better though. You feel relieved. Oh no, he's not done yet. Oh Lord, baby, you on camera. Have some decorum about yourself. It's very uncouth. Oh no, not again. Oh no.
I don't know if being married for the sake of just
Societal, because society says you.
Well, because of religion,
Yeah.
you know, I think you really have to have a relationship with God and see how God is moving you. And sometimes it's not going to make sense to anybody else. And that's okay. It's not for it to make sense to anybody else. So you just have to be in tune with
Prior
God's
to
on
you being married
Yeah.
to someone, a minister,
Yeah.
you being being a woman of faith,
Yeah.
belief,
Yeah.
would you have felt this way had you not gone through that? About not necessarily like being married.
Oh no, I think I still would have been like, no, you get married. It says the word. Y'all better work it out. You better figure out. You better do something.
Okay.
And I think if you can, you should.
Right.
But again, I think that sometimes God moves us in ways that it may seem contradictory to other people's perception or how they see or read the word or literally what it says. But I think that's why we have to be very clear on having a relationship with God, not just a religion with God. We have to be very clear on hearing from God. And that's got to be the compass, period, the relationship with God. And not the relationship where you're not really hearing that and you just want to do what you want to do and you want a reason to do it or an excuse to do it, but really knowing if that's what you're hearing God to tell you to do, no matter what anybody thinks or anyone says, you got to move the way God is telling you to. And that's just that.
Outside of your closest friends, your support, do people or did people know that you had such a close relationship with God?
I think people see what they want to see. If you go back to every men's magazine that I was on the cover of and you realize that I never wore a bathing suit, I never wore lingerie, and then you look in those interviews from 1999, 2001, 2004, 2000, you will always see that I always said, I am a Christian. I believe in God. I'm not going to do anything that would disappoint God. God is my compass. I've always talked about God. And I think that sometimes when people go, oh, well, it's the cover of a men's magazine. Well, for me, that's not a conviction of mine. I don't feel that God is concerned with what I'm wearing. And so if that is not my conviction, it says in the Bible, he who has faith have it to himself before God. Happy is he who does not condemn himself in what he proves. Meaning, and then it goes on to talk about if you don't really believe that that's what God approves, then you are sinning. But if you really believe that between you and God, then that's that, period. That's what that is for you. And so that's the tattoo I have on my hand, which even that is like, oh, you shouldn't pierce your butt. Well, for me, it's a reminder to not go too far down the religious rabbit hole,
Right.
and stay in the relationship with God. God, what do you say?
Right.
And so for me, I never had a conviction about that kind of thing. My feeling was like, I want to get these words that I'm saying about God and how much I love God and how God is the head of my life. I want to get this to the people who are going to pick up this magazine, because I'm not going to get to them any other way. And most of the other people in the church, they're not going to get to them at all.
Right.
So if I feel comfortable and I don't feel like I'm doing something wrong, then I'm just going to be authentically me, and I'm going to reach other people that other people don't, just by being who I'm called to be and being authentically that.
Before you take a role, do you always pray on it?
Majority of the time. Sometimes I just feel in my spirit, I'm like, okay, good, I feel good about this. If I'm not sure, then I pray about it. If I've ever felt that God's like, no, that's not what I want you to do, then I just won't do it, period.
Wow.
Even if I want to do it, period, I won't do it.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's easy. It's easy when you have that kind of faith, and you say you've been walking, since you were about 19?
I've been saved since I was 12.
12.
Yeah. Yeah.
Lost your virginity at 19. So you've been on this road. You've been on this road for the better part of 2 decades.
Yeah.
So the highs and the lows, you never question, like, it's God's will, and whatever he decides, whatever his will.
Yeah, I think that I have to accept that, because you can't accept one thing and not accept the other. And so I trust God, and even like, when the divorce happened, I was mad at God. I was like, what the hell? Like, I was so mad, but I was just like.
But you never questioned it.
I didn't question if I was going to be okay. I questioned, well, why do it?
Right.
What was the point? And
Allow us
over
to come
time,
together, and then here we are.
Yeah, and then also I was like, you knew this was my worst fear. Like, why? And then, over the years, and it's almost been like 3 years now. So over the years, I'm always revealed a lot more, and every time I'm revealed a lot more, I'm just really in gratitude and thankful that I married someone that was so wonderful, and that is so wonderful, and that we had that time, and that we grew together, and just all the things. And so I don't believe that anything.
Auf Autodesk Fusion 360 sind wir gekommen, da wir mit unseren bisherigen CAD-Programmen am Ende gestanden sind. Unsere Anforderungen wurden schneller und schneller, die Verknüpfung verschiedener Abteilungen wurden mehr, und damit war Bedarf nach anderer Software.
Web.com's AI tools make website creation easy. Simply tell us some info about your brand, and the AI Builder designs an eye-catching website. Our AI Builder takes the guesswork out of launching a website. Head to Web.com and let our AI tools bring your vision to life.
In vain. That's probably the only moment where I was just like, okay, Lord,
Right.
But now I'm like, okay, Lord, thank you.
You mentioned Tyler Perry. You're in this new movie, Divorce in the New Black.
The Divorce in the Black.
Divorce in the Black.
Yeah.
What? Because Divorce in the Black. So obviously, if I'm having to guess, you were divorced.
Yes.
You're a divorcee.
Oh, yes.
How much, having gone through that, were you able to fall back on and says, okay, and boom, here we go.
All of it. Because even though she's in a very different situation than I was.
Y'all, sorry. I apologize, you guys. I apologize. Sorry, y'all. Child. Oh, this is why I cannot come outside. Oh, these little babies. And the thing with babies, like, they hate having to go to the bathroom. They hate it. They are just too much. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's start over, because she's full. Megan, you are full of it. Hey, Lena, what's up? You guys, you didn't see that part? Hold on. I don't know if you can show it on YouTube, though. Because her show is called Harlem. Yeah, see, they have it blurred out. I don't know if I can show this on YouTube. Okay. Where y'all at? Okay. We're gonna do it really quickly, y'all. Like, but if you see it, I was like, girl, and I think a few days later is when he went and filed for divorce. I can't even lie to y'all. You ready? So look at this. Okay. This was the scene. And like she really had y'all, oh my Lord, right? And that's why when he asked her, like, do you pray before you take a role? She really couldn't answer because she'd be on some BS. But I'm like, Megan, for real though, for real, you are insane. You are seriously insane. For Amazon, it's never that deep. Hold on. What did she say? Hold on.
And I don't feel like I'm cover of, and you realize that I never wore a bathing suit. I never wore lingerie for it to make sense to anybody else. So you just have to be in tune with it. Oh, I don't think so, because I feel like we had almost 10 successful years of marriage. I feel like
so okay. Oh, thank God the baby's gone. Okay, not thank God he's gone that way. He's with his dad. Okay. So, like I was saying, right? Their entire marriage, this man was writing books. He was releasing books after books after books after books. And I remember thinking to myself, like, girl, like, did he marry this woman so he could study her and have access to her fan base and sell books to them, right? Because, like I said, Steve Harvey made a lot of money on how to think like a man, especially when the book goes into movie, right? Right. Number one. Number two, right? Remember, Mike Hill also was trying to write a book. That's why Mike Hill all of a sudden was in love with Cynthia Bailey. Because remember, Mike Hill never got married. He never even proposed to any woman. So he has 2 girls. He has 2 daughters by 2 different women. He never proposed to anybody. He never even got close to proposal, nothing. The majority of his friends are females, right? But all of a sudden, he meets Cynthia Bailey from one of the biggest reality TV shows, right? Real House of Atlanta. And all of a sudden, he's in love with Cynthia Bailey. And now he wants to marry Cynthia Bailey in his 50s. Yeah, right. And if you guys remember, Mike Hill was also working on a book to tell Black women how to find love, right? And it's funny how once Cynthia gets fired from the show, I'm moving too fast. Number 2, when they were planning their wedding, right? He wanted the wedding to be on TV, just like her wedding was with Peter, right? So if you guys remember, Cynthia was trying to work with production because she wanted her wedding to Mike Hill to be featured on the show. But because of COVID, right, the production did not feel comfortable recording it, like too many people, the mask and social distancing, whatever. So they didn't get to have their wedding on TV. But Kenya asked her, like, why does it matter? Right? But Mike Hill wanted to be on TV because it was going to be part of him launching his book. Then part 2, Cynthia gets fired from the show, right? A few months after she gets fired from the show, Mike Hill is on Twitter talking about, oh, I don't know if we're going to make it past a year. And surely enough, they end up getting a divorce, right? But Mike Hill was also working on a book, right? You look at Devon Franklin, like I said, you look at all the books he released, right? Where are the books? Right? Look at all these years. So it's like every year he's married, like every year or every other year, he's releasing a book. And I'm like, writing a book takes so much time. It takes so much energy, takes so much focus. How did you have all this free time in your marriage? So were you just married just to write a book? Was this girl like a test subject for you so you could know the things that these Black girls who are just like her or who look up to her are looking for in a man, or how they quote unquote go wrong in selecting a man, right? And you can have a book for these ladies, because be so for real. Not only can you sell the book, but imagine if any of these books can go into a movie, right? These dudes are all thinking about money. Oh, no, I don't care. You cannot finesse me like that, right? So he was writing books his entire marriage. So I'm like, your entire 10 years of marriage was nothing more than book release after book release after book release after book release after book release. Was he even there for you? Girl, I don't even know. Yeah, she's very gorgeous, but I don't know, you know? But I'm like, girl, like what? No, no.
I feel like I got so much from it that has made me better and has helped me grow.
Wow.
And I feel that he feels the same way.
No, he
so I don't feel like it was a failure by any means. I just didn't understand it because I was like, but this, you say forever, it means forever,
Right.
you know?
And it's the same thing that her and Tia Mowry do that I have a problem with, right? If the whole premise of marriage is to stay married until death do us apart, and you guys decide to divorce, or somebody decides to file for divorce within 10 years, then yes, you failed. Okay, because you went into it with the intent of being married until death do us apart. If you're not making it to death do us apart, whatever reason it might be, then you failed. Why is it that people, especially these women, like, why can't they say, yeah, you know what, my marriage failed? It failed, right? But I'm like, she's trying to be very polite and very clean and very PR friendly, like, oh, it was still success. No, you were only married for 10 years. And the bulk of the marriage, he was spending his time writing books about you. Okay, he was using you as a test subject, right, to position himself as a dating coach and selling books off of your failures with men. Are you like, does your head, like, does it work properly? Exactly. You're not like, nobody marries for 10 years or for 14 years or to graduate. Like, you like be an adult. Or maybe she's not convicted enough of the word failure, right? But you failed. You didn't have a successful marriage. You could tell it was good 10 years, more power to you. But the whole purpose of marriage is not to be married for 10 years. It's to death do us apart, right? Because otherwise, why are you upset at God? If you feel like it didn't fail, then why are you mad at God when he files for divorce? Why do you get mad at God when you're no longer married? It makes no sense. Like, stop being delusional. No, it can be cool, but you cannot say it's a success, right? If you guys say, like, okay, T, if you guys say to yourselves, we're only going to be married for 10 years, and we're going to make sure we have a good, solid 10 years, if that's the premise of your union, of your partnership, and you guys make it to 10 years, then you are successful, right? Because you only went in there for 10 years. But if you listen to her, she said, oh, but I thought we we're going to be here forever. So therefore, she did not get married to do just 10 years, right? Not because she can't do nothing about it, because he's made up his mind about leaving. She can lie to herself and be like, you know what? Well, at least we had a good 10 years. But their union was not based on we're going to be together just for 10 years. If two people say, hey, we're only going to be together for 10 years, we're only getting married to have the best 10 years, then it is what it is at that point. Then, yeah, I could definitely agree. They had a great 10 years. They set out to do what they wanted to do, and they achieved it successfully, right? But if you get married to say until death do us apart, and you don't make it to death do us apart, for whatever reason, oh, I don't like you no more, and you dress sexy, then y'all did not have a successful marriage. And it's okay. It's okay. You could say you had a great 10 years, more power to you, but you didn't have a successful marriage. And it's okay to say that, right? But these girls want to be like these superpower boss chicks. No, it's okay to say you failed. Stop trying to always act like everything you do is a success. And like, no. They're crazy. Girl.
No, and that wasn't the case, but I think that part is the part that I struggle with the most, because I would have never gotten a divorce.
Exactly. So that's my thing. If you felt like, hey, at least we got a great 10-year, why are you struggling? Why are you struggling? Because you expected more out of your marriage. So it was not successful. Because if you felt like you had a successful marriage, you had the best 10 years, you learned so much from Devon learned so much from you, and you guys are now the best of friends, it sounds like a win-win to me. Why are you mad? Why are you struggling? Why are you upset? Why are you dragging God into this? Right? Be happy. Go about your business. But no, because you know that you did not get married to get divorced. And it's okay to say that. Like, I just don't get it. Like, you didn't get married to get divorced. Right? Like, it's crazy to me. You know what I mean? It's like me saying, like, oh, I ran my business and I had great success, but I closed it. So ultimately it wasn't successful like that, right? Like, it's okay. It's okay. Call a thing. It's cool. Like, it's perfectly fine. Let me tell you, I saw a video. Hold on. I saved it for y'all. Where's my phone? Where in the world? Yo, where is the phone? Oh, Jesus. Don't tell me the phone's on the thing. Where is the phone? I saw a video of B. Simone, right? B. Simone is on Instagram. Oh, right here. B. Simone is on Instagram crying about, oh, she broken. She really broken. And she's trying not to be bitter. And I'm like, Simone, shut the hell up. Shut up. Okay, let me see. I saved it for you guys. Hold on. Y'all know I'll be jumping from topic to topic, right? Hold on. Let me show y'all this real quick. Okay, hold on. It's called Nice. Okay, boom. I found it. Okay. So here she is, y'all. Look at this.
God, please don't change my heart. Like, y'all, I'm sitting on this couch, but for real, I'm broken in this season. Like, I can say that safe here on this podcast. And the shit I have told you I've been through. This is probably the hardest season I've ever gone through publicly or in my life. Like, I'm really broken in this season. And for you to say that and notice that in me, I appreciate that so much, because that has been my prayer. I do not want my heart to change. I don't want my optimism to change. I don't want to see the glass half empty. And I'm trying so hard not to be bitter and mad and angry. But I am broken right now. I really, really am. Like, it is hard for me to walk in that door and be like, hey, y'all.
Mhm.
Like,
Can I give you a word? Don't harden your heart.
That's the
This past Sunday, I don't know why that spoke to me so much. I didn't know we were going to be in this moment. But when you hear him speaking to you, move. Don't harden your heart. And it's okay. It's okay to feel broken. You're not broken. It's okay to feel that way.
it.
We appreciate your vulnerability.
I appreciate you saying that, because that is my prayer recently. Like, God, please don't change my heart.
You see? And I'm not even trying to be a mean person. I'm not even trying to be an asshole, but I can't help myself, right? But you see, all of this right here is when you live one life for the public and you live a life privately, right? B. Simone has broken up with her best friend, right? Her and Megan were best friends. They had a show together. They had a podcast together, right? And there's a dissolution of their friendship. There's a dissolution of their business, right? It is hard. It is really, really hard. And it's really painful, I'm sure. Like, Megan, in some shady way, she's a little shady too, right? But Megan, in her own shady way, she has been a bit more vocal about how she feels, how she's hurting, how much she misses B. Simone, whatever. B. Simone, she wants to act like, oh, everything is all good. I'm picking myself up. I got a new podcast. Blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? Trying to keep herself busy instead of acknowledging the fact that you are also hurt. You're missing your best friend. And maybe part of you wants to be like, man, fuck you, Megan. You fucked up the bag. You fucked up the business. Maybe you want to cuss her ass out. And it's okay. You're a human being, right? But you see, a lot of women do not want to call a thing a thing. Instead, they would rather pretend, masquerade their emotion, decorate their emotion, wumpty-wump-wump, when in reality, you probably are really mad at Megan right now. And it could be for valid reason. It could be for foolish reason, right? And I'm sure Megan is mad at you too. But you are both of some fake ass energy. You got Megan out there trying to do a whole Christian podcast, knowing damn well in her heart she hates the fucking shit out of you, right? People like I just don't get how people can be so fake. I really do. I mean, that's just me, right? I don't see myself doing a Christian podcast when I know damn well me and my ex-best friend are not talking. I hate her ass, and if I catch this bitch outside, I might smack the shit out of her, right? Be real. Be a human being. Stop pretending. Stop being fake with yourself. And maybe you should call Megan. Call her. I don't understand. People are so Christian. They are so saved. They're so baptized. But you can't humble yourself and call this girl. Call Megan. Megan, call B. Simone. Y'all need to call each other out. You know what I'm saying? But that's what they do. Instead of resolving this one friendship, right? They leave this friendship festering, bitter, broken, all kinds of crazy shit. Then they try to make another friend and use that friend to forget that they're missing another friend. People enter into new relationships and new friendships to distract themselves, right? From the work that they have to do with the prior friend, right? So it's like now Jackie is the new shiny thing. But what happens when you and Jackie fall out? You gonna do the same thing that you did with B. Simone, right? You understand? And I'm like, this shit to me is so toxic. It is so toxic. So of course you feel how you feel. Of course it's that deep. They were really best friends. This is like a friendship of like over 10 years that you're like, it's like they've known each other for over 10 years. 10 years, right? So I'm like, imagine like the stuff they told each other, the secrets, the whatever, the dreams, aspiration. And on top of that, they had a business together, right? They had a whole podcast. They had payroll. They had staff, right? And it's like, now it's like everything went to shit. And these two are not willing to talk to each other. Instead, I'm going to have my own podcast. I'm going to have my own podcast. I'm going to show her I'm not down. I'm going to show her I ain't going to let her get to me. It's like, what are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? Y'all a bunch of weirdos. You're a bunch of weirdos. And my thing is, it's okay to be upset. It's okay to be mad. Stop being fake. And stop always trying to pretend, like, try to sell this happy exterior to your fans and your followers. Like, be yourself. Like, right now, Megan, I hate your guts. The fuck? Right? It is a normal stage that you have to go through. But understand that it's not all her fault. It's not all your fault. But maybe you should call Megan. Why are you sitting with all these random people? Megan, B. Simone, both of y'all. Why are y'all sitting with random people when y'all need to sit down with each other as grown women and have a very difficult, but hopefully polite conversation as to why your friendship fell apart? Because it's hurting the both of y'all. Like, come on now, like, stop doing this. It's weird. They both shade each other. They always shade each other. Like, even when Megan was on Latarius, the Dear Wifey podcast, and he asked her, do you miss your best friend? She's like, yeah, but he's like, okay, why don't you call her? She's like, oh, I don't miss her like that. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Because every chance you get, you talk about it. Call her. Like, shit, grow the fuck up. You obviously miss the person. Pick up your phone and call the person. But the problem is, people have too much pride. But y'all want to do Bible study. Y'all want to teach people about God. And I've noticed that it's always the people who have the most work to do in the walk with Christ, who always want to have a podcast about Jesus, a seminar about Jesus. They want to coach other people when you still need to work on yourself. You're not in a place where you should be teaching nobody, coaching nobody, because you have not even dealt with your own pride yet, right? But I'm like, you should go talk to her. Because once you overcome, like the Bible even says, like, before you pay your tithes and your offerings, make sure that you are at peace with your brother and your sister. Because if you're not, pick up your offering and just leave the church, right? Before you can try to coach other people and help other people, right? Make sure that you've honestly done the work on yourself. And if you can't be friends with someone for 10 years, 15 years, and you can't see yourself calling that person and talking to the person and trying to resolve it, so at least that y'all can clear the air, you go your way, I go my way. You understand, right? But I'm like, the way these two are moving, it's ridiculous to me. So I see why she's crying, because she misses her friend. You miss her. Call her. Shit. Like, what is this? They need to have a conversation. Like, how y'all, like, why is it so hard for y'all to make amends with people? I don't get that. I really do not get that. They are very prideful like that. They're worse than men, because men will patch that thing up. Like, you know what? My bad. I was tripping, right? Women can never do it. They can never do it. That's why every time they come together to bash these men, right? I'm like, y'all, outside of bashing men, when you no longer have men to bash as a collective, y'all can even stay friends for more than 24 hours. They cannot stay friends for more than 24 hours, because to have a long-term friendship, right, it requires forgiveness, it requires mercy, it requires accountability, it requires love. That's why most women cannot have deep relationships. They cannot have long-lasting friendship with each other, because they are incapable of setting their pride aside and getting to the matter. Like, you know what? You hurt my feelings. Maybe I hurt your feelings too. Let's have a conversation. Because for people who've been friends for 10 years, the way we're acting and the way we broke up our friendship, it really is embarrassing. It's embarrassing, right? Like, how can y'all talk about God when all this is going on? It makes no sense to me. It really makes no sense to me. So, like, she's over here crying. I'm like, Simone, call her. Call Megan. And I'm sure she was also, like, connected to her kids, because, like, Megan has kids, so maybe she misses the nephews also, you know, because they were really best friends. They were truly, truly best friends. It's like, and now you no longer have that person, But for like the past 10 years or whatever, she was your person. And now she's no longer in your life. And it's very hurtful. And it's very toxic to walk around and act like, oh, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. No, it's not fine. It's not fine. You lost someone who meant a lot to you. It is not fine. Okay, now let's go back to Megan here. My God.
In these circumstances. And I don't know if that's always the right thing, you know, and it's not that anything bad was going on. Nobody was cheating, nothing like, you know, and I won't get into why we divorced, but I don't know if being married for the sake of just
societal, because society says you.
Well, because of religion, you know, I think you really have to have a relationship with God and see how God is moving you. And sometimes it's not going to make sense to anybody else.
And then this is one of the, like, this is what you get also from secular Christians, right? They always have a way out. Okay. That's how you know you're not really, because you know, you have different types of Christians out here. You know, you have the people who are Christians, because if you're not Christian, what are you? An atheist? Right? And that don't bode well with a lot of people. You have people who are Christian because it's like you don't want to be called a witch, right? And if you have people who are Christian because they really want to mirror a life that mirrors the life of Jesus Christ, you understand? Now, what you get from secular, I call these people secular Christian, because to me, Megan Good is a secular Christian. Okay, I would never look up to her to be like, oh yeah, this is how you should walk your walk with Jesus. Absolutely not. Right? Absolutely not. I think when you're black, when you're a black actress, when you're in Hollywood and you want to have a black base, it does help to talk about Jesus, because a lot of black people are attached to the church, the Jesus, and plus with Devon Franklin, I'm sure she saw how when you say Jesus with black people, you make a lot of money. Okay, but it's like your heart really is not in it. You understand? Because this is nothing but confusion, and this is nothing but you preaching a different gospel. God is not going to tell you to get married to tell you to get divorced. You don't do stuff like that. That's blasphemous. Okay. And this is where Samuel said to Saul that God is not the son of man that he should lie. Okay. What God said is a thing is a thing. Marriage is supposed to be until forever. Okay. Now, you people can decide to break your vows. People do that out here, right? People don't respect their vows. It is what it is. But do not sit here and tell people that it was God who told you to get married and it was God who also told you to get divorced. That sounds like insanity. Take your medication. Okay, take your medication. And it also shows you that you people are people who do things without conviction. You do things because they feel good in the moment. You don't have conviction behind what you do. You understand? Because that's crazy to me. Imagine tomorrow I decide to no longer be married to James. That's well, oh, it was God who told me. No, it was not God. I decided to divorce his ass. Point blank, period. Okay, stop making everything about God because you don't want to take accountability for your poor choices or your whatever choices, right? It's okay to say it. We chose to get divorced. I can stand his ass no more. He can stand my ass no more. Stop putting God into everything because you want to legitimize your choices. No, stand on business. Stand on business. Like, stop using God. Like, the way people use God's name, it shows you that people truly have no respect for him. They truly have no respect for him. Okay, because if every time you use God's name, something bad could happen to you, I promise you, people will be more careful. They'd be more diligent as every time they involve God in their foolishness. Oh, you know what? Never mind. It was my choice to do it. It was your choice, and stand on that. But don't spread confusion in the congregation. That is insanity. That's insanity. Right? And I'm like, a lot of people, it's nothing more than their egos talking to them, but they're going to tell you, oh, it was God. It's always God. Anything they want to do, God always says yes, 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 yes. He never says no. The God that you pray to, he never tells you, no, don't do something. Every time you want to do something, this God of yours always says yes. Oh, I want to kill my neighbor. Oh, God told me to kill my neighbor. Oh, God told me to beat my child. Oh, God told me to steal money. God told me to marry. God told me to divorce. God told me to have an abortion. God told me, you shut the fuck up. Okay? You're a grown-ass person. Stand behind your choices. And if people want to judge you, make fun of you, praise you, laugh at you for your choices, then so be it. But I'm sick and tired of people always using God's name to try to legitimize their foolishness. You got people out here killing Palestinians because God told them that the Palestinians are the seed of Amalek. No, just admit to yourself that you are Islamophobic. You don't like Arabs and you don't like Islam. So anytime you see an Arab or you hear Assalamu alaikum, you're ready to drop a bomb on these people. It's not okay, but at least it's honest. It's honest. Stop hiding behind God to commit genocide. It's getting tiring. It's getting tiring. You both had a divorce, whatever your reason is, because like you said, you don't want to talk about it, right? But if God was in it, why we can't talk about it? Okay, because God was not in it. You both chose to have a divorce. As adults, it is your choice. It is permissible. You are allowed in America, under American law, you are allowed to have a divorce. And you both chose to exercise the option to have a divorce. That's it. That's that. You don't need to start using all this God talk and the God and the God. No. Okay? Like, it's crazy. It is so crazy to me. Like, no. You have the right to divorce. So you filed for divorce. Boom, 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 boom. And ultimately, you're an adult. It's your life. You pay your bills. It's your choices, right? That's it. That's that. But stop using God every single time because you are afraid of the backlash for the choices that you've made. No, stand on business. It's annoying. Oh my gosh.
And that's okay. It's not for it to make sense to anybody else. You just have to be in tune with
prior to you being married to someone, a minister.
Yeah.
You being being a woman of faith, belief.
Yeah.
Would you have felt this way had you not grown through that? About not necessarily like being married.
Oh no, I think that still would have been like, no, you get married. It says in the word, y'all better work it out. You better figure it out. You better do something.
Okay.
And I think if you can, you should.
Right.
But again, I think that sometimes God moves us in ways that it may seem contradictory.
And my thing is another type of bullshit. God don't move a certain way. It's y'all's marriage. God is not involved in y'all's marriage. You two moved a certain way that led to the breakdown of your marriage. You act like you're having a polygamous marriage where God is like the third partner in the marriage. No, he's not. He is not. I am so sorry. I'm not like, people have a diluted sense of self-importance, okay? There are millions of children dying in Palestine. Your little itty-bitty marriage, nobody cares. I don't think God cares that much, okay? It's your life. Do whatever you want to do. You should say, the way me and my ex-husband moved, it led us to a separation or it led to a breakdown of our marriage. Take accountability. Why are you going to put this on God? Every single day, who were you dealing with? You were dealing with Devon Franklin. Every single day, who was he dealing with? He was dealing with Megan Good. So the way you moved and the way he moved eventually led down to he got up and he went and he filed for divorce. What does that have to do with God? Why are you dragging God into this? Okay? If two people are married and one is always cussing out, you cuss out your husband or you cuss out your wife, or you cheat on the wife, you cheat on the husband, right? If you don't do what you're supposed to do to take care of your relationship, it is you. You are not moving in a way that leads to a successful marriage. That has nothing to do with God. Like, be so for real. Okay? Be so for real. Why are you involving God into this? If a man decides to beat his wife, was it God who told him to beat his wife? Okay? You chose to beat your wife, right? If a woman decides to neglect her husband, and then the husband said, well, she don't got time for me, I'm out of here. It was you. God could say, hey, you might want to pay more attention to your husband. God could say, hey, husband, you might want to look at your wife a little bit more, right? But ultimately, it is up to you. So the way you moved, the way we moved in our marriage led to the dissolution of our marriage. Boom, 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 boom. Why are we involving God in this? Because it's like, it's giving like, oh, we can't think for ourselves. It's like, God just moves you. Like, he's like Geppetto, and then you happen to be Pinocchio. No, you are a full-grown human being. And one thing we know about God, he gives us free will. It is your marriage. You take care of it. You can tend to it. You can neglect it. It is up to you. But if it fails, it's on you. Stop dragging God's good name into y'all's foolishness. Because truth be told, how many people who are married truly get up in the morning and say, God, today I pray for my marriage? How many people, truth be told, before they go to bed at night say, oh God, before I lay down to sleep, I want to submit my marriage unto you? No, you don't. You live your life the way you want to live your life. But then when it fails, oh, well, God has a way. No, God don't have a way. You can't call on God out of a whole year, 365 days. You only remember God now for one day out the year, right? But when your marriage fails, sometimes God will move in a way that I hate when fake ass Christians talk like that, because then it relieves you of your daily accountability towards your union. It is your marriage. It is your covenant. It is your relationship, right? Because if you really cared about God and how God moves, would you have taken a role with Amazon where as a married woman to a minister, you have to eat a man's butt? No, you wouldn't have. So obviously, God did not have such a priority in your marriage. It was you and Devon. Only God knows what the two of y'all were doing in that relationship. But it seems to me that you two, because y'all, they lied a little bit. You guys lied. You lied about your celibacy. You lied about not sleeping together. Y'all was trying to sell a dream out here to these black women, okay? And then eventually y'all could not keep up this lie because y'all was some liars. You went along with Devon to sell a lie to these black women so they could buy y'all's book, they could buy into y'all's romance and da-da-da. Okay? And your husband made a lot of money lying to people about how y'all got together, how y'all did all this Bible study, and y'all held hands, and y'all never had sex, and y'all was celibate, only towards the end of the relationship for all this thing to come out. Oh, we slept in the same bed. Oh, we did this. Well, yeah, we kind of slept together before marriage. What? Y'all should give people a refund on these books, okay? Make it make sense. All right? Like, it was a lot of scamming going on with this marriage, right? Because they were selling themselves to the audience, to the public, as something that they were truly not behind closed doors, okay? So, like, stop lying to us. He needed to come up. He wanted to make money. He was trying to be big like Bishop Jakes over there, right? And you also, your career was not going anywhere. So y'all went into your next acting gig, which was to play the married people. And y'all was on some scamming ass shit. And you need to be honest about that. You defrauded people. You defrauded a lot of black women who truly believed in your love story. But the love story was a whole bunch of bullshit. It was a whole bunch of bullshit. And when people come together under false pretense to deceive, to scam, and to do all kinds of bad things to other people, you're not going to stay together. Okay? Yeah, you're not going to stay together. Because they lied. They told people they were celibate for so long. For so long, they told people they were celibate. They never had sex. They never did this. They never did that. Then towards the end, it was like, oh, well, some days we slept in the same bed, but we didn't have sex. Oh, some days, well, we slept in the bed, we didn't have sex, but we cuddled. Then it was like, oh, we slept in the same bed, we did cuddle, and we did have sex. I'm like, hold up, wait a minute. Which one is it? Right? And so you see, and she sat there and she watched this man, right, sell all these books. He even had a book called The Wait. You see this stuff? You see? She was part of this. She helped them to deceive people. And that's why she can't talk bad about it, because she knows she was down with the mess, right? But how y'all gonna write a book called The Wait when y'all was smashing? Y'all didn't wait for shit. You didn't wait for shit, right? So it's like, because Megan, if y'all remember, Megan is part of the How to Think Like a Man, the movie, part 1 and part 2, right? And part of the, if you remember, part of waiting, like think like a man is like there's a waiting period before you kiss a man or whatever. So it's like I feel like these two heifers right here, they played on that part of How to Think Like a Man to have their own sequel, which is called The Wait, right? But the whole time, these heifers didn't wait for nothing. They was out here smashing, right? And I'm like, these people deserve to have a refund on the books that they bought because you sold the book based off a false relationship, false pretense, and you sold an image of your relationship that is completely untrue. You are two deceivers. You're deceitful people. You're actually deceitful people. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, don't do that. I'm like, let's not do that. Yeah, that's the book right there. You know, because for the longest time, they told us they were celibate, but they were not. They were having sex. Like, go somewhere with that. Oh my gosh.
To other people's perception or how they see or read the word or literally what it says. But I think that's why we have to be very clear on having a relationship with God, not just a religion with God. We have to be very clear on hearing from God. And that's got to be the compass.
And you see, and even that too, and this is the same bullshit that you'll hear from a lot of secular Christian. Oh, that's why we got to make sure that we have a relationship with God and not a religion with God. Or another thing they'll hit you up with is, oh, God knows my heart. Oh gosh. People who don't want to change, right? When people don't want to change, they'll hit you with the, oh, but God knows my heart. But God knows my God, shut up. Okay. I agree with the let's not have religion, because all that is fugazi. You understand me? But if you talk about you have a relationship with God, Well, then one could also say a person who has a relationship with God should also have the fruits of having a relationship with God, right? So, Megan, you, Devon, I will ask you this honest question. If you have such a relationship with God, what are the fruits that give testament that you have a relationship with God? Because we are still waiting, right? Don't even know what the hell you're talking about. And when you have, like, I'm not trying to be funny. Even on the mortal sphere, on a human level, right? When you have a relationship with someone, when you are in fellowship with someone, when you communicate with someone, right? There is intimacy. You share things, but not just that. Eventually, you start to rub off on each other. Right? Like a lot of y'all be like, oh, because you watch me so much, you'll be like, Marlene, wumpty wump wump, right? Because you watch me so much, you'll start to say wump wump, okay? Because we spend a lot of time together, right? So it's like I kind of rubbed off on y'all. You understand? And vice versa. So my thing is, if you really have a relationship with God, we should be able to witness the fruits of your relationship with God. And Megan, we truly don't. So like, what the hell, sis? We truly don't. What are the fruits of your relationship with God? And because honestly, I don't think you have one. Because and honestly, and I'm not even trying to be funny, right? I don't even think that you can be rooted in Hollywood. I don't think that you could be part of Hollywood, be in Hollywood, be nested in Hollywood, be planted in Hollywood, and have a relationship with God. Because everything about Hollywood is abomination. Everything about Hollywood is demonic. It is demonic. Right? And that's why later when he's going to ask her, do you pray about the role? She's like, oh, not all of them. Of course not. Because you would have to say no to so many roles because Hollywood is demonic. So if you had to pray over every role, you would not take most of the roles, right? Because how are you going to pray over a role where you're required to eat somebody's butt on camera, knowing that you're a married woman, right? And that's the thing, because to be a Christian, it means that you have to make a lot of sacrifices. You cannot be a Christian in a secular industry. Hollywood is demonic. It's a demonic industry, right? It is so demonic. Because I'm like, what the heck? You have to do things that are not normal if you want to be successful over there. So there's no way that you can have a relationship with God and be part of Hollywood and still yearn for the accolades and the success of the things of Hollywood, because that place is diabolical. It is so diabolical. You know what I'm saying? Like, we know, like, to this point, nobody should sit here and even have to be proven that Hollywood is a diabolical sphere. Okay? You understand, right? So it's like, of course you can't pray. Because if what prayer can you do over a role when they tell you, oh, part of this role is you gotta go eat this man's butt, right? Because a true woman of God that had a relationship with God, oh hell no, what the freak? Why would I ever do that, right? And when you have a true relationship with God, who is the provider, you don't have the fear of walking away from a job because you're like, yo, if I say no to this role, my God can bring me another role. I don't have to do this. You don't have to do it, right? But you did it because you were desperate. And when you are desperate, it also lets me know you don't truly believe in God. Because even me, Marlene, listen, am I a millionaire? No, I'm not. But I promise you this, though. You're not about to catch me in a movie where a man has his anus in my face and I have to hold on to his leg up in the air. Absolutely the fuck not. I'd rather be homeless. Okay? I'd rather eat worms under a bridge than to do something like this. Hollywood is not a good place. It is not a good place. It is not a healthy place. Now, if you tell me because you have a relationship with God, God told you to start your own production company, and God told you to create different types of movies, and God told you to, like, I'm like, okay, I could see that. I could see that, right? I could definitely, yeah, I could see how God told you that, right? Because Hollywood is diabolical. Look at how we're dealing with all these kids from Nickelodeon. All of them were being abused. Every day you look at Hollywood, it's some type of molestation, pedophile, predators. It's like, oh my gosh, the price of fame, it's not worth it. These people are miserable. We are barely dealing with the kids from Nickelodeon. All these kids at Nickelodeon were being touched. Like, oh my gosh, what is this? What is this place? What is Hollywood? It is so diabolical. So if you tell me that because Hollywood is so dark and you are a woman of God that has a relationship with God, so therefore God told you to start your own studio, work on your own script, try to create different types of movies that are wholesome, that are good for families, that are good for children, I'd be like, oh, okay, that woman right here, God is talking to her. Like, make it make sense. Like, we're not idiots. We are truly not idiots. Like, no, Hollywood is diabolical, you guys. It is not worth it. When you're young and you see how famous people are, they have these clothes, the cars, the money, like, yeah, I want to be famous when I get older, right? But then you get older, you're like, oh, wow, these people are slaves. These people are slaves. All these famous people they're not free. They are on drugs. They have these evil contracts. They can't speak for themselves. You know, they have all these handlers, right? I'm like, it's sad. Fame is really it's a prison. It is a prison. It's a glamorized prison, but you are not free. You cannot be yourself. And whatever type of sick agenda they have, you have to go along with it. And then you also have to give them your children. You know what I'm saying? Do not be surprised. You think it's surprising that all these kids, all these celebrity children are LGBTQ, are transitioning, are queer? Like, yeah, right. No, it's part of the agenda. They don't just want you. They want your children to push forth this agenda. Your children have to be queer. Your children have to be LGBTQ. Your children have to tell the world at a very young age, oh, I'm this, I'm that, I'm this, I'm that. For what? For what? What about their privacy? What about their protection? It does not exist because Hollywood is a cult. Oh gosh, it's a sick place.
Period. The relationship with God, and not the relationship where you're not really hearing that and you just want to do what you want to do and you want a reason to do it or an excuse to do it, but really knowing if that's what you're hearing God to tell you to do, no matter what anybody thinks or anyone says, you got to move the way God's telling you to. And
that's the problem, because the way you move, it's not giving God is talking to you. It's your ego. It's your vanity. You are a vain woman. And I wish a lot of these beauty queens, and that's why so many beauty queens, so many pretty girls attract the narcissists, because these girls themselves are very vain. And when you're vain, you attract predators. Okay, when you are a vain woman, when you live for your looks, for success, for beauty, for this, okay, you are more likely to attract a narcissist. You are more likely to attract a predator, right? Because you live for your vanity. You are a vain person. And I kind of wish you would be aware about that, right? But Megan, you are a vain woman. You are vain. The majority of the stuff we know you for is your sex appeal and your looks, right? We don't even know if you do not-for-profit. We don't even know if you feed the poor. Okay? We know nothing about like the altruistic side of you. The do you have a not-for-profit? Do you read books? Are you even intelligent? Okay. Everything we know about you, your looks and how you dress. Because you are a vain woman. You are vain. What else do you have to offer people? Well, like, seriously, do you even know how to cook? Probably not. Okay. Are you part of like a women's shelter for abused women? Are you on the board for the homeless? What else do you do? You know what I'm saying? But people like you because you look good. And you dress good. You dress very sexy. That's it. That's that. Okay? You are a secular woman. You're not, God is not what you say. It's like, don't lie to yourself. Okay? I know you're trying to, but don't lie to yourself. Right? You understand? Because I'm like, even when you deal with God a little bit, you fight for the poor. You fight for the homeless. You fight for the abused. You fight for the neglected, right? There are so many domestic abuse cases in California, right? How are you active? Like, how do you make the world a better place? You don't. You live for yourself. You're in your own bubble, right? Because you are a vain woman. Like, you are a secular woman. You're like Christian wear, sis. Girl, bye. Stop lying to yourself.
That's just that.
No.
Outside of your closest friends, your support, did people know that you had such a close relationship with God?
I think people see what they want to see. If you go back to every men's magazine that I was on the cover of and you realize that I never wore a bathing suit, I never wore lingerie, and then you look in those interviews from 1999, 2001, 2004, 2000, you will always see that I always said, I am a Christian. I believe in God. I'm not going to do anything that would disappoint God. God is my...
And you see, and then that too, I call bullshit on that too, right? So for me to know that you're a Christian, I got to go pick up a man's magazine. I got to go inside the magazine and I got to read the magazine. Why you can't make it apparent? I don't get that shit, right? Well, like, stand up business, right? You gotta be on a think about the shit. If you are really for God, it shouldn't be hard for people to know that you're for God, right? I shouldn't have to go pick up a man's magazine, open the magazine, and then read the little tiny prints like the 12 font and go, oh, she did mention God right here, right? The same way you on the cover of a magazine. Why isn't your walk with God? Why isn't your commitment to God on front page of the magazine? Are you not proud of him? Or because you know that in Hollywood, if you talk too loudly about God, you're not gonna have no job. Girl, make it make sense, because it don't make no sense, right? Right? That makes no sense. So I'm like, who are you lying? Why do people want to be so deceitful? Right? Your carnal stuff is loud. You on the cover of magazine is loud. But when it comes to you professing your relationship with God, it's like it's in tiny font. And it's only in 2000, 2004, 2007. And okay, but we're in 2024. So since the early 2000s, you haven't said his name anywhere else? It makes no sense. It really makes no sense, right? Like, I really do wish a lot of people could understand. You do not have to be a Christian, right? You don't have to be a Christian. It's okay to be a heathen. Okay, it's okay to be a heathen. It's okay to be secular. It's okay to live your best life. Do not feel pressure to be a Christian. You don't have to be a Christian, right? If you love being outside, if you love what the world has to offer you, knock yourself out. Knock yourself out. Just like you don't also have to be a Muslim, right? I see all these girls who are Muslim who wear the hijab and they always talking shit about people. Girl, you ain't gotta be a Muslim. Live your best life. Why do people feel like why do people feel compelled to have a title on like the way they move spiritually? Okay, it's okay to be a heathen. Not like okay, but you have the right to be a heathen. You have the right to be secular. Stop feeling forced that you need to identify as something of a faith, like, oh, I'm a Muslim, oh, I'm a Jew, oh, I'm a Christian. No, you don't. You know what I'm saying? No, you don't. If your heart is not really in it, if you know that you want to be outside and enjoy being outside, right? Because nobody's forcing you. Because it's very evil, it's very wicked to do these things where like you are intentionally lying about the things God has said to you. You are bringing confusion to the body of Christ. You're misleading people using God's name. Like, I fear for your soul. Right? You don't have to do it. You don't have to be a Christian. You don't have to be a Muslim. You don't have to be a Jew. You don't have to be a Buddhist. Okay? If you want to be outside and live your best life according to your own logic, your own reason, your own understanding of the world, go do you. I wish you the best. Right? But it doesn't make sense to me that when it comes to being secular, it's loud. It's on the cover of a magazine. It's on the cover of a billboard. But when it comes to you professing your love for Jesus, we got to buy the magazine, go inside the magazine, read the magazine, and then like 9, 12 font about, oh, that little line, you got this one tiny line where you talk about God. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. If you like, you don't have to claim him. You don't have to. But I don't understand how people can be secular very, very loudly, but when it comes to their faith in God, it's a whisper. Don't even bother. Do not bother. Keep it like, no, you don't need him. Okay, you see all the people in prison, they live, they breathe, they enjoy the sunlight, right? You don't need to even say his name to enjoy life. There are a lot of people who are millionaires, multimillionaires, even billionaires. They don't talk about God. They don't check for him. They don't talk to him. They don't even acknowledge him, right? And you see, according to the world, they're quite successful, right? So don't feel the pressure to identify as something spiritually when you know deep down inside, you don't really care. And you're not going to represent him. So why are we even bothering? Like,
compass, I've always talked about God. And I think that sometimes when people go, oh, well, it's the cover of a men's magazine. Well, for me, that's not a conviction of mine. I don't feel that God is concerned with what I'm wearing. And
of course, because you're getting a check, right? Of course, because you're getting a check. Because how can you say I'm in a relationship with God, but I can dress how I want to dress? I don't think he cares about that. But if you're in a relationship, shouldn't he care about everything? I mean, I'm just asking for a friend, right? You can't say you're in a relationship, but you get the last say so on what you want to do. Girl, just do you. You are a heathen. Like, you are a secular woman. Do you. That's like what that girl Sophie over here, right? Talk about, oh, she got a Christian BBL. Like, what does that even mean? What does that even mean? You wanted to have a BBL. You went and you had a BBL. Enjoy your BBL. That's who you are. You are a vain little girl. You are vain. You are materialistic. You are vain. You are secular. And not just that, you crave the things of the world, right? Because one Christian gonna be like, yeah, I had a Christian BBL. That is that, like, but you're a heathen, and it's okay. But it's so insulting. It's so much like how can you play with the name of Christ like this, right? A Christian BBL? Jesus told you to go God knows where, to lay your ass on that table and inflate your ass. He told you that. Then you come back to your audience of hundreds of thousands of people and you tell these young girls that Jesus, you have a Christian BBL? Are you serious right now? Are you so serious? No, you are a secular woman. You are secular, you are vain, you are a heathen. Stand behind your choices. Like, I'm so sick and tired of this, right? Of all the things that go on in the world, of all the things that happen to Black people, things that happen in Nigeria, the one thing Jesus put on your mind was to go get your ass done. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? No, you are secular and you are vain, and it's okay. Okay, so you went and you had your BBL. Boom, 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 boom. We're done. We're done. Okay, thank you, Kevin. Make heathens honest again. Exactly, be a heathen. Like, be honest with yourself that you're a heathen, right? Because I don't see how somebody whose mind is on Jesus is even thinking about a BBL. For what purpose? For what purpose? Right? Because we know the majority of people who get BBLs, when you are a woman and you get a BBL, we already know the type of men you're about to attract. You have sexualized yourself. Okay, have you ever seen a girl with a BBL attract the quality men? Okay, have you ever seen a girl with a BBL be with a billionaire or a multimillionaire or someone with like a PhD? Like, no, it's always low vibrational dudes, right? So how can a daughter of Jesus gonna tell you, go get a BBL so you can attract low vibrational men who gonna come into your life and just play with your body and dump you like a semen receptacle. Make it make sense, right? Make it make sense. It don't make no damn sense. But I'm like, Sophie, you need to get your head checked, right? Because you are vain. You are a vain, insecure little girl. And you want to deceive yourself and you want to deceive your audience, right? God is not in you. Christ is not in you. Your mom might be a Christian because most Nigerian moms are Christians, right? But you're not a Christian. You're not a Christian, right? Because if your mind really was on the things of God, the last thing that would ever come to your mind is inflating your ass. Okay, you risk your life for some bullshit surgery like this. Then you come back and tell the people, "Oh, I had a Christian BBL." Girl, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut your goofy ass up. Right? And a lot of and the problem is, Kevin, the problem is, right? You have a lot of Christians today who don't stand on business. Right? Because today Christians allow everything. Because they'll tell you, "Oh, you're a Christian. You shouldn't judge. Oh, you're a Christian. Don't judge people." Right? So that's why today this whole Christianity thing is a free for all. It's like what's it called? A flea market. Okay. Today, Christianity, it means everything and anything. Okay. It means something and then it means nothing at all because nobody protects what it means to be a Christian, right? There are certain things you will never see. You will never see a girl come out about, "Oh yeah, I had a Muslim BBL. I had a Prophet Muhammad BBL. because in Islam, you don't play this type of games. Okay. Islam, one strike is enough, okay? What Muslim people, they don't play. They apply pressure. You're not about to stand here and say all kinds of foolishness under the name of Islam. You're not about to use the name of Prophet Muhammad and say all kinds of foolishness. You will not live to see tomorrow, okay? So a lot of people know to not mess with Muslims because they're crazy. They are seriously crazy. But when it comes to Christians, people know that Christians are cowards. They don't stand on business. They don't protect the name of Jesus. They don't protect the name of God. They don't protect the sacrifice of God. They don't protect the cross. We don't take care of the brand. We're not protective of the brand, right? So we allow people to just say all kinds of stupidity, right? And then because you are also afraid of people saying, "Oh, but you're so judgmental, but you're judging." Hell yeah, I judge people. Get the fuck out of here. I'll judge you. I judge her. I judge all of y'all. And I even judge myself. What's next? Okay. Like one girl was like, "But Marlene, you're judging." I said, absolutely. The fuck I look like? The fuck I look like? Like, do you not realize that part of my safety, right? Part of what helps me to keep myself safe is by judging the actions of other people, right? Like, imagine somebody comes up to me and says, oh, Marlene, I murdered somebody yesterday. I'm like, oh, it's okay. It's not a big deal. Oh, hell yeah. You killed who? When? Where? Oh, my gosh. And when you turn around, operator, there's a murderer right here. Okay. I'm calling the police. Bitch, I'm fucking judging. And not just that, I want to see your ass locked up. Okay. I want them to lock your ass up. I am fucking judging. You come over here and you tell me you molested a child. Oh, I'm judging. Oh, Jesus. I am calling the police. I am calling the police. Someone please call 911. Okay. Tell them. Oh, yeah. Deletion, shaming. Call it whatever you want. I am calling the police. Okay, I even told y'all, if my neighbors become swingers, I am calling the police. Okay, I'll call the police. If I see my neighbor cheats on his wife, I am calling the police. Hello, okay, I do not care. I do not care. Because when you judge actions, not only it allows you to distance yourself from bad people, but it also keeps you woke. Like, yo, I don't want to be that person too. I don't want to be that person too. Because when you stop judging and you stop judging, next thing you know, you're creating reasons in your head as to why it's okay to be a deviant. And next thing you know, you're also being a deviant. Next thing you know, you're also doing drugs. Next thing you know, you're also being promiscuous. Next thing you know, you also have an OnlyFans. Next thing you know, you're also robbing people. Okay? So no, I am definitely judging. Now, one thing I cannot do, yes, ma'am, one thing I cannot do, I cannot condemn somebody. Just because a person made a mistake or did something really bad, it does not mean that they cannot redeem themselves. You can definitely redeem yourself, right? Even a murderer can redeem himself, right? Even a thief can redeem himself. Everybody has the power. Anybody can access redemption. You can definitely access redemption. Now, it does not mean that everybody will welcome you back in, right? Because it is what it is. You got to respect people's boundaries, right? But you have the ability to redeem yourself, right? I believe in redemption and I also believe in judgment, okay? Point blank, period. Me, and I stand on that. People are, but Marlene, you're judging. And I said, yes, I am. And I'm proud of it. Point blank, period. Okay? I don't feel bad about it. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Or what the heck? I am absolutely judging. And I wish more people would judge. Maybe our society would look so much better. People have no shame today. They walk in these stores, they steal because nobody looks at them like, what the fuck are you doing? Is that really what you want to be known for? A thief? People have no shame today. People have no shame. You have diseases. You have all kinds of diseases today that are coming back. They had 25,000 new cases of HIV amongst Black women in Houston, Texas recently, right? 25,000 new cases. That's the people who went to take the test. Now imagine the people who did not take the test just yet. So how many new cases of HIV do they have in the Houston, Texas, right? Because we all know, don't judge people. It's okay to have as many sexual partners as you want. It's okay to do whatever you want. You can sleep with a man or a woman, a dog or whatever. No, this is insanity. This is absolute insanity. It's insanity. Okay? How are you going to teach your kids right from wrong if you don't judge? Okay? How are you going to teach your kids to avoid bad people, to avoid bad influences, to avoid the drugs and get in trouble with the law? Okay? If you don't teach your kids right from wrong. Judging is just that. It's making a call between right versus wrong, right? If you do bad things, I sure will tell you that's a bad action. Now, you have the ability to do better, right? But right there, as it stands, you are making a bad action. It is bad behavior, okay? It's absolute bad behavior. And that's why today we are overtaken by bad behavior. And you ask yourself, where are the good people? Where are the good people? The good people have been drowned out because they were told, oh, you're judging, you're judgy. Yes, I am. That's why we have judges. That's why we have courthouses. That's why we got the prison, okay? Because we judge and we lock up people who break the law, okay? But there's such a thing as moral laws. We do have moral laws, and you have people who break moral laws. And when you break a moral law, you should feel the sting of breaking a moral law. We got to have some type of morality. Otherwise, we won't have a society. We're going to have a bunch of crazy-ass animals out here, and no one is going to be safe. Exactly. And you're absolutely right, because they're going to get you arrested. They're gonna get you arrested. You know what I'm saying? You have the right to judge. Oh, because you're black, you should like every black person. No, I don't. No, I do not. Okay? Because there are some black people out here who will get you killed. There are some black people out here who will get you murdered, get you killed, get you arrested, or they get you in trouble. I think one time even T told us that, was that UT, that her dad didn't know. He got into a car with his black friends and they went to rob someplace and he got in trouble. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Can you imagine? You understand? So it's like you need to judge. You have a brain. Use it. If something does not feel right to you, you have the right to say this does not feel right. Okay? If a person moves a certain way, if somebody moves in a way that's very shiesty, that is very weird, that's very bizarre, you have the right to say, I don't want to hang with you. What's up?
Not happy. It's a chaotic era.
What's up, little man? You okay?
No, he's not.
Why you're not okay?
He's been angry.
Why you been angry for?
Why do you think?
Huh? Yeah, that was your dad, right? I remember. But imagine, they could have ruined his entire life. So no, you do have to judge. If you are around people and they give you anxiety, you better listen to yourself and walk away. Okay? If people talk funny and they talk about doing all kinds of weird things and you don't think that's the right thing to do, go home. Go home, go home, and go home. Protect yourself. If you're around a bunch of girls who don't care about being promiscuous, they don't care about who they sleep with, you should judge these girls. They don't care about their future. They don't care about getting AIDS. They don't care about getting beat up by a man. They do not care. They are reckless. They're reckless little thotties, okay? I said what I said. Are you a thotty? No. Go home. Separate yourself from these people, okay? No. It's because misery loves company out here. Oh, you shouldn't be judging yet because you think I'm going to go down with you and your mess. No, I'm not. I'm judging and I'm separating myself. You are crazy. You are so crazy. They're crazy. People don't want you to judge because they want to drag you down with them, you guys. Listen to me carefully, okay? But judging, having great discernment, having great intuition, being a great reader of people, knowing how to read people's character, knowing what to stay away from, and who to be friends with, who not to be friends with, it will serve you well in this life. You only have one life to live. You cannot afford for some foolish people to drag you down, drag your reputation down, drag your money down, drag your business down, drag your academics. There are young people today who got kicked out of school, got kicked out of colleges because they hanged out with the wrong people. And now you can't go back to that school. You got bad things on your transcript, right? And now you out here having to work a job because you chose to hang out with some knuckleheads in college. Okay, you have the right to judge people. What the Bible says is, judge unless ye be judged. So what the Bible is saying, if you hold people to this standard, you also have to hold yourself to this standard or even a higher standard. And I agree with that. I don't have a problem. Okay, if I say I don't want to see my neighbors be swingers, etc., the day y'all catch me being a swinger, please feel free to call my ass out. Okay. Feel free to call me out too. I don't have a problem. If I tell you don't be a thief and then you catch me stealing, expose me, I don't have a problem. Because when you know that when you look at people and you know that people are also looking at you, it makes sure that everybody's on their best behavior. So hold me accountable too. So that way you can save me, okay? Hold me accountable. Let's hold each other accountable so we can make it and have salvation. Point blank, period. I don't have a problem with that. If I tell you don't kill someone and y'all see me kill a person, hold my behind accountable. Marlene, you told us not to kill and yet you went and killed someone. Please do it, okay? Because the more, when you know that you're looking at people and other people are looking at you, it forces you to be on your best behavior. And that's what we need today because we are living in a sick society. Hold on.
So if that is not my conviction, it says in the Bible, he who has faith have it to himself before God. Happy is he who does not condemn himself in what he proves. If that is not my conviction, it says in the Bible, he who has faith have it to himself before God. Happy is
you guys, let's make sure she's not lying because when people quote scriptures, we got to go check and make sure. So let's see what she said. Let's see if it's a real scripture. Hold on. Yo, he's crying, so I don't want him to mess with y'all. Hold on. No, you have no sound because I muted myself. Hold on. Sorry, y'all. Hey, Abby, what's up, y'all? So whatever you believe, how's it go? So whatever you believe about these things, keep between yourself and God. Blessed is the one who does not condemn himself, but what he approves. Okay. So that's Romans 14:22. Let's look at the entire passage. Hold on. Let's look at Romans 14. Let's see if I can find it this way. Okay. Because people will quote things out of order. People will quote things out of context. Okay. So can y'all see this? Yeah, sure. Okay, whatever. Okay. Oh, baby. You know you want to go to sleep. Just go to sleep, boo. Okay. Except the one whose faith is weak, okay, without quarreling over disputable matters. Okay. One person's faith allows them to eat anything, but another whose faith is weak eats only vegetable. Okay. The one who eats everything must not treat with contempt the one who does not. And the one who does not eat everything must not judge the one who does, for God has accepted them. Okay. Who are you to judge someone else's servant? Okay. To their own masters, servants stand or fall, and they will stand, for the Lord is able to make them stand. One person considers one day more sacred than another considers every day alike. Each of them should be fully convinced in their own mind. Whoever regards one day as special does so to the Lord. Whoever eats meat does so to the Lord, for they give thanks to God. And whoever abstains does so to the Lord and gives thanks to God. For none of us live for ourselves alone, and none of us dies for ourselves alone. If we live for the Lord, and if we die for the Lord. So whether we live or die, we belong to the Lord. For this very reason, Christ died and returned to life so that he might be the Lord of both the dead and the living. You then, why do you judge your brother or sister, or why do you treat them with contempt? For but all stand before God's judgment. See, it is written, as surely as I live, says the Lord, every knee will bow before me. Every tongue will acknowledge God. So then each of us will give an account for ourselves to God. Okay, all right. Therefore, let us stop passing judgment on one another. Instead, make up your mind to not put any stumbling block or obstacle in the way of a brother or a sister. Okay. So remember that, right? So each of us will give an account of ourselves before God, and also make up in your mind to not put any stumbling block or obstacle in the way of a brother or a sister. I am convinced, being fully persuaded in the Lord Jesus, that nothing is unclean in itself. But if anyone regards something as unclean, then for that person it is unclean. If your brother or sister is distressed because of what you eat, you are no longer acting in love. Okay? I'll read it. Okay. If your brother or sister is distressed because of what you eat, you are no longer acting in love. Do not, by your eating, destroy someone for whom Christ died. You see, this is why I say you always have. This is why I say you always have to read the full thing, because people will quote scriptures to advance their own agenda, right? People will quote scriptures to advance their own agenda. Because if you notice carefully, when the verse starts, he said, well, if you want to eat meat, you eat meat. If you want to eat vegetables, you eat vegetables. If you think this day is sacred, then it's sacred to you. If you don't think it's sacred, it's not sacred to you. But then he says, right, if the stuff that you eat is causing your brother or your sister to be distressed, then you should stop. You're no longer acting in love. Because if you know that something is upsetting to your brother or your sister, why do you keep doing it? Right? So he says, do not by your eating destroy someone from whom Christus died. She missed that part, didn't she? Right? So the way you conduct yourself could destroy someone that Christ has died for. The way you behave, the way you, and it's true, like when there's a scandal in the church, right? When a bishop is caught being a child abuser, right? It hurts people. It makes people question, like, but how can God allow something like this? So therefore, do not let what you, do not by your eating destroy someone from whom Christ has died. Therefore, do not let what you know is good be spoken of as evil. For the kingdom of God is not a matter of eating or drinking, but of righteousness, peace, and joy in the Holy Spirit. Megan, did you miss this part? That's why you cannot trust these baby Christians when they be quoting stuff, right? Okay, because anyone who serves Christ in this way is pleasing to God and receives human approval. What it said? Righteousness, peace, joy in the Holy Spirit. Let us therefore make every effort to do what leads to peace and to mutual edification. Okay. So it has to lead to what? To peace and to mutual edification. You can't just say, oh, God told me to do X, Y, and Z, but then everybody else who's a Christian who observes your way is confused. Well, how can God tell you to do X, Y, and Z, right? So if you're the only one who's getting edified, there's a problem. There is a problem. There is a problem, right? Do not destroy the work of God for the sake of food. And food could be many things, okay? Food right here could be many things. All food is clean, but it is wrong for a person to eat anything that causes someone else to stumble. Okay? It is better to not eat meat or drink wine or to do anything else that will cause your brother or your sister to fall, Megan. Okay? So whatever you believe about these things, keep between yourself and God. Blessed is the one who does not condemn himself by what he approves. Oh, I understand what they're saying now. Okay. Blessed is the one who does not condemn himself by what he approves. Because remember, hopefully you guys are still here, right? What he's saying is you can approve of something, but the something that you approve of can bring sadness, distress to another person. And if it brings sadness, distress to another person, or if what you approve of causes someone to separate from Christ, when you know full well that Christ has died for that person, you are condemning yourself. So she didn't read the scripture properly. Whoever gave her the scripture did not properly teach her. You're here, Kevin? Y'all can hear me, right? So blessed is the one who does not condemn himself by what he approves. So he's saying, approve of things that lead to what? That lead to peace and mutual understanding. Okay? But whoever has doubt is condemned if they eat it, because their eating is not from their faith. And everything that does not come from faith is sin, right? And he says it right here, right? Righteousness, peace, and joy in the Holy Spirit. Okay, cool. So Megan, once again, y'all love to quote scriptures out of context to justify your unrepentant ways. You don't want to repent.
Is he who does not condemn himself in what he proves. Meaning, and then it goes on to talk about if you don't really believe that that's what God approves, then you are sinning. But if you really believe that between you and God, then that's that, period. That's what that is for you.
So you truly believe that God approves of you eating a man's butt in a movie. Megan, you are crazy. You are seriously crazy. You are seriously crazy. You guys, every time somebody quotes a scripture, go find the scripture for yourself. And if you are confused, read the entire chapter so you can understand the context in which the scripture was written. Okay? Because she's really insane. Because they're telling you, it's pretty much saying you can do it. And you know, and it's giving what King Solomon said in Ecclesiastes, right? He said, young people, you can do whatever you want. Oh, yeah. He said, young people, you can do whatever you want, right? Remember, everything is not necessary, but do whatever you want. but ultimately you'll be called into judgment, right? How does it go again? What's this one? Right? Hold on, boo-boo. Okay, let's read this one, right? Ecclesiastes, right? Young people. What is all this? Okay. It says, well, young people, enjoy your youth. Be happy while you're still young. Do what you want to do and follow your heart's desire. But remember that God is going to judge you for whatever you do. Don't let anything worry you or cause you pain. You aren't going to be young for very long. Okay? Oh.
And so that's the tattoo I have on my hand, which even that is like, oh, you shouldn't pierce your butt. Well, for me, it's a reminder to not go too far down the religious rabbit hole,
Right.
and stay in the relationship with God. God, what do you say? Right. And so for me, I never had a conviction about that kind of thing. My feeling was like, I want to get these words that I'm saying about God and how much I love God and how God is the head of my life. I want to get this to the people who are going to pick up this magazine, because.
And this is very intellectually dishonest. No one picks up a man's magazine saying like, oh, I know God's word is in there. I know God's word is in there. Megan, shut up. Okay? Shut the hell up. Nobody goes and picks up Sports Illustrated, okay, saying like, oh, wow, I know behind these bikini pictures, there's a word of God in there somewhere to edify my day. Girl, shut the hell up. You are like, I'm like, when I listened to it on Instagram, I kind of liked her. Now I'm listening to her here. She's giving off like, you are a con artist, okay? This is very, very intellectually dishonest. Nobody goes to pick up a man's magazine with a woman on the cover that's really sexy, thinking about how they're going to find a scripture for God to be edified for their day. That's really disgusting. That is seriously disgusting. Okay? That's just, oh my gosh, I can't. I don't have the words for it.
Because I'm not going to get to them any other way. And most of the other people.
So like right now, so what she's trying to tell us is she's doing God a favor because she knows she can't get to secular people to read anything about God any other way. So she's sacrificing herself. She's doing God a favor. She's going to go on the cover of a man's magazine, be very sexy to attract these perverted boys, right? But then she's going to make sure to mention God somewhere in there with a 9-point or 12-point font. And so like we should be so thankful to her because low-key, high-key, she's doing ministry. Girl, shut up.
In the church, they're not going to get to them at all.
Right.
So if I feel comfortable and I don't feel like I'm doing something wrong, then I'm just going to be authentically me, and I'm going to reach other people that other people don't, just by being who I'm called to be and being authentically that.
Before you take a role, do you always pray on it?
Majority of the time. Sometimes I just feel in my spirit, I'm like, okay, good, I feel good about this. If I'm not sure, then I pray about it. If I've ever felt that God's like, no, that's not what.
Sorry. So, oh, my bad. So I was saying, right? So she did all these magazine covers as part of her ministry. So Young Man getting King magazine, if you're getting this King magazine, right? She's doing this for God because she knows this is the only way she can reach out to people and give them a daily scripture. So she's doing God a favor. Okay? All these covers right here on the man's magazine, wherever the man magazine are, this is her trying to do God a favor and reaching out to people so she can impart scripture on these people. Megan, this is some demonic stuff you're doing. Okay? No, and no, and no. Yeah, so this King magazine was for her. I'm gonna play it again. Like, this is just crazy, right? And this is how people try to reason their heathen lives into some type of Christian journey. Like, no, you're a heathen. Stand on business. Okay? So let's come right here. Let's have her say it again.
Me, and I'm gonna reach other people that other people don't. Just religious rap. God is concerned with what I'm wearing. And so 2004.
So she's saying whether she dressed like this, whether she had this on. So I mean, here are the covers, right? So she's saying God does not care what she wears. So she's going to represent God. She's going to make sure people have scriptures for the day, but it doesn't matter how she represents him as long as she shares the word of God. Megan, you are insane. You are seriously insane. This is crazy. Let's go back.
2000, you will always see that I always said, I am a Christian. I believe in God. I'm not going to do anything that would disappoint God. God is my compass. I've always talked about God. And I think that sometimes when people go, oh, well, it's the cover of a man.
Oh, hey, Babo. Miss you too. This is also her. This is part of her show on Harlem, right? This is a scene. And it goes on. If you watch the whole thing, it goes on because she gets her face up in there, right? So she's saying she would never, I won't do things that disappoint God. I won't embarrass God. This is at that time, she's still married, right? You have a married woman to a minister who's inside of another man's booty. Okay. When I tell you Devon Franklin filed for divorce after this,
magazine. Well, for me, that's not a conviction of mine. I don't feel that God is concerned with what I'm wearing. And so if that is not my conviction, it says in the Bible, he who has faith have it to himself before God. Happy is he who does not condemn himself in what he proves. Meaning, and then it goes on to talk about.
And we've read the scripture, so she completely she's not quoting the scripture in context.
If you don't really believe that that's what God approves, then you are sinning. But if you really believe that between you and God, then that's that, period. That's what that is for you. And so that's the tattoo I have on my hand, which even that is like, oh, you shouldn't pierce your butt. Well, for me, it's a reminder to not go too far down the religious rabbit hole,
right,
and stay in the relationship with God. God, what do you say? Right. And so for me, I never had a conviction about that kind of thing. My feeling was like, I want to get these words that I'm saying about God and how much I love God and how God is the head of my life. I want to get this to the people who are going to pick up this magazine, because I'm not going to get to them any other way. And most of the other people in the church, they're not going to get to them at all.
Right.
So if I feel comfortable and I don't feel like I'm doing something wrong, then I'm just going to be authentically me, and I'm going to reach other people that other people don't, just by being who I'm called to be and being authentically that.
Before you take a role, do you always pray on it?
Majority of the time. Sometimes I just feel in my spirit, I'm like, okay, good. I feel good about this. If I'm not sure, then I pray about it. If I've ever felt that God's like, no, that's not what I want you to do, then I just won't do it, period.
Wow.
Even if I want to do it.
And my thing is, when she's talking about conviction, I'm like, girl, let's be so for real, right? If you had convictions about these roles, would you have done them? If you had any type of conviction, right? Because what woman of conviction would even agree? There's a reason why they didn't offer this role to Taraji. There's a reason why they would never offer such a role to Viola Davis. There's a reason why they would never offer this role to Angela Bassett, right? Because these are most likely women with some type of conviction, right? For any producer, any writer, any director to feel comfortable offering you this role, because they knew you would say yes. And they knew you would do it. So you absolutely have no conviction. You are for sale. This is disgusting. Okay? Like, this is ridiculous. This is just ridiculous. And like I said, this time she's still married. So I'm like, how rich of you to say, oh, well, if I have a conviction about it, like, yeah, sure. Because you need the money, sis. You need money. Right? So somebody who needs money, can you afford to have strong convictions? No, you cannot. So you think because you have a tattoo of a scripture on your arm that proves what? It proves nothing. Because like the Bible says, is your heart even circumcised to the Lord? Tattoos mean nothing because you're trying to bamboozle people to see you as so, oh, look at her. She loves God so much. She tattooed it on her body. You don't need to tattoo scriptures on your body. Act the scriptures out. Okay, right. Even when in Joshua 1, right? Joshua chapter 1, God never told Joshua to tattoo himself, to tattoo scriptures on his body. He says, meditate this book day and night, so that the words will not depart from your heart, from your mind, from your soul, right? We don't need you to tattoo scriptures on your body. We need you to act the scriptures out. Okay? Act the scriptures out. Be about the scriptures. Right? It's like people be like, oh, they tattoo their kids on their bodies. Like, you'll have people tattoo their kids on their bodies. Next thing you know, they kill their own kids, right? Or they'll tattoo their kids on their bodies, but they don't pay child support. No, keep those weird tattoos to yourself, okay? If you love your kids, love them. Be there for them. Raise them right. Provide for them. Be a great example for your children, right? You tattoo your children on your body. What does that prove? It proves nothing. Then the child is failing in school. The child has bad grades, but the child is tattooed on your body. Right? I'm like, oh gosh, it does nothing for me. Okay, hold on.
Period. I won't do it.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's easy. It's easy when you have that kind of faith and you say you've been walking, since you were about 19?
I've been saved since I was 12.
12.
Yeah. Yeah.
Lost your virginity at 19. So you've been on this road. You've been on this road for the better part of 2 decades.
Yeah.
So the highs and the lows, you never question, like, it's God's will, and whatever he decides, whatever his will.
Yeah, I think that I have to accept that, because you can't accept one thing and not accept the other. And so I trust God, and even, like, you know, when the divorce happened, I was mad at God. I was like, what the hell? I was so mad, but I was just like.
But you never questioned it.
I didn't question if I was going to be okay. I questioned, well, why do it?
Right.
What was the point? And
allow us
over
to come
time,
together, and then here we are.
Yeah, and then also I was like, you knew this was my worst fear. Like, why? You know, and then, you know, over the years, and it's, you know, almost been like 3 years now.
So my thing is, Devon Franklin is the one you're married to. Devon Franklin is the one who filed for divorce against you. Devon divorced you, right? Why don't you call Devon and ask him? Why don't you question the men who actually divorced you? You are married to a man. You are not married to God. You are married to a man. If a man is divorcing you and you have questions, why? First of all, why are you questioning God, and why are you blaming God? Bless you, Bill. Go to the man. Call the ex-husband and ask him, why is he divorcing you? Right? What does God, I'm so confused. What does God have to do with anything? Right? Number 2, you say your greatest fear was to be divorced, like your dad divorced your mom. I guess your dad divorced your mom like after 10 years of marriage or whatever. But my question is, if that was your greatest fear going into the marriage with Devon, right? What did you do? What did you ask him? What did you do? What measures did you put in place to make sure that you were going to marry a man who will not do you, hey, Aquarius, right? Who will not do to you what your dad did to your mom? Or you just went in there thinking like, oh, well, it's just going to work out because we pray. I'm just not going to have what my mom had because we pray together and we write books together and we sell books to people, right? When you know that you you know what I mean? Like, to me, it's like, when you know that you are afraid of certain things, you should have a plan in place to make sure that what you fear does not come to pass, right? You can't just say, oh, I'm afraid to get into a car accident, but then you don't have car insurance, or you don't practice safe driving, or you don't make sure that your taillights are working, or you don't check on your windshield wipers to make sure that when it's raining, you have the proper windshield wipers, right? Does that make sense, you guys? If you fear something, right, you should have a plan for what you fear. You know what I'm saying? I'm so confused, right? So it's like, instead of like holding yourself accountable, you're like, oh, but God, you knew that was my biggest fear. Why would you let that happen? God did not let anything happen. Devon is your husband. He's not God's husband. He's your husband. You married him, right? So what did you do? What did you plan for? What did you do? Do y'all have premarital counseling? Did you talk about it? Did you let him know? What did you do to make sure that you would not have the same faith as your mother and your dad? I don't know. But that's a you problem. It's not a God problem, right? God does not need to be married. First of all, God is not married. God does not need marriage. And your marriage, it's your personal affair. So I'm like, what are you doing to make sure that your fears don't come to pass? And I think, sorry, a lot of people just get married, think, oh, it's all gonna work out. After all, we prayed about it, we sanctified it. He's a Christian, I'm a Christian, so therefore everything's gonna be all good. No, not necessarily. Right? You still need a plan in place to make sure that the things you fear do not come to pass. But if you get married and you don't have a plan, and your plan is prayer, oh, we're just gonna pray. We're just gonna pray. Well, you're gonna get what you fear. Because prayer by itself is not enough. Right? Just because I say, oh, God, I don't want to be poor. I don't want to be poor. You can pray all day, every day about not wanting to be poor. But if you don't make it your business to learn financial literacy, you will be poor. Right? Because prayer can't help you. You know what I'm saying? Prayer can't help you. If you say, oh, like it's cold outside or it's raining outside, and you don't make it your business to dress accordingly, wear what you're supposed to wear, you can't say, well, because I pray, I'm not going to catch the cold. You will catch the cold. Okay? You will catch the cold. Because so many people are under the impression that, oh, prayer fixes everything. No, a sound plan, right, fixes everything, or it can not fix, but it can actually prevent a whole lot of things, right? If you don't want to be poor, you just can't pray yourself out of poverty. You need a plan. You need to make it your business to be financially literate, right? You can't pray yourself out of obesity. You cannot pray yourself out of laziness, right? Exactly. You cannot pray yourself out of stupidity. You cannot pray yourself out of an abusive relationship. You cannot pray yourself out of a bad grade in school. If you're in school and you have an F or you have a C, you're going to pray about what? You better get to work. You better go to your teacher after hours. You better go to what's it called? Office hours with your teacher. You better find a TA to help you. You better join a study group. You better watch videos on YouTube. You need to get to work. Okay? You cannot pray yourself out of a C. You cannot pray yourself out of an F. Right? If you have a bad GPA and the school wants to expel your ass, you cannot pray your way out of an expulsion. You have to work your way out of an expulsion. You have to show the people that you want to be there. Got to take your grades seriously, right? But like, it really makes me sick. Like, people think, oh, if I just pray, it's not going to happen to me. If I pray, it's not going to happen to me. It will happen to you, because prayer by itself is not a plan. It is not a plan. Okay? It is not a plan. Oh, I know I'm overweight, but I'm going to pray about it. And then when I pray, God's going to give me motivation to go to the gym. What? I can't. I'm tired. I'm off.
Oh, over the years, I'm always revealed a lot more. And every time I'm revealed a lot more, I'm just really in gratitude and thankful that I married someone that was so wonderful and that is so wonderful, and that we had that time and that we grew together and just all the things. And so I don't believe that anything's in vain. That's probably the only moment where I was just like, okay, Lord,
Right.
But now I'm like, okay, Lord, thank you.
You mentioned Tyler Perry. You're in this new movie, Divorce in the New Black.
A Divorce in the Black.
Divorce in the Black.
Yeah.
What? Because Divorce in the Black. So obviously, if I'm having to guess, you were divorced.
Yes.
You're a divorcee.
Oh, yes.
How much, having gone through that, were you able to fall back on and says, okay, and boom, here we go.
All of it. Because even though she's in a very different situation than I was in, it's still that reality of expecting that your life is going to go one way, and then suddenly realizing it's going to go a totally different way. And then you are trying to figure out what you're supposed to do, and having to learn yourself, but realizing that you've also changed and you've grown, and then you having to kind of calibrate your mind to not be sad and not, like, you have to go through the sadness. You definitely have to go through the pain and the crying and the process, which is a process, I think, to some degree, you never don't not have it in some way, shape, or form. As long as you don't let it make you bitter, you let it make you better. But the process that she had to go through to go, okay, now I'm in this next phase of life, and I'm going to embrace this, and I'm going to get excited about this, and I'm going to figure out what I want and what makes me happy. And having complete freedom after that to be like, okay, it's my world, what I want to do with it, And so I think many of the moments that Ava had, there's a scene where I'm running, and it was just like, I was just so there. I knew exactly where Ava was, and I was just so there with her, and I was pleased to be able to gift her with the realest, truest, rawest emotion of what that reality was.
Is it easier to play a role when you're familiar? Not just a character, but you like, I've been there, I've done that. I actually know what a divorcee is going through in this very moment. I can tell you what it's like.
Yeah, I think it is easier, although there is your experience and their experience.
Yeah, because you might not have gone through the reason why she got divorced might not be the reason why you got the divorce. So it has to be different. I mean, I'm reading that divorce, marriage gone wrong. Maybe it's domestic violence, maybe it's finances, or whatever the case may be. But at the end of the day, is that big D.
Yes. Yeah. And the only difference is how does this person download and process it?
Yes.
Like, for instance, with my character in Harlem, it's the first time where I go, oh, okay, she's a Gemini. So I'm going to pursue all Gemini traits. So if you come at her like this, Megan might get indignant and be like, but a Gemini is actually going to go, wait a second, and get introspective, and a totally different gear is going to hit for them. And so that's the only difference, is even though I can understand where the character's at, distinguishing the difference between not just Ava and Megan's journeys, but Ava and Megan's mentalities and their bandwidth for pain and their how much did they hide from their family, how much did they share, what's the dynamic between her mother versus her, all those things. That would probably be the only thing. But do I think it's easier in general? Yes, because you already have a leg up, because you already have such a rich well to pull from.
Should we view divorce as bad?
I don't know anymore. I don't know.
Prior to you going through divorce, how did you view divorce? But prior to it happening to you, how would you view it?
I felt like for any other reason besides domestic violence, I'm like, y'all better figure that out. But now I don't know. I think that what I experienced made me less judgmental about an experience that somebody else is having that I don't know what it is. And I can't say that it's bad or good for anybody. All I can say is that it hurt a lot for me, but I think that it also was a blessing to both of us in a way. And not because it happened, but because if it had to happen and that was a part of our story, we both got so much from it.
Did you feel you let people down?
Yes and no, because I think I felt that I let people down a bit with the weight, because I never said to someone, well, this is what I think you should do. Right. And I never pursued making the book like, look how I did it, guys. This is what it was never that. It was always people asking and inquiring me, saying, oh, well, this is the spaces that I'm in. This is what God's telling me to do right now. And people being curious. And from that coming a book talking about our experience, not necessarily telling people to go do it, but saying this is why it worked for us. And this is why, we believe in it. And I still believe in the weight. And I still believe that it worked for us. I think that what didn't work for us were the reasons why we ultimately, divorced. But I think that the weight allowed us to get the full benefit. And I think
this lady is very confusing, you guys. I don't even know what she's saying. I'm confused. But it's really giving. This is my appreciation of it. It's really giving based on what her and Devon sold to the audience and the book that they sold and the money they made off of people. She cannot allow herself to allow the people who bought into the romance to feel like they have buyer's remorse, okay? Because a lot of people believed in the romance. A lot of people bought into the little image they were selling. A lot of people bought the books, a lot of people believed that they were celibate, right? So I think if she talks and she's a bit too real, people might realize that it was all fake, right? And so people realize it was all fake, people might want a refund. Okay, people will have buyer's remorse. And this is why we often say, but unfortunately, people don't listen, that you should not turn anybody's relationship on social media into relationship goals. Okay, we say that to people all the time. Don't look at people on social media. Do not look at their relationship and say, oh, yeah, that's relationship goals, right? Because a lot of people are just selling you a product. They are selling you a product. Megan and Devon, their marriage was a product to sell a lot of books, sell a lot of conferences. They sold conferences too. They had conferences. You pay all kinds of money to hear them talk about their love, whatever, right? They were out here selling books. I told you he had a book almost out every single year, right? So for people who seem so perfect, who seem so pretty together and to have it all together, for them to have this type of divorce, yeah, it's questionable. That's why she can't tell you why they got a divorce. He can't tell you why they got a divorce, because it wouldn't fit the brand, right? And she still wants to be able to make movies. He still wants to be able to sell his books, right? So these two are going to be in cahoots. Because how can you be friends with somebody who did you so dirty? You didn't even know he was filing for divorce, girl. You found out on Instagram, and somehow he's still your friend. Girl, bye. Okay? It lets me know she must be getting paid from this man. And so she don't want to mess up his brand because it helps her with her bills. Okay? And I get that. I mean, now that I don't agree with it, but I understand it, right? Because I'm like, it makes no sense. She is saying a whole bunch of nothing. Huh? Yeah, they were running a scam. They're running a scam. And if you guys remember, you probably don't remember, but recently too, Devon was invited by Bishop Jakes to be at his conference. What is it called? It went from Women That Are Loose to Evolve. Woman Evolve, right? Woman Evolve. Yeah. He invited Devon Franklin there to talk to the black women about how to get a black man. I'm like, Bishop Jakes, go sit down somewhere. A panel of a bunch of divorced black men, okay, and black men who don't marry. All right. So they were doing it really is fraudulent. They were running a fraud. And that's why she can't sit here. Exactly. That's why she can't really sit here and tell us why they got a divorce. That, oh, we're still friends. We're still good friends. I'm glad it happened, because a lot of people bought every single book. Okay? And so if the people put 2 and 2 together and realize that it was all nothing but a scam, so help you God, okay, it's going to be a problem. It's not going to be good for her brand, and it's not going to be good for his brand. So she's sitting here saying a whole bunch of nothing. Okay.
I think it's the reason that we're still friends to this day. I think it's the reason that we walked into the room with both of our divorce attorneys and, you look great. Look at you. You've been working out. Yeah, you look great too.
Okay. And I'm going to tell you this too, right? This is Fugazi. If 2 people are married and they divorce and like, oh my gosh, you look so great. You look so good, girl. Hey, that means y'all was never in love with each other. Okay. I can understand one person be like, oh, you look great, but somebody got to be salty, right? But if both of y'all can walk in there, your divorce attorneys are best friends, y'all are best friend. Hey, girl. Hey, boo. How you doing? Hey, you look good, girl. Hey, you looking good, boy. Oh, you smell good. You go, oh, you got a new girlfriend? Yeah. You got a new boyfriend? Yeah. Then it lets me know y'all was running a scam together. Okay? Y'all was not serious. Yeah. Y'all was not, because there ain't no way. There's no way. If you were serious about your marriage, if you honestly got married for love, for real, and your husband divorces you like a day before Christmas Eve, okay, you find out on Instagram like the rest of us, friends with who? Friends with what? Oh, hell no. Oh, no, ma'am. How? A friend would not do you like that, right? A real friend would have told you, friend, it's not working out. And y'all would have done it together. And then you guys would have announced the divorce together. That's not what happened. So for you to sit here and tell us that y'all are still friends, your divorce attorney, both your divorce attorneys are friends, and y'all walking in there, kumbaya, it lets me know everything I need to know. Y'all was running a scam. Y'all was scamming these women. Y'all was scamming this black woman so they could buy y'all's books. You fraudulent. God's gonna handle y'all.
What the hell you doing? And they're looking like, y'all getting divorced?
Right.
And we're like, yeah. And they're like,
but you see,
okay, y'all just okay, and when they see us, we see each other in the street, people tense up around us, and I'm like, how are you doing?
And you know what, you guys? You know what? I might have to spin the block. It's giving. I might have to spin the block, and I might have to give one to y'all. I might have to give y'all your credit, because some of y'all told me, you said, Marlene, she might be a beard for Jonathan, you know? Because I was like, oh no, why would she do that? Maybe it's real. But this girl, the way she's talking, because Elena said she don't even think Devon is a straight man anyways, right? And I could see it because he's a little too clean. He's a little too squeaky clean, okay? You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, now that I'm listening to her, I wouldn't put it past this woman to accept money to cover up for Jonathan and to help him restore his image. You know, because I did defend her because I was like, why would she do such a thing? Why would she do that? Maybe she really does like him, etc., etc. But the way she's talking about Devon, it's like, I'm girl, because it's giving. It's giving if the money's right. Hold on, little baby. Hold on, little baby. Right? But it's really giving, like, if the money is right, if the money is right, and you let her know how long you need her for, the kind of role you need for her to play, she'll do it. Because I don't understand. Oh, no, I just walked in there and we were happy. And we're like, hey, best friend, you divorcing me, but hey, best friend. So I'm like, is that what you and Jonathan are doing? Right? So whenever Jonathan feel like he's in the clear, y'all going to break up and he going to go back to his white woman? Is that what it is? Now I'm looking at her sideways. Because that's really bizarre. This, what she's saying right here is very bizarre, you guys. It's bizarre.
You know, and it's just like, and it's genuine love. And I think a lot of that really is because of the way that we got to know each other and the quality of the human being and the trust that was there. Even if there, you know, was disappointment at the end, I can look at Devon and say, that's a fucking good person.
Wow.
And I'm thankful for that time.
Divorce in the Black will launch globally on Prime Video July 11th.
You guys could have made a point. You probably saw something I didn't see. Because I was like, why would she do that? You know? Because I was giving her some type of credit for her integrity, right? But now listening to how she talks about her marriage to Devon, oh, we are best friends now. We walked in there, our lawyers are best friend, and we're best friend. And I'm like, hey, bestie, you look so good, bestie. You look so good too. So it's like, was it an arrangement? Did y'all come together to defraud these Black women with romance? You know, because I'm telling you, like, a lot of these men have been inspired by Steve Harvey and how to think like a man. Let me see how much he made. Baby, hold on. No, baby. Don't cry, okay? How much? Hold on a little bit. Hold on. Did Steve Harvey let me see what they say. I don't know if they tell exactly how much he made from the book. Let's see how much he makes from this book. Oh, well, so here it says the movie grossed. Hold on, baby. It says the movie grossed $96 million. Hold on, look, man. Don't be so. Do not be so. Oh. Y'all, I want him to scream in y'all's ear because he fights sleep a lot. He fights sleep. Like when he wants to sleep, he'll fight it, and that's what he's doing now. He's fighting it. So I'm like, Steve Harvey made a lot of money off of that book, the book and the movie. So I'm like, I know a lot of these dudes, they were inspired, right? Let me write a book about love and romance and sell to Black women, and then I'm gonna have a girl they really like because a lot of Black women love Meagan Good. She's very pretty, right? I'm gonna marry her and we're gonna put on this little scheme together and just fraud people. But I'm like, it's giving fraudster at this point. You know, it's giving Froster because this is crazy. I'm like, what in the world? Right? Hold on, little baby. Oh, come on. Auntie's gonna go here. Are you doing all this? Hold on, let's see this one. Love you. Mommy loves you. Don't cry. Don't cry.
Like you hear a lot of, you hear Taraji, you hear Monique, you hear a lot of black, Viola Davis, who has the EGOT.
Yeah.
We hear a lot of black actors, actresses talking about the discrepancy in pay.
Yep. Yeah.
Have you experienced that?
For sure. For sure. It's interesting because, I remember talking to Jonathan about a project and he asked me what my quote was. And I told him and he was like, no. He was like, absolutely not. No. And I kind of knew, but I also was like, I know how much I've worked my life to even get to that point.
Right.
But the discrepancy is a discrepancy. And it actually disappoints me that people have, made fun of Taraji or whoever, like crying and saying because it's not right. And people don't realize that they're like, oh, well, you're an actress, you're rich and famous, you're wearing nice dresses and rings and stuff. And I'm like, no, baby doll, let me explain something to you. We go to work sometimes 15, 18 hours a day. And the energy, the work that we do, the giving that we give of ourselves, everything around it is a lot of work. And then not just that, you walk out of the house and you work a lot more just walking down the street or doing press for a project. And you see people and athletes, whatever is getting paid, what they get paid for their talent and their work ethic and everything they bring to the table. Why do black actresses not deserve that?
Yeah. Here we go though with this black actress, black woman, black. It is not a fair parody. Like you cannot compare the NBA to the work of a black actress. I am really sorry, but we have to be serious. Like the kind of money the NBA makes, they can afford to play these players what they pay these players, right? The movies that have black actresses, the money that y'all generate, people cannot pay you that type of movie, that type of money. It's not the same. It is not the same.
And we are working very, very, very hard. I've worked hard my entire life. I have never not worked hard.
Right.
So, especially in the realm of when it's being compared to what other people are getting. I remember this same show I'm telling you about. I was the lead on that show, but I was number 2 on the call sheet. And the guy who was number 1, who's a white gentleman, such a sweetheart, an incredible human being, he was like, this isn't right. He was like, you should be number 1 on the call sheet. And I was like, yeah, no. But it's just, there's so much of that people have to speak up. And, and it's unfortunate that they have to be somewhat of a martyr for people to start paying attention.
Right.
And then it's like, okay, don't just pay attention. Y'all do something about it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And so, yeah, it is a big thing and it's really not right. And it's really not cool. And, and what I will say, thinking about Tyler Perry is the first person to pay me what I should get paid.
Wow.
First person. And did not blink an eye. He said, how much do you want? I said, let me talk to my team, really quick. And he's like, just tell me how much you want. I was like, Tyler, I said, let me just, because I wasn't quite sure what to ask for. And then, I was talking to Jonathan and he was like, you should ask for this. And I was like, oh, no, I can't ask for that. And I was like, I don't it's like, it's almost a mentality. And then going back to the child actor syndrome too, it's like, I don't want to lose the job.
Right.
But it's like, you forget what an asset you are.
But sometimes they make you forget.
I'm back, you guys. Sorry to say this, right? But one thing I'm not going to allow her to do is to try to, Taraji, oh, Tyler, pay me what I'm worth. Tyler, pay me, because they want to put Tyler Perry on this pedestal. Okay. Like I told you about Kelly Rowland, right? One of the reasons why he casted Kelly Rowland for that movie, right? Mea culpa, because she's Kelly Rowland of Destiny's Child. Oh, sorry, you guys. She's Kelly Rowland, sister of Beyonce. So he knew if I cast her and I pay her whatever she wants, it's a lot cheaper than paying for marketing. It's a lot cheaper than booking Beyonce, Jay-Z, and Miss Tina to come outside, right? Tyler Perry is a businessman. He's not a philanthropist. He's not altruistic. He's not out here, oh, I'm going to do the right thing. I'm going to pay you what you're worth because it's the right thing. No. Currently, Megan, there's a lot of drama around you. There's a lot of controversy around you. People want you to be outside. You're connected to Jonathan, right? So he knows he's capitalizing off of that. On top of that, you divorced the Devon Franklin, right? You're a divorcee. You never really spoke about that. So he's going to make money off of that. Whatever he pays you, it's a lot cheaper than paying in marketing because it's going to generate traffic. Just Michael Healy hugging you, picking you up and hugging you, and Michael Healy not greeting Jonathan Majors. You saw how that thing went viral? That's exactly what he wanted. Number 2, for your husband, the abusive husband, he casted Corey. He casted Tia Mowry's ex-husband, right? He is messy. Tyler Perry is messy. So this money he's giving you, it's not out of the kindness of his heart. Okay? It's not because Tyler wants to pay you what you're worth. Tyler is a businessman. He understands media. He understands marketing. He picks people who he can gain something from. Like, oh, you currently have a scandal, or the blogs are talking about you, or this, and that. Tyler ain't slick, y'all. He ain't slick. He ain't not slick. Okay? There's a reason why he picked you, right? Because they're going to talk about buzz. Like he wants mess. Tyler is with the mess. He's with the mess. You don't think that he is so happy that right now you're going viral because Michael Healy picked you up, but he didn't say hi, Jonathan Majors? Okay? Everybody's reposting that. Everybody's talking about that. It's going to bring traffic to the movie. So that's why he paid you. It's a lot easier for him to pay you. It's a lot cheaper. It's more affordable for him to pay you than having to pay for actual marketing. Tyler Perry is cheap. He is cheap. We're not doing this today. We're not putting Tyler Perry on a pedestal. Okay? He understands. He knows what he's doing. He's a businessman. Yes, baby. Let mommy talk, huh? Let mommy make her money. Okay, mommy don't have Tyler Perry to write her checks. Okay, you understand me, right? There's a reason why he picked Corey, because he's messy. This whole divorce from Tia Mowry, we have not heard from Corey. Corey has not said a thing. But if you cast Corey, people gonna want to see him in the movie, right? And not just that, Corey's gonna have to go on press runs. When Corey goes on press run, they're going to ask him about his divorce to Tia Mowry, right? And all of that is going to create the buzz. It's going to do, y'all, Tyler Perry, y'all act like y'all know Tyler is a queen. Tyler is messy. Tyler is very messy. So think about that, right? You hire, and I don't want to be offensive, but, 2 average, mediocre actresses with lots of drama, you know what I mean? Lots of tea. People want to know their tea, right? So now it's, okay, I'm going to pay you. Because the drama, the controversy, the whatever. Corey was just on the Breakfast Club. Y'all see this? I might not be able to do that tonight because the baby's trying to lose his stuff on me. Okay? But if you look at hold on, baby boy. Mommy, I don't have Tyler Perry. I don't have Tyler Perry money. What you doing to me, right? Oh, come on.
Sometimes they make you feel like you should be grateful that we even offered you the job,
right?
And you should take whatever we're offering you,
right?
As opposed to saying, well, she's talented. There's a reason why we're offering her the job, and let's pay her, a fair wage.
Yeah. And so I asked Tyler, and he said I was going to give you that anyways. And I was like, oh. And then I started crying, and then I couldn't stop.
Were you crying? Let me see. I'm gonna let you tell me why you started crying, and then I'm gonna tell you why I think you started crying. Why did you start crying?
Because I felt valued. I felt like someone wasn't just sitting there and telling me I'm valuable. They were actually showing me. Because actions obviously are much bigger than words.
I'm like, think about it, you guys. If Tyler Perry was such a good person, if Tyler Perry was about paying people what they're worth, right? Why did he fire all his writers? All the writers he fired, and they black. All the writers who work at the Tyler Perry studio who were trying to create a union to make sure that they would get a decent wage, like they would be paid, the market price, right? For being writers. Did Tyler Perry not fire all their black asses? Right? Ask yourself. Tyler Perry is such a good man who wants to help Black people. And hold on, little man, I'm talking. He wants to help Black people and he wants to pay Black people what they're worth, right? Why he fired the writers? Why does he have to write every single script? He writes everything. He doesn't want to pay other people, right? Ask yourself that. Make it make sense, right? So you pay Taraji P. Henson what she's worth, okay? You pay her what she's worth. But how many Black people, how many Black creatives did you cheat? Right? We're clapping because he did right by 2 people. He did right by 3 people. Okay. Tyler Perry employs how many Black people on a day-to-day basis, right? How many hundreds or thousands of Black creative, even the makeup artists, include all them people. It's all creative, right? How many creatives work at the Tyler Perry studios, right? Okay. Does he pay them right? Okay. You think you become a billionaire by paying people fair market prices? Hell no. But you do right by Taraji P. Henson. You do right by Megan Good. But you screw hundreds of people, thousands of people. Tyler is not a good person, y'all. He is not a good person. Because if he was out here trying to do the right thing and be a good person, first of all, he would not be a billionaire. That's number 1. Okay. Number 2, he will be paying everybody what they're worth. Right. But I'm telling you, when you add it up, when you add everything all up, it is a lot cheaper to pay her whatever type of money she wants. Right. Because the street's going to be talking, because she's going to be outside with Jonathan and he is messy as hell. He knows that Jonathan's going to be on the red carpet. People going to dissect their relationship. People going to talk about their relationship, right? He knows that. And also, since her divorce with Devon Franklin out here, she never came outside. We have not seen her act in a long time. Then he went and he hired Corey because he knows since the divorce from Tia, we have not heard from Corey. We don't know what happened. We haven't heard a thing from this man, right? So he's messy too, because now Corey's outside because Corey has to do press runs, right? So you think about all the impressions it's getting just of these people's personal lives, because they really think, hold on, wait a minute. Like these girls, like her, Megan Good, and Corey over there, they really think they got hired because they're great actors or because he hired y'all so he could profit off your personal life. Tyler is a messy queen. Okay. And that's why Bishop said he got Black people to accept drag queens in the Black community. Okay. That little drag queen over there, Tyler Perry is a messy ass queen. He paid y'all so he could profit off your personal lives. Okay. Because he knows Corey was never going to be outside. Corey was never going to talk. We have now, because of the movie, because he got to do the press run because it's part of his contract. And he knows every time he does a press run, a radio station, a TV, whatever, right? TV station, people are going to ask about his divorce, right? It's a lot cheaper to pay this man, pretend you care about his acting so you can monetize his personal life, his divorce, for you to sell your movie. You think it's a coincidence that her and Corey are both divorced? She's divorced from Franklin. He's divorced from Tia. You think it's a coincidence that he recruited those people and he put them in lead roles? No, it is not. That man is messy. He is seriously messy, and he's actually unprofessional if you ask me. Okay, exactly. So do not fall for this. Do not fall for this. Tyler, he's a businessman. He a businessman. Like the same thing I told you. I said, Kelly Rowland, you know dang well he gave you the role because of who you are and who you're connected to. And lo and behold, when it came to the red carpet, who was out there? Beyonce was out there. Do you know how much money it takes to get Beyonce to go outside? Disney people, they're the only ones who can actually afford for Beyonce to come outside. Right? Because Beyonce did her red carpet for Lion King. Do you know how much they paid her for Lion King? Okay. But for Mia Culpa, that mediocre movie, right? Beyonce was outside, Jay-Z was outside, Miss Tina was outside. I'm like, do you know how much it cost to get all these people, the trilogy, to come outside? No, he can't afford that. Or maybe he can, but he don't want to pay that money. So what you do is you cast her sister. Because if you cast Kelly, Beyonce has to come and show support. Because if she does not, then people are going to talk about it. Oh, what's wrong? Are they not friends anymore? What's happening? Is there drama in paradise? Right? So Beyonce has to show support to Kelly. She has to come outside. Right? So I'm like, I've noticed how he does things now because he doesn't like to pay for stuff. So he finds the cheapest way possible to get the actors he wants and get as much media traffic for the low. He does not want to pay. He does not want to spend marketing dollars. He doesn't want to spend money on marketing. So what he will do is go pick actors and actresses who are either connected to very influential people, or he will pick actors and actresses who currently have drama that everybody's talking about, and he's going to put them in his movies. So that way it's going to, like, just the people alone with their drama is going to create traffic for his movies. Tyler's not a good person. He's not a good person.
And because he was excited to do it for me. And then he said, I want to make sure you, and he named a few other people who's like, you guys have been doing this all your lives and you should get what you deserve. And I'm going to make sure that you get it. And that's the kind of person that Tyler is. And so just that feeling of feeling valued and someone not just saying it, but proving it.
That's exactly what I was going to say. You started crying for the very first time somebody saw the value in Megan Good, and they paid you accordingly.
Yeah.
And truth be told, you guys, he did not see the value in Megan Good. He saw the value in her drama. What he wants is her drama, her Jonathan, them being on the red carpet, people studying their interaction, people taking videos and pictures of their interaction, right? And people talking about that stuff, right? He doesn't care about you, boo-boo. Tyler don't care. Oh, my gosh. Tyler does not care. Yeah. I was so shocked. I woke up today and I saw Corey on the Breakfast Club. I said, Corey? And I was like, oh, because he's part of the movie. So he has to do press runs, right? And because Corey has to do press runs, he's going to be asked about the divorce thing. So he's going to have to talk about the divorce. But I'm like, it is not random that he picked Corey and he picked Megan Good. It's not random. You know? But I'm like, he's not out here. He's not out here trying to do like, oh, I'm trying to pay people right and I'm trying to do right by these people and boom, 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 boom. No, he's not. No, he's not. He's taking advantage.
Don't you?
I do, because I do feel that a lot of people see the value in me and some don't, but a lot of people do see the value in me, but it doesn't mean that they're going to treat me as
compensate you accordingly.
Yeah. Yeah.
You mentioned Tyler Perry.
Thank you. I'm going to say this because I feel like a lot of women struggle with money and profit and loss statements and things like that. I think women have a harder time with business, right? But when it comes to Megan, she really needs to go back and look at all the movies she's done and ask herself, her highest grossing movie, how much did she make? Right? If you do movies that make $10 million, $20 million, 40 million, even I don't even think 40 is too much, right? But let's say the highest movie she's ever been, the highest grossing movie she's ever done was Think Like a Man, 96 million. Like, y'all, for most movies in Hollywood, that's not a big deal. Okay, 96 million overall, yeah, that's really low. Okay, so if you're usually making movies that gross like 10 million, 20 million, you're not gonna make that much movie. You're not gonna make that much money, right? Like Taraji P. Henson, they're not doing blockbuster movies. Like they're not doing movies that make $100 million the first night and things like that, opening night. You're not doing these types of movies. You are doing very low budget movies. And another thing is, when it comes to Megan Good, right? Let's be honest. She is a former, to me, I guess she started off as a child actress, right? But I don't remember much of her being a child actress, even though she was on My Cousin Skeeter. We were like kids with Nickelodeon. But it's like as she got older, she embraced more of an urban image. She became more of a video vixen. She started messing with all these rappers, right? She was more known for being a vixen, a video vixen, than she was for her acting. Then I do feel like it got to a point where her sex appeal, her urban image got to be a little too much that she couldn't really like transition. So she tried to like rebrand herself into an actress. But if we're being honest, Megan is not a great actress. She's a pretty face. She has a pretty body. She's very hot. But besides that, she's not a great actress. Like even here, sitting here having this conversation with Shannon Sharp, honestly, she's boring. She doesn't draw you in. She doesn't express herself quite clearly. I am very confused, right? I'm being serious. Like when Monique came on, it was lit, you know. I'm just saying, okay? She's an okay actress. Okay? It's like, fine. You were a video vixen and now you need something to do, so you're gonna brand yourself as an actress. But it's like, are you one of the best? No, she's not. She's truly not. So how does she want people to justify paying her as if she's a qualified actress? Also, she doesn't have the education. She does not have a master's in fine arts. When you look at Viola Davis, she went to Yale. Even our little man over there, Jonathan also went to Yale, right? Lupita, she went to Yale. Like, I also think that Angela Bassett went to Yale, or she went to Juilliard or something like that, right? But you're not even trained. You're not a trained actress. You don't have an MFA. You didn't go to acting school. You didn't go to a bougie ass acting school program, right? You are a video vixen who rebranded as a, you know, low budget actress, right? You don't have the pedigree for the money you think you deserve. You don't have it, sis. You know what I'm saying? Like, you will never, ever in a million years think that you are the next Viola Davis, right? No. Okay? You're a pretty girl with a pretty body, right? So when people pay you what they pay you, I would say be happy about that. Because otherwise, what else would you be doing? You'd be out here just like Melissa Ford. Like, because you're truly no different than Melissa Ford. Okay? Y'all is a bunch of video vixens. Like, that's what we know you for being hot and be sexy and be around these ballers and these players and then give it to what the game had to say about you, right? In his little diss track, or was it Kanye West? I can't remember, but girl, acting weird. Okay? Acting weird. I'm like, girl, nah. So, okay, but I'm like, you're not that type of girl. You don't have you don't have it. So maybe go back to school, go to school. I don't know, take some acting classes, but it's like, you don't give like these stellar performances when you act. You're not even memorable. Okay, not to be offensive, right? So I don't see why anybody would pay you all that kind of money. Like girls like Jennifer, what's her name? The girl who did Katniss in that crazy movie. What's her name? Jennifer something. That white girl, right? But a lot of these white girls who get paid crazy money, they've had memorable roles and they bring the people outside, right? But it's like what audience is excited to see you? Like if you drop a movie today, who's Jennifer Lawrence? Exactly, right? Like these girls, they bring out millions of people to see movies. So that's why the people pay them crazy money, right? You making good, you have a movie, okay. You see, your movie's going straight to Amazon. Not even going to Netflix, you're going to Amazon Prime. You see, once again, right? Why aren't y'all going to Netflix? But Amazon Prime, once again, is giving low budget, right? So it's like, there comes a time you also got to be grateful for what you can get, okay? Yeah, it's like, it never gave. Like when you see Angela Bassett, right? You know Angela Bassett is an actress. Like that's all we've ever known her for. We've never known Angela Bassett to be doing music videos, to be hanging around them rappers and them ballers and them whatever. No, we've always known Angela Bassett to be an actress. Like that is her lane. That is her ministry. That is her vision. Like she is an actress, right? We've always known Viola Davis to be an actress, right? Exactly like, you understand? You are a former video vixen, right? Who tried to rebrand herself into acting. Sure, fine, whatever. You understand, right? But you don't have the pedigree of an actress, and people need to be honest with you, right? Like, come on, like even Jonathan. Like Jonathan has a degree from Yale. He has a master's in fine arts from Yale. Do you have that? No. And you see his career versus your career. If it wasn't for this crazy thing with that crazy white woman, right? He probably never would have dated you. Because honestly, he's above you. Like he's in a whole different sphere. You understand me, right? So I'm not trying to be offensive, but it's like, you know, even like Denzel Washington, his wife, Mrs. Washington, she also went to Juilliard. She went to Juilliard also. Like these are highly trained Black people. That's not the case for you. So I don't know why you feel like you deserve all this money. For what? You're crazy. Exactly. Megan Good is the Black Megan Fox. Exactly. They both play sex kitten and honeypots. That's it. That's it. That's what we know you for. But nobody's ever thinking like, oh my gosh, Megan Good is in this movie. It's about to be like stellar. It's about to give like Oscar performance. No. We know what we're gonna get. Your pretty face, your pretty body, and a sex scene on the kitchen counter. Somebody gonna lift you up and have sex with you on the counter. That's usually what you do. You're just there for sex. You're like your eye candy. Okay, you're eye candy, but you're not the girl who gives like, wow, like this was convincing, right? You like no, and it's okay. I mean, it's okay. You have to be honest with yourself. Like, do not be delusional. Okay, it's fine.
You're in this new movie, Divorce in the New Black.
A Divorce in the Black.
Divorce in the Black.
Yeah. What?
Because Divorce in the Black. So obviously, if I'm having to guess,
You know what's in your cheap protein powder? Well, here to tell us is all-natural fitness athlete Paul Sklar.
all right, you were divorced.
Yes.
You're a divorcee.
Oh yes.
How much having gone through that were you able to fall back on and says, okay, and boom, here we go.
All of it. Because even though she's in a very different situation than I was in, it's still that reality of expecting that your life is going to go one way and then suddenly realizing it's going to go a totally different way. And then you are trying to figure out what you're supposed to do and having to kind of learn yourself, but realizing that you've also changed and you've grown and then you're having to kind of calibrate your mind to not be sad and not, like you have to go through the sadness. You definitely have to go through the pain and the crying and the process, which is a process, I think to some degree, you never don't like not have it in some way, shape or form, as long as you don't let it make you bitter, you let it make you better. But the process that she had to go through to go, okay, now I'm in this next phase of life and I'm going to embrace this and I'm going to get excited about this and I'm going to figure out what I want and what makes me happy.
Right.
And having complete freedom after that to be like, okay, it's my world, what I want to do with it,
Right.
And so I think many of the moments that Ava had, there's a scene where I'm running and, it was just like, I was just so there. I knew exactly where Ava was and I was just so there with her. And I was pleased to be able to gift her with the realest, truest, rawest emotion of what that reality was.
Is it easier to play a role when you're familiar? Not just a character, but you like, I've been there, I've done that. I actually know what a divorcee is going through in this very moment. I can tell you what it's like.
Yeah, I think it is easier, although there is your experience and their experience.
Yeah, because you might not have gone through the reason why she got divorced might not be the reason why you got the divorce.
Perry movie. It's called Tyler Perry's Divorce in the Black, and it launched on Amazon Prime. I'm 7 minutes and 9 seconds into this movie. At what point do we say enough is enough, Tyler Perry? At what point do we say we will not watch these films anymore until you hire some writers?
You see?
7 minutes and 9 seconds. Like, I'm not lying. I'm 7 minutes and 9 seconds into this movie, and this is already one of the most ridiculous things I think I've ever seen. And if not, I've ever seen at least in the past 5 years. Easily. I'm not gonna spoil it for the people that like Tyler Perry movies or this is their thing.
And you see, and that's my point. This is the point I was making earlier. Do not praise Tyler Perry for quote unquote paying Megan Good what she's worth. Because does it make sense to you to have a horrible script, a poorly written? So you're not going to invest money on writing an amazing script because you don't want to pay Black people, but you're going to pay her the money that she's worth. When a good person, a kind-hearted person, a person who means well, hire the best writer, pay them what they're worth, and also pay her what she's worth. Pay everybody what they're worth to have the best product possible. Because another thing is, yes, he might have paid you what you're worth, Megan, right? But if you are part of a horrible movie, it eventually will cause you prejudice because the movie is so poorly written, the script is so poorly written. Yes, you got paid what you wanted, but you're not going to shine on the movie. Furthermore, right, reinforcing the stereotype that you're not a good actress. There are many people who don't believe in your acting. So honestly, he paid you what you were, but he also set you up for failure because it makes no sense. Why am I going to invest all my money on paying an actress the money that she wants, but I'm not going to also equip her with the best script possible for her to really shine and use this movie as a stepping stone, right, to go on to have better and bigger roles? Think about it. Think. You got to think, right? And that's why I say he's not a good person. Because if you want to do right by these Black actors, he would give them the best script possible. Because if they have an amazing script and they bring themselves and they bring their best acting abilities to that, right? The only thing they can do is go up from here. But you pay people the money they want, but you give them a crappy script so that people can have bad reviews on this movie and it can go on to harm their career. Y'all think about this. Would you rather be, let me tell y'all this, right? Think about this. Let's think for a second. Would you rather be paid a good amount of money and have an amazing script that could expose you to bigger audiences, to more directors, to more film producers, to bigger studios in Hollywood, right? So, okay, fine, I'll take a pay cut. But this movie is so well written. The script is so well written. I know that once this movie comes out, it's only up from here. Or would you rather have a movie where you're paid what you're worth, but the writing is so crappy, it is so horrible, right, that it's going to get nothing but bad reviews. People going to talk bad about you. Like it's just going to be smeared in horrible reviews. Why would I be part of that? Right? What would you rather take? So that's why I say, do not praise Tyler Perry. He's not a good person. He really is not good. He's not a good person. He might. Tyler Perry gonna get ChatGPT to write the scripts next. He probably would. But a serious man, a serious businessman who wants all Black people to look good and these Black actors to not just get what they're worth from him, but from other directors in Hollywood, because you're gonna make all your movies with Tyler Perry. No, you need to work with different people. You want to work with different directors, different writers, different producers, right? Because that's how you're gonna get better. That's how you're gonna build your resume, right? So I'm like, you see this? Like that's why I told you he's not a good person. He's just trying to capitalize from their personal life. And if you look at People Magazine today, right? Look at what People Magazine wrote, right? Jonathan Major supports girlfriend Meagan Good at the divorce in the Black premiere, right? So like I told you, he wants to leverage their personal lives. He wants to leverage their drama, right? To get his views, right? You see? You see, so now it's not about the movie. It's about Jonathan and Megan and them dating. So she's 42, he's 34. What the freak? Oh my gosh. What in the world? Girl, you giving. They be paying you for this, girl. This is very sketchy. Exactly. Why his name first? Exactly. You see this? He is pimping these people's personal life. He is not a good person. Y'all gonna see it. You will see it. He's not a good person. Tyler Perry's not a good person. Why is it not playing?
Y'all, I am 7 minutes and 9 seconds into this new Tyler Perry movie. It's called Tyler Perry's Divorce in the Black, and it launched on Amazon Prime. I'm 7 minutes and 9 seconds into this movie. At what point do we say enough is enough, Tyler Perry? At what point do we say we will not watch these films anymore until you hire some writers?
You see?
7 minutes and 9 seconds. Like
he fired all the Black writers. He fired them all because they wanted more money and they wanted to form into a union. So he fired them all and he started writing all the scripts by himself.
I'm not lying. I'm 7 minutes and 9 seconds into this movie, and this is already one of the most ridiculous things I think I've ever seen. And if not, I've ever seen at least in the past 5 years, easily.
Wow.
Easily. I'm not gonna spoil it for the people that like Tyler Perry movies or this is their thing, but you just have to turn it on. Amazon Prime, all you have to watch is 7 minutes. 7 minutes and 9 seconds, and you will know exactly what it is that I'm talking about. I tried to give Tyler Perry a little bit of grace with that Mea Culpa movie because Kelly Rowland was in it, and we love anything that Kelly Rowland does. But this is a whole different level. Enough, Tyler Perry. Y'all, I am 7 minutes and
Now, Tyler Perry, y'all look at them stars. Why would y'all use AI?
You see?
y'all, I am 7.
Hold on. And y'all, who's in here? Who's here? Mr. Lawson, another divorcee. Who did he get divorced from? Miss Tina. So here's Beyonce, former stepdaddy, right? You see how he does what he does? You see how messy he is? So he's divorced too from Miss Tina, right? I'm telling you, he's a messy ass queen. Oh my gosh, this dude. Okay. And if you remember Carlton Banks, okay. If you remember Carlton Banks, what's Carlton Banks' real name? I forgot, right? Remember how Carlton Banks was like, he said Tyler Perry can't do nothing for him. What's his real name? Alfonso. Remember how Alfonso said, this man can't do nothing for me? He said, keep that man away from me. He said, keep that man away from me. Okay? He was like, what the heck? Okay? Remember? They were like, oh, why doesn't Tyler Perry help him? He was like, keep that man away from me. Okay? Remember that? Hold on. Let me see if I can play for y'all. Hold on.
Reacting to Alfonso Ribeiro shading Tyler Perry in a recent tweet. After a fan suggested Tyler Perry needs to revamp Alfonso Ribeiro's career, I just know he could. Alfonso retweeted this and says, I don't need or ever want that man to do anything for me.
Because he knows Tyler Perry gonna mess up your career. Okay? Tyler Perry Studios is where actors and their careers go to die. Okay, he's not serious. So here you have Mr. Lawson. I see why he was dancing on Instagram today. Oh, I was like, why is he on Instagram dancing in his boxers? I get it. So he's also part of this sham. All right. So you see this? Oh no, he's evil. He is really evil.
Now, Tyler Perry, y'all look at them scars. Why would y'all use AI to put these scars on this man's face? You have too much money. I can move them scars with my mouth. On the
y'all, I am
this. Hold on. Look at this. What is this? Like, what is this? What is going on? Now he got her with a shotgun. What is going on? You see? What is happening? What in the what? Oh, this man is evil. What'd you say?
Okay, yeah. Ooh, okay, y'all stop it. Okay. Tyler Perry's new movie, Divorce in the Black, came out today on Prime Video, starring Megan Good and Corey Hardrick. Okay, they play Ava and Dallas, married couple going through a divorce's drama. The cast was cast, and I was feeling the cast. The acting was where it needed to be. Okay. I didn't hate it. Okay. I didn't hate it. It just I feel unfulfilled.
No.
That's the best way. I feel like I have traveled down this road before, been there, done that. That's kind of what it left me with, except that opening scene. The opening.
You see what she said right here? She said the first 20 minutes was a lot. Then it began to give. Typical Tyler Perry plot. Predictable. You see, he will ruin your career. Do not take roles from this man.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
I'll be damned if I ever beg a nigga to stay with me.
So he made you see, and how this man is not serious. He had Megan Good say a line that said, I'd be damned if I ever let a nigga. What? And you repeated those words? It's not giving Oscar. Why would you ever? I will not be saying that.
I'll be damned if I ever beg a nigga to stay with me.
Oh, hell no. I would not be saying this. I'd be like, y'all gotta change this line. I'm not saying this. Nope. This is ratchet. I am not saying this. Why you can't say I'd be damned if I ever let a man make me beg? Like, why you gotta call him the N-word? The ninja. No. Thank you. I'm not saying this. Oh no.
Y'all, this movie right here, Divorce in the Black. Whoo, it just really, I just started it, but oh my God, Lord. Okay, so I don't want to tell the story, but right at this point right here, the preacher, they're at a funeral. That's the way the movie starts off. And the preacher is literally putting the dead man in hell, pretty much. I mean, he's sending him in hell. You got to be careful how you do a eulogy. I mean, you got to have some sort of compassion at the same time, tell the truth, but it has to be done more compassionately. But this lady right here, I don't know this lady, but oh my God, I have come to love her in a matter of 5 minutes. Let's take a look. This is power packed. This lady wasn't playing around with this preacher because I'm going to be honest with you. Some of the things he was doing on that pulpit at a funeral was out of order. Here we go.
Not because he was rich, but because of his deeds. Now, how many of you know that rich or poor, God will judge your deeds? Amen. He begged the prophet, I'll be damned, the truth. So miserable because you didn't raise.
My God.
You are
supposed to mean something to us? You think God cares? Huh? Y'all have always looked down on us. Always.
Now you watch your mouth in this church. We were trying to help you.
Mama, please. Please.
Don't you dare.
You think I need these hand-me-down clothes that your mama gave me?
Y'all, she get undressed in the church? Oh, this is preposterous. What is it?
We were trying to help you.
Mama, please. Please.
Now, I thought she was getting ready to fight her when she took her hat off. But wait till y'all see this scene. Woo.
We're not doing that. No, we're not doing that.
Wow. This is a funeral, y'all.
Don't you dare.
You think I need these hand-me-down clothes that your mama gave me? Huh? I don't. We the Bertrands, baby, don't you forget it. And we don't need nothing from you. Yo, get the boy. Get him.
Jesus. Watch this scene. Jesus.
No! Not the casket.
Body?
Jesus.
Take him!
She ain't no joke, right?
All they were saying is that they paid for this casket. Take him out of there. Take him out of
That is crazy pride right there. They snatching the body out the casket, Lord. Jesus.
Tyler Perry, an abomination.
Y'all, this is the craziest opening scene to a movie that I have ever seen in my life.
Yo, get the boy. Get him.
She said, "Get
y'all, this is
I began to pass out. And my head hit the wall. I began to pass out. And my head hit the wall.
Oh, Tyler Perry's so damn stupid.
I begin to.
Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 no.
Sometimes you gotta pop out and show niggas certified. Sometimes you gotta pop out and show niggas certified.
If you're looking for something good to watch, don't watch this.
Oh gosh,
bypass this BS. Okay.
Tell me
If
why.
you don't listen to anything else I say, do not allow anyone, and I mean anyone, to convince you this movie was good. It was awful. Okay. Trash. 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 I feel like when Tyler Perry sit down to write movies, he say, what's the worst shit I can come up with? Okay, let's do that. Give the acting a C. I'll give the cinematography a C. And baby, I'll give the writing a D-. Like overall, I'll give this show a B+. I couldn't even make it through the whole movie. Like if you made it through the whole 2 hours of this movie, baby, you a real trooper, okay? The opening scene took me down when the mother told her sons to take the boy out the casket. And then she started to get undressed in the church. I'm like, what in the ghetto, hot mess, ratchet TV crap is this? Like, can we at least make it believable? Again, if you're looking for something good to watch, baby, skip this. Do yourself a favor and skip this, okay? Thank me later. It's on Prime Video if you're
Tyler Perry, you low down, dirty half between the left and half between the right scandal. You heard what I said, you scandalous and you dirty. I just want to go on record and tell you, you ain't nothing but a thief. But you want to be a woman and put on breasts and act like a woman and do things a woman. Because I know you stole my stuff from this book and put it up in that movie, Divorce in the Black. I know you did. You ain't nothing but a thief. All you do is steal folks' ideals. Don't want to give them no credit for it. And then you go make a movie out of it and make you a profit off of it. And then you want to act like you hipping us, multiply your profits off of us, and then pretend like you our friend. You ain't no friend to us. We tired of you profiting off of us and stealing our ideas. I know you've been in my book. You've been in my book because I can name stuff from the time that funeral started to the time that funeral ended. I know you read my book when I sent it to you and you sent it back. I know you read it. I know you did. Now all of a sudden you're gonna wait all these years like, oh, I'm gonna let time pass by and she ain't gonna know it. Baby, I don't read the scriptures. I'm at the funeral. I know you stole my stuff out of my book. I know this book right here, An Enemy's Funeral. An Enemy's Funeral. I know you stole my stuff out of my book. And then you gonna make a movie and call it Divorce in the Black. Yeah, right. Divorce in the Black lie. You done stole my book, An Enemy's Funeral. That's what you did. I know you stole it. That stuff where they put that man up in the yard up at their house. I know you got it from James Earl Senior, who told his wife we could put him in the pine box and bury him in the yard. I know you did it. The stuff that happened at that funeral with that family cut up. You got it right out of my book. But that's all right, though, Tyler Perry. That's all right. Because God gonna judge you, Tyler Perry. You know what, Tyler Perry, since you're looking for some ideas, go make some men movies where men actually act like men without standing beside a woman. You understand what I'm saying? Put them beside a man. You got what I'm saying? What a man doing what he's supposed to be doing as a man, as God has called him to be a man. Can you write something for a man? Can you write something, be a man in it? Can you write something, do something by a man?
But isn't that what oh my gosh, isn't that what Cat Williams said about Tyler Perry? You know what Cat Williams said about Tyler Perry?
Can you do that? Can you stop trying to make it seem like they so powerful and then we all of a sudden get on the defense and help ourselves? We don't want that. We don't need no crutch. We tired of you stealing our idea. I know you've been in my book. I wasn't gonna even watch that. But I seen Megan Good up in that. I wasn't gonna even watch it. And then all of a sudden I flip on Prime and there it is. And some say click on it. And I'm glad I clicked on it because Tyler Perry, you've been stealing. You've been stealing, boy.
Lorraine, how do you feel about the movie?
How I feel about the movie? I'm gonna tell you how I feel about the movie. He been reading my book. That's how I feel about the movie. That's it. That's all I got to say. I can't prove it. I can't prove it. He been in them script. Baby, I was in Luke. He went over there and Luke up in the Bible. You understand what I'm saying? It was a pastor in him. It's a pastor in him. He got a pastor. You understand what I'm saying? The pastor against the family, okay? In him, he got a pastor against the family, trying to tell the family the truth up in the movie. Come on here now. The mama couldn't up. In my book, the daddy couldn't up. You understand what I'm saying? This been stealing. But that's all right, though, Tyler Perry, because you're going to pay for what you did. You're going to pay for it. It's good to know that God got people like me lined up in spiritual alignment.
Amen.
But it's true. What the fuck? You just gonna walk in here?
Yeah, I'm just gonna walk in here. I come in here to lean on my best friend, and you in here with the motherfucking enemy. All right, come on, Dallas, let's go. Come on.
In a perfect world.
Grassroots organization and petition for Tyler Perry. At this rate, we have to start a grassroots organization and petition for Tyler Perry to stop touching pen and paper. No more keypads. Get this man out of the writer's room and get him some writers and some directing classes. No shade. Divorce in the Black is a new movie now streaming on Amazon Prime. I watched the entire movie last night as soon as it came out with high hopes because I do love Making Good, and I thought that it was interesting the fact that two divorcees are in a movie about a divorce, and especially one dealing with domestic violence, and Making Good is dating a man who was already found.
Well, technically, it's not two, it's three divorcees, right? Because divorce, right here, Mr. Lawson, divorce, Tina's husband, Tina's ex-husband, husband number 2 for Tina, right? Divorce. So it's like you have 3 divorcees up in here. It's not 2, it's 3.
Guilty for domestic violence after he did that Olympic run through New York City, and the character she plays in the movie is a runner as well. So those connecting the dots, I was like, okay, maybe there's gonna be something there.
See what I told you about him capitalizing off some mess, right? Okay, because people could think that, because Tia never talked about why she divorced Corey. So some could imagine that he could be abusive, right? And the same thing for Jonathan. A lot of people think that Jonathan is a domestic abuse person. So I'm like, he's very messy. I was very messy.
But there absolutely wasn't. Taylor Polidor, her character Rona, if there's a reason for you to watch this movie, it's for her character. Every scene that she was in is of the belief that she ad-libbed most of her lines through the movie because everything she said and did was amazing. She was the reason why I was engaged from start to finish. Whenever she was on screen, it was amazing. Making Good's acting is great because she's a great actor. Everything else in this was either overacting, really weird, and the writing was absolutely horrible. The pacing of this was horrible. The directing of this was really basic and underwhelming. Divorce in the Black felt like it was pandering towards people at times who deal with like super hyper-religious parents and grew up in the church, but at the same time, they have a deep love for the church and trying to get people to go back to the church and almost like giving them a pass for not being emotionally supportive parents. Things happen so weird and the pacing was absolutely horrible. Why is this his face after an altercation? He looks like he has on a really pretty blush. Speaking of pretty blushes, this one by House Labs and then the Fenty Beauty, so pretty. But like, what is this? Like he has on Glassy Watermelon from House Labs on his cheeks. Like, what? It doesn't give a thought, babes. Where's the continuity? For example, they're right here at the dinner table, and like it's like the first 25 minutes of the movie, and you can tell that he's just like a really rude, drunk person who likes to point a lot. That's something I got from this. He points his fingers a lot. He points when he speaks. That's a big character trait of his. He means it. But he goes off. He's in this exact position, not looking at her, looking down at the table, and he just starts yelling and how much he doesn't like her and how he wants a divorce. And the whole time she's just saying his name and like looking like that, and he walks off. Next day she's crying. 2 days after that, she's telling another man that the storyline moved entirely too fast. Obvious that Making Good's character was supposed to end up with this fine man over there, but the way they set it up, and like I said, continuity is something I pay attention to as somebody who really enjoys movie and all these different type of details. So when they were seeing how they were 17 in the back of a truck, and now she's 37, and then at the end he says he's waited 17 years, and I was like, wait, she was 17, now she's 37. That's 20, not 7. Somebody wasn't doing the math right. Like, Tyler, here we are again. This is definitely a scheme that Tyler set up to come to Amazon Prime with the bullshit after giving Netflix that bullshit mea culpa. There's so much talent there and thought and innovation, but it's not being executed well at all. Shout out to Tyler Perry for paying people great wages, because I do believe Megan Good said this is either the most she's paid or a first time somebody's actually paid her worth, either or. It could be the same thing. I think that's something super commendable, and maybe go watch it. This movie definitely does have an audience, but I think that specific audience are the people who will enjoy the first 10 minutes of this movie. And if you've seen the first 10 minutes, you know exactly what I mean. At this rate, we have to start a grassroots organization and petition for Tyler.
That opening scene is probably one of the worst things I've seen on TV in a long time. But before I get into it, my name is Jay. If you're looking for new TV shows and movies to watch, just give me a follow. Ah, mate, where do I start? I thought Mia Culpa was bad, but this was complete and utter trash. I already know all the Tyler Perry fans are gonna come for me in the comments, but I gotta be honest, man, this is garbage. Of course, as I predicted, it's another Tyler Perry movie about a black woman being terrorized by her black partner. Predictable, predictable, predictable. The overacting in this is terrible, especially in that first scene in the church with the funeral. I was just so confused, like right from the jump. I didn't know what the hell was going on. I was just expecting Madea to jump out from somewhere. That first hour was probably one of the most painful things I've had to sit through. When I say it was dragging, it was dragging. I was fighting myself not to turn this off. The second hour though, it got better, but only a little bit. Things started to move, the pacing got better, but you could just tell what was going to happen. The best thing about this movie was Corey Hardrick. He was really good. Like, he played Dallas, I think, a bit too well for my liking. But yeah, definitely, he was the highlight of the movie for me. Look, I'm not even mad at this, to be honest, because I got exactly what I expected. But Tyler Perry cannot keep getting away with this. No word of a lie, this is probably the worst movie I've seen this year. Guys, listen, if you have a spare 2 hours lying around, then by all means.
And you see what I'm saying? Like, you get paid the highest you've ever made for a movie that is going to be dubbed the worst movie of the year. You could keep your money, fam. Like, I'm not doing this. Like, this is a setup. This is a setup for failure, right? What's the point? Like, what's the point of this? And I'm like I said, is it really that hard? Is it out of Tyler's reach? Does he really not have the money to hire the best writer possible for these actors and actresses to really shine in this moment? Yes, he does. He's intentional about giving people horrible scripts. So I'm like, no, do not fall for this. I'm not.
Go and watch this. But if you have already seen any Tyler Perry movie, then you've definitely already seen this. But yeah, Divorce in the Black is available to stream now on Prime Video. If you have already seen it, please let me know what your thoughts are in the comments without any spoilers.
Oh, thank you for inviting us to dinner. Oh, thank you for inviting us to dinner. We actually used to come here all the time, right, Thomas?
Okay, have we seen Tyler Perry's new movie, Divorce in the Black? Because I have. And Tyler, you will never see heaven. You will never. Why you had that lady get them people to drag that boy out their casket? They said get his body. No. Hold the casket. I tell you what, you come to anybody's funeral in my family and think you about to take the body up out the coffin. Baby, the way we gonna stomp you 16 ways to Wednesday. This was right at the beginning of the movie. Don't set me up like this. Also, Corey Hardrick played this role so good. I hate him like I hated Michael Ealy in For Color Girls because what? With the slugs and everything, he was still fine. Let's be clear.
And now that I'm thinking about it, like the fact that he has Corey, who's been divorced from Tia, we haven't heard much, right? And he has Corey play an abusive husband. I feel like he kind of wants people to suspect that maybe Corey was abusive in his marriage. I don't know. Because I'm like, why would you cast him for that? Like, what in the world? Corey, you shouldn't have done this role. You shouldn't have done it. It was a setup. He set you up.
Wait, Mama, slow down. Mama, slow down. I can't understand you.
Dallas, he grabbed me at the grocery store. And I didn't tell your daddy, but somebody at the grocery store tell him, and now he don't.
Oh, shut up. Oh my gosh, not the body.
Wait.
First of all, I want to say, if you have not seen Tyler Perry's Divorce in the Black, get off this video because there's going to be some spoilers. But anywho, Ray, what did you think about that dumb movie?
They took the body out of the casket and put his stiff ass in back of the truck. Yeah. Unrealistic. Then this big arm bastard popping up everywhere she goes. What kind of mess is that? That just don't happen. Oh man.
Like she hadn't even gone through the divorce yet, and her pastor daddy was trying to put that dude in her life. I'm like, dude, that's committing adultery. Let her, get out of her marriage or whatever before she even move forward with that. Now I do agree, nobody needs to stay with nobody that's being beat on and all that type of stuff. But I'm like, I don't know what was going on. This was just so weird to me. Why did this happen, Tyler Perry?
And then the way she popped his ass in the end when he dropped through, when he broke in her house and did this and that. It just don't make sense to me, y'all.
No.
I'm sick of them kind of
Do you want to lose your job, bitch?
What?
I don't give a fuck about this job. You need to get the fuck out.
Corey Hardrick rent was due. My hair stood up on my arms watching the scene.
Corey, you shouldn't have played this role. Now people are gonna look at you sideways. People are gonna look at you sideways. Wow, Corey, you shouldn't have played that role. Corey, you shouldn't have done it. Corey, the money was not worth it. That man got you exactly where.
Corey Hardrick rent was due. My hair stood up on my arms.
Corey, you should.
Excuse me just a second. Dallas, what do you want?
Corey Hardrick rent was.
Go ahead and get things started.
Tomorrow at 11, all right? And have your lawyer there and not damn show me.
Dallas, you need to leave this bank right now.
Do you want to lose your job, bitch?
I don't give a fuck about this job. You need to get the fuck out. Leave, bounce, go. Now.
You better be that evil. I'm not fucking with you.
Oh my yeah, Corey should have done that.
How you doing? Good to see you, man. Everything good? How you doing, Mike? How was it? It's fire, leather.
Listen, I'm a fan of Tyler Perry's. Met him a couple of times. Been in his home one time for a party. There's that. But at what point do we say enough is enough? Because what the fuck was Divorce in the Black? Mia Coppola was one thing. That was a lot. I could stomach that. I could stomach this one, but what the hell was that opening scene? Y'all cussing in the church, y'all fighting in the church, and then you taking bodies out of the church. Like, who takes us? They literally took that man out the casket, bitch. I mean, if you ain't watch it, oh well. That's what? Tyler Perry must be stopped. And they had him in the back of that truck like this. Like what? He was just all rigor mortis and everything. Like Tyler Perry has to be stopped. Like at what point do we say enough?
Oh Lord,
it's enough.
Oh my God. Oh Lord, Tyler Perry is a mess. He is a mess.
I'm reading that divorce, marriage gone wrong. Maybe it's domestic violence, maybe it's finances, or whatever the case may be. But at the end of the day, is that big D?
Yes. Yeah. And the only difference is how does this person download and process it?
Yes.
Like, for instance, with my character in Harlem, it's first time where I go, oh, okay, she's a Gemini. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to pursue all Gemini traits. So if you came at her like this, Megan might get indignant and be like, but a Gemini is actually going to go, wait a second, and get introspective and a totally different gear is going to hit for them. And so That's the only difference, is even though I can understand where the character's at, distinguishing the difference between not just Ava and Megan's journeys, but Ava and Megan's mentalities and their bandwidth for pain and their how much did they, hide from their family? How much did they share? What's the dynamic between her mother versus her, all those things. That would probably be the only thing. But do I think it's easier in general? Yes, because you already have a leg up, because you already have such a rich well to pull from.
Should we view divorce as bad?
We already got to this part. Oh my gosh, you guys. These people are crazy. Tyler Perry is messy. He is messy. He is very messy. He did them no favors. He absolutely did them no favors. Y'all. But I hope y'all enjoyed this live, y'all. Time for me to go. Me and this little baby. I hope you enjoyed this live. I'm glad I came outside and saw you guys, right? Little baby. Right? He got to take a little shower. He's going to take his little bath for the night so he can sleep good. Yes. We can take a little bath. So that was crazy. But you know what, though? For ish and giggles, I might actually put the movie up when he's asleep and I have my food. I'm actually going to watch this movie so I can laugh. Tyler is insane. He is insane. He is insane. He's not a good person. Nah. Yeah, baby. He's not a good person. He is not a good person. I'm like, it costs you. It's going to cost you something, but a serious man who really cares about his craft and cares about his movies and cares about the actors, especially Black actors, okay, who are already having a hard time with getting roles and getting better pay. If you're going to put them in your movies, like, have a great script for them. Like, is it that hard? Is it that hard, right? I don't even know why these studios keep giving him money to produce movies. Like, why won't Netflix and Amazon and all these other studios, right, these networks, why don't they go and look for better producers? Like, why do they always feel like, oh, we got to go to Tyler Perry if we want content for Black people? Like, who told y'all this? How do you submit a movie request? Like, how do I submit my work to Netflix? Like, I want to make movies also. This is crazy. Like, it's like these liberals, they only have that one Black person for everything. No. Tyler Perry's not the end-all be-all for Black movies. Like, there's so many Black directors and Black producers out here. Why don't you give them a chance? Like, why do they always resort to hiring Tyler Perry? Like, what the heck? It is bizarre. It is very bizarre. Yeah, he's freaking evil. He's not a good person. He really is not a good person. All right, you guys. So with that being said, I love y'all. I'll try to come outside again, hopefully. But you see, with this baby, it's really not easy. But enjoy your evening and love you so much. Okay? Yes, baby. Say goodbye. You've been here the whole time. Say goodbye to the family. Say bye, people. Bye, aunties and uncles. Sorry I pooped and I farted on screen. Okay? Love y'all. See you next time. We'll see y'all later. Bye, peoples. Love y'all. Gotta go. Oh, this baby.